Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. This is Gilberto Aurelio from Nicky BR.
Hi, Gilberto. Good to hear that you're in the meeting.
Okay,
My name is Gerben and I'm from the Netherlands.
okay. Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
May I test the sharing of my presentation?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
Hello, just testing the mic. Yeah, my name
Okay.
is
I
Daniel.
receive a message here. Host disabled participant screen sharing, and it's not possible to share.
Okay, then in a few minutes that will be possible. I'm not the host, although I do chair part of this open forum. I think the host is present at the IGF live.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a co-host now, so maybe I can enable something. I'm not sure. But I hope the host will enable because I would not know what to enable for you.
Okay, no problem. I wait here.
I get it. Same message. I'll see if I can find something in the instructions.
Hello. Morning. Alice Hiever. We spoke online before. How are you? Good. Good to see you here. course I'll be here. Is there anything I can still help with, or for setting up? Are you?
I don't find any instructions on the screen sharing, but maybe our host locally present can enable that.
That's Gerben.
And the slides have been shared, and the host will be able to upload them where needed, and right in the room I'll be able to control the slides. So in case you want me to go to the next slide, I'll be able to proceed with that by just a click of a button. So I think that is already taken care of.
Me, your audio is too it's not loud enough.
We're quickly gonna grab some water. Do you send some water?
The same for me.
So we couldn't hear what you were saying. Sorry.
Were you about to moderate on site, or? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. And if you need any help from me, I'm. Yeah.
Oh.
welcome. Good morning. It's a chilly morning in Addis Ababa, and I welcome you all to this session of promoting the modern internet standards. And it is a pleasure that, with support from the GFCE, the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climatic Policy of the Netherlands, we are able to successfully be here and to present to you this session of promoting internet standards to increase safety and security. Just right at the table, we have I have Wout, who is going to be our rapporteur. We have Martin Butterman, who is the advisor and the coordinator of the III project, and we have Alisa from the Ministry of Economic Affairs. And our speakers, we have Gaben Klein from the Dutch Internet Standards, who will be joining us remotely. Bart Hodginen, who will also be coming in from the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. We have Flavio, who is with us here, but on his behalf, we shall be having Gilberto Zorello, who will be making a presentation, all this remotely. And we have Johnny Nodwick, who is from who is the host master from DK, and I'll be doing the online. I have also a colleague of mine who is doing online moderation, who's Gaben, whom I've already mentioned about. My name is Daniel Nangaka, and at least I'm happy to be here. The overall agenda shall be having at least a number of discussion on how we can best promote internet standards. This is an initiative that came in under the working group E of the GFCE, which is mainly on the cybersecurity internet standards. Right with me here, I'm going to give the floor to Alisa, who will give a brief remark, and then we shall get into hear from Gaben, and then we shall go through the presentations. And as we shall be winding up, we shall be able to hear from Martin to give a brief on the III project. Quickly, let me give the floor to Alisa.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us here. I'm from the Dutch government, and we've been working, or we already have for quite a few years, I believe since 2015, so that was way before I started working for the Ministry of Economic Affairs. We have this great website, internet.nl, and it's a collaboration, or the website was created after a collaboration between the Ministry of Economic Affairs and the Dutch community, working on internet standards and safety, and thinking together that we should organize something to make people more aware of the internet standards that are used behind a website or used behind a domain name, I should say. And now it's also for quite some time been that you can also check an email address, and I'm sure many others that Gerben will say a bit more about it, but I'm really pleased that we can show this example, and that already a few other countries have also more or less copied the example, thanks to the fact that it's open source software, or open source code. Everybody can use it, and I think it's really important to stress that we together can, well, hopefully build or create a safer internet. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this session, and please, if you have any questions, just raise your hand. Don't wait till the end, because I think it's important that we have this interaction with each other. We're here, we can see each other, or I can see the people at least in the room, and for the on-site moderators, please ensure that we have a most interactive session as possible, because I think that will be the most useful for everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Alisa, for those remarks. Very quickly, I'm going to ask the host to help us to enable the presentations as they will be needed. Very quickly, let me give the opportunity to my colleague, Gaben, please.
Thank you, Daniel, for hosting this meeting on site. What I will try to do is share my screen with all of you, and hopefully you will be able to see some of the things that Alisa already mentioned, dealing with the Dutch Internet.nl initiative. We started, is the screen visible to everyone? Daniel?
Yes, the screen is visible.
It is, Gerben.
Thank you, thank you. Well, a short agenda for about 10-15 minutes of introduction on Internet.nl. We have developed this since 2014 because we all agreed in the Netherlands, both from government and the private sector, that modern internet standards are necessary to keep the internet safe and secure. And what you will see is that it's a set of standards that we are dealing with that is really deep into, let's say, the internet infrastructure. So it enables us to visit domains, the websites, the internet, and to communicate through email in a safe and secure way. IPv6 is mainly meant to be able to connect as many people as we can, because IPv4 has reached its end, you could say. We need to be secure, so the domain signing should have been perhaps secure from the beginning. DNSSEC now is the answer to deal with that, and the same goes for the other standards that you can see on the screen. What we wanted to do is promote these standards in such a way that people could understand why they are relevant to us in a modern society, and because we know that these open standards will enable us to keep the internet working. It is not just about security, and therefore I would like to take a look at IPv6. And on this map, you will see the enormous difference in take-up that is quite low in many, many countries. We see great exceptions in green, but only a few. Many countries in deep red, where IPv6 is not, the capable rate is not up to standards at all. And this is just an example. We could give other examples as well. Thanks to Epnik for sharing this map. If we look at the private and public partners within our Internet Standards platform, because it's not just a website that we will come back to in a few minutes, it is also about the community. And the community in the Netherlands is really a public-private partnership between Dutch government, for example, the Ministry of Economic Affairs, but also the National Cybersecurity Center and others from Dutch government, as well as private organizations, but all of them without a specific commercial interest. They are there because they believe in the internet as a basic given to all of us. For example, SIDN, SURF, NLNet, RIPE, and ECP are supporting partners of the Dutch Internet Standards platform. And I have the honor of being the chair of that platform. And that really is a privilege, because these people are working closely together to keep up with open modern internet standards. And I suggest that if other countries would like to follow this type of initiative, do not only focus on the test tools at internet.nl, but also think about this public-private partnership between different organizations in your country. What we built to make it visible to a broader audience was the website internet.nl. And you see the interface of the current website. And later on, I suggest that you will try to look up your own domain or your own email at internet.nl in a few minutes. But this is the basic interface where you can test your website, test your email, and test your local connection. And you will get the results, and you will see that in a few minutes, in such a way that you can easily see what standards are up to par and where you might have to change or update issues. It's not only the test part of this website that makes it interesting, but we also have a Hall of Fame, not only for individuals who want to show that their website or email is scoring 100%, but also for hosting providers that can show that they have done their best to score 100% for their customers. The internet.nl website is not just in Dutch, it's also in English, as you can see, and we know, and you will hear that in a few minutes from other countries, that the take-up is growing and other languages will be available or are available already in other countries. We also developed an API and a dashboard where we can do bulk test. This is not available to the general public, but if you are a public organization working in the internet domain within the Netherlands, then you can get access to the dashboard and you can test up to 5,000 domains at once and get really nice reports, even over time, to see how things may have changed. It's an easy tool used by 70 plus users at the moment, with hundreds of thousands of tests every year. And now for the demo, and of course we could try to give a demo with our online participation, but I think the best way to get connected to internet.nl is take a look for yourself. And if you use this link, you will go to the English version immediately and can check both your own domain or a government domain in your country, your own email, and even the local connection at the IGF right now. So I'll take a brief moment and hope that many of you will take a look. And if there are any comments on the results you get, don't hesitate to raise a question. And then something about everything that is behind internet.nl. I'm looking at the audience. Are there any questions? Any people who have scored 100%? If you could raise your hand, that would be interesting to see. If not, I will move on. We could not have developed internet.nl without reusing existing testing tools and source code. So there are things that we want to share openly because we made it available ourselves, and then our content is under the Creative Commons Attribution 4.0 international license. And the source code of the whole internet.nl and even the tooling behind is under an Apache license version 2. But the building blocks, and you see them underneath, are there because there is a great open source community. And we have tried to contribute to some of these building blocks ourselves from the Netherlands, from participating organizations, but other tooling and building blocks are available online for all of you to make use of. And you will find our internet.nl software, the code at GitHub. If we look at what you have seen so far, this is just a Dutch initiative. It's done over the last 8 years by a group of very interested colleagues who wanted to make sure that we strive to an open, free, and secure internet for all of us, not just in the Netherlands. And therefore, we are really happy that some other countries took up the same idea and have worked together with us or even completely on their own on similar initiatives, similar websites. So what I would like to do is give the floor now to Bart Hogeveen from Australia, who have developed a web check tool themselves. And I will end my presentation right here.
Yeah, thank you, Gabin. Just before you proceed,
Sure.
I just ran a check on the connection that is here at the IGF. Just for the information is that the connection test just achieved 10% of the standards. It has the modern addresses that are meant to be reachable of IPv6, they are not so much reachable. But one advantage is that the IPv6 connectivity of the DNS resolver is running very well. It has a green check mark. And the IPv4 connection via DNS are perfectly running well. But all the others are not perfectly running well. So this is just an example of how you can be able to test your connections, whether they are conforming to these standards right in your different locations. Let's continue with the presentation to my next colleague.
Thank you. Is that me?
Yes.
That is you, Bart. Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay, thanks. If the host could enable video and/or share screen, that would be great. And while that's happening, let me give you a short introduction. So I am speaking to you from Canberra, Australia. Good morning to you. Good evening here. Thanks very much to the IGF, to the host, and to the team organizing this event for allowing me to share some of our experience working with the Internet.nl tool and the collaboration with the Dutch Internet Standards platform. I am. I assume you can all see the screen. I wanted to run you through, let's say, our experience in kind of replicating to a great extent Internet.nl.
We can see your screen, but we can't see your video. But we can see the presentation, but we can see your video. Yes, perfectly. Now I think your
That's
video
better?
will be
Okay,
better.
great. Great to be also visibly with you. So first question up front is a .au check. That's how we called our project. Is that a simple copy and paste? Because as Gerben mentioned, Internet.nl is available in English. English is the common language in Australia, so why don't we just use the English version of Internet.nl? That's probably kind of the main thread of my short presentation. It is obviously not a simple copy-paste. Just to give you a bit of context, let's say, about the cybersecurity context in Australia. This is a sheet from the Australian Cybersecurity Centre, which they published in their previous annual cybersecurity report, where they looked at the different cybersecurity incidents. And I think what's telling from this matrix is that most of the incidents that are being reported to our National Cybersecurity Centre are what they call low-level malicious attacks. So looking at targeted reconnaissance, phishing, and a non-sensitive data loss, predominantly affecting small organizations and medium-sized organizations and state government and academia. And state government for us is kind of the subnational government entities. So building on that, we kind of took a few kind of concepts into practice. There's obviously kind of the UN General Assembly resolutions dating back to 2003, which is calling on the creation of a global culture of cybersecurity. And I think this all fits kind of into that broader agenda. But we were not only kind of looking at what was happening in kind of in the Internet.nl context or in the UN context. We, for instance, also looked at what was happening kind of across the channel in the UK, where the UK National Cybersecurity Centre kind of had this approach of trying to do simple things at scale, which can then have a positive and measurable effect. And I think one of the things that we're talking about here is doing simple, straightforward, relatively simple and relatively straightforward things at scale, and that will have a massive impact on cyber kind of the uptake of standards, and then by consequence, cybersecurity and cyber resilience across our economy. In the specific context of Australia, in the 2020 cybersecurity strategy, not only is there an ambition for the online space to be a safe space for all Australians, but also for businesses really to take their own responsibility for making sure that their products and services are secure. In other words, that's not seen as a government responsibility, but as a individual and private responsibility. So when we started our initiative, and this goes back already 4 or 5 years now, is that we would kind of replicate the Internet.nl ecosystem. So not just the tool, but also kind of establish some kind of a multi-stakeholder platform, and also be involved in kind of activities around education and assistance, like speaking to audiences like the IGF, as well as other platforms and conferences and sessions here in Australia. Well, as you can judge by the by the traffic lights, even though developing and launching the tool took us nearly 4 years, that's the only thing that got, let's say, got through at the moment. Kind of building the ecosystem around it with those multiple stakeholders and kind of building that community has been a much harder sell here in Australia. And just kind of give you a comparison, the previous speaker kind of listed the actors that are kind of key partners of the Dutch internet standards platform, and on the left hand side I was kind of listing their Australian equivalents, but only 2 of them really kind of we were only kind of be able to kind of really engage 2 of those. One is the .au domain administrator, AUDA, as well as the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman, which is kind of the community of the representative of the community of small businesses here in Australia. And that's one of the reasons why I think that's important to flag, is that in our consultations that we've held with industry groups across the country, is that there is a real need to kind of help and assist the small and medium enterprises, those companies, those smaller companies that don't have kind of a cybersecurity team on site, that are relying on their service providers to just provide them with a hosting service, a website, a mail service that is allegedly up to standard. So that's kind of where we are in a very different, I think, ecosystem than Gerben and the team have been able to create back in the Netherlands. As we said, I mean, we are taking exactly the same. So we've replicated the source codes from internet.nl. Thank you so much for making that available a few years back. But we had really the issue of kind of creating a sense that all those standards, which are internationally generally accepted and seen as good practices, are also kind of applicable here in the Australian context. So we really had to make an effort to make sure that we were not only referenced to kind of the internet.nl source materials or the IETF source materials, but really link back to kind of Australian relevant materials. And for us, that's the Information Security Manual that's being produced and managed by the Australian Cybersecurity Centre. And all of the standards, or most of the standards, I should say, that are being tested can be found in that manual, but not all of them. And an interesting discussion we've been having for many, many years is, for instance, around DNSSEC, which is kind of in Europe and in the Netherlands widely accepted. Here in Australia, there is a bit of kind of hesitance, if not kind of pushback against the adoption of that particular standard by industry, and therefore also there is little kind of appetite even within government to kind of push that across the economy. So as I mentioned, we've had a kind of a quite an extensive period of debate and consultations with industry in the different kind of economic centres across the country, and also with the Australian Cybersecurity Centre. So I think that consultation and engagement component is really important, but that obviously also comes with kind of quite a time investment as well as a cost investment on both ends. I mentioned the debate that we had about DNSSEC as kind of a valuable and a kind of a necessary standard to check. And we had a whole discussion about the weightings. How much can you kind of can you weight, and can you kind of assess websites of small and medium businesses in our case, and kind of can you judge them by the standards that we apply if there is no rock solid and a strong support that these standards are kind of these standards to follow in the Australian case. Then there was also an issue that we've been facing all the time, and where I think the cultural context, in contrast to, for instance, the Netherlands, is quite different, where there it's easier to kind of name websites and domains, either as saying you reached X number % or you are in the Hall of Fame. That was kind of not really accepted here. So we had to refrain from using percentage scores, and we also decided not to include a Hall of Fame. People were just kind of afraid for reputations either on the good side or on the bad side. So what we did is kind of, we put an, if you compare, let's say, aucheck.com.au to internet.nl, we kind of put a layer in between, which contains lots of information, which is, I think, understandable to a great extent for a non-technical audience. And really try to kind of educate and kind of give low access understanding to what it is that we're trying to do, and what it is that if I am a small business or a sole trader and I have a website, and I run my business by kind of a generic email service provider, what is it that I need to know? What can I do myself? And what are basic steps of protection that I can take and refer back to generally available tools? So this is kind of the user interface that we have. As I said, we got rid of all the kind of percentage scores, although you can still see kind of where you're landing. On the right-hand side, we also included a graph which kind of says how you compare to the average scores of people taking the test, and we've included some things around things to check, and that links back to the additional subtests that Internet.nl is using. As I said, it's been quite a journey. So we started with the whole idea back in 2017, and we launched earlier this year. So we don't have kind of that much user experience yet, but we hope to be able to kind of report on that in the course of next year. But it takes quite a time to kind of get the ecosystem ready and obviously get kind of the right parameters in place to launch this. This is our landing page, which obviously also looks slightly different from the Internet.nl interface. Just to show you this, a couple of last month, I ran a test kind of on a small sample of federal government domains on domains of some key ASX 100. That's kind of our NASDAQ index, as well as of the internet service providers, the main internet service providers in Australia. And you see that the uptake of scores, as in which ones get to a 100% score, is pretty low. That goes for HTTPS all the way through to IPv6, and I think only kind of in the mail domain, the anti-phishing tools, the DMARC, DKIM, and SPF is probably receives the bigger uptake. So what do we hope next? Hopefully kind of to include the service offering for small and medium enterprises. Also kind of leverage our partnership with AUDA, so the .au domain administrator, and make sure that kind of the test tool is part of their service package. And really use the tool to kind of do a regular check on what I would call kind of the health of the .au domain, and potentially make sure that this potentially feeds into annual reporting by the Australian Cybersecurity Centre. I'll leave it at that. I'm very happy to have any questions, comments, or suggestions now or later on. Thanks so much. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Bart. That was a great presentation. Since we're looking at use cases, we shall be monitoring the temperature of the questions as they come in. Since we have some kind of limitation in time, let me just give the opportunity to Gilberto, who will be presenting another use case from the nic.br. Gilberto Zorello, you have the floor.
Good morning. Let me share my presentation. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see the presentation.
Good, thank you. I'd like to thank you, Internet Standard, for the opportunity to participate in this event. My name is Gilberto Zorello. I am a project manager from nic.br, the Brazilian Network Information Center, that implements the decisions and projects designed by the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, CGI.br, which is responsible for the coordination and integration of all Internet services initiatives in the country. Presentations about the implementation of top test os padrões in Portuguese, or test standards in English, based on Internet.nl tool. Our agenda, we're talking about the project, the difference between Internet.nl, obstacles, statistics, and implementation impacts. was developed by Nick BR to disseminate the best security practices in Brazil for websites, email, and user connection to internet. It uses the open source code provided by the Dutch implementation of Internet NL with a web interface in Portuguese. The name is TOP, that's os padrões Portuguese, and we start operation in December 21st. The access is top.nic.br. Due to a profile of Brazilian users who do not normally use the English language in his day-to-day life, it was necessary to translate the tool to Portuguese. Django.po format facilitate a lot the work. Many links have been redirected to documents in Portuguese, and links were created to contents and courses from nick.br. A new visual identity was created with a new name and logo, and changed the user usability according nick.br website standards. Technically, there are no relevant differences. Another difference is we changed the Hall of Fame to Quem é Top, who is top in English. That sounds better in Portuguese, and create a new pictures for stamps. What were the main obstacles for the project implementation? The main difficulty encountered was the gap between the available documentation and the inference that had to be made to deploy the tool. Whenever external help was needed, we opened issues on GitHub, and we've always been quickly and kindly attended by the Internet Standards team. Although it's based on free and open source software tool, the challenge was to make everything work together as a solution. The implementation is not very complicated, but our engineering team's experience with DNS projects has been crucial to implement it. At first, we were concerned about how the project would be maintained and updated from the point of view of bugs and security patches. But now we have see that Internet standards are following a clear and suitable roadmap for the tool evolution. The development of the top was carried out in collaboration with several nick.br internal areas, like development systems, search.br, communication, legal. The top current version corresponds to Internet NL 1.4. The implementation of RPKI and security.txt is planned for next year, the first half of next year. Some statistics about the utilization of the tool. Kernel tool was developed to monitor the use of the top, which accesses its database directly and provides statistical data about the measurements carried out. Some statistics from Brazil. The percentage of IPv6 usage in Brazil is 38%, information from AppNic. Percentage of domains tested by top test site with 100% IPv6 is 24%. Numbers of .br domains, 5 million. We have a lot of domains in Brazil. numbers of .br domains with DNSSEC configured, 1.5 million, 30%, about 30%. Percentage of domains tested by top test sites with DNSSEC 100% is 20%. Here's some statistics of our implementation. Up to now, we have just 1 year running. We have about 25,000 measurements involving 10,000 unique domains. Here, KN top, we have 300, only 300. And for IPv6, 100%, DNSSEC 100%, and TLS 100%, we have these numbers and the percentage here relative to unique domains. For top test email, we have 8,000 measurements up to now, and about 3,000 unique domains for email. The Kenya top just 49, and these are our numbers for IPv6, DNSSEC, authenticity marks, and start TLS. The test connection test, we have up to now 70,000 measurements involving 4,000 AS tested. And this number for the DNSSEC server tested and validated with DNSSEC, and DNSSEC server and user tested with IPv6. This is some numbers about the measurements per month. For this year, this first year of operation, for tests, we have about 1.5 thousand tests per month for sites. For email, about 500, and for connection, 6,000 tests per month. The software was recently deployed, as I said. We are disseminating the tool in ISPs events and in specific sectors such as government and academia. We have partnership with associations of internet providers in Brazil and academia, which help to publicize the tool in their events. With the dissemination of the tool, it's already possible to observe some actors adopting the good practice verified by the tool. Brazil has continental dimensions, and it's a challenge to follow the evolution of the use of the standards. We are working to take measurements on controlled groups such as government websites, academia, and banks. Our partnerships in Brazil, the main here, IFCS, ISPs associations, and the RNPs academia. So, I'd like to thank for Internet Standards and the entire support team who are helping us to keep the top up to date, following best security practices. This is our point of contact, and I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity for this presentation.
Thank you very much, Gilberto. These are some of the interesting use cases of the adoption of standards. One thing is that I appreciate the GFCE for taking up this initiative. And under the GFC, just a reminder is that this is under Working Group E, which deals with internet standards and cybersecurity. I'm happy to mention that with us here we have Martin, who focuses his work on the III project, and it's after extending the knowledge and building capacity on adoption of the standards. I'll not speak much about Martin, but let me give him the floor. Martin, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Daniel. This works even better. Thank you and welcome all in the room. Some of you may know me better as a director of the ICANN board, which I am as well, but that's not a full-time job. I'm also very interested in helping the world in building capacity up and beyond ICANN's mission, and this is what GFCE is doing. The Triple I initiative within GFCE that I've been honored to set up and lead on behalf of GFCE is really aimed at improving justified trust in the use of the internet in your region. It requires collaboration on the ground of multiple people. And in fact, Daniel was one of the people who've been instrumental in helping at 2 previous African Internet Summits to have such a workshop where mainly multipliers from the African internet industry, users, but also governments came together and were eager to learn from the work that has been done here. The platform internet.nl is really offering an opportunity. And you can already use it today because it works in English. If you're able to work in English, you can use it. Now, the instances that we heard from Australia and Brazil and also in Denmark, where they made a kind of local implementation using the code that internet.nl has developed, which is freely available, as Gerben, the chairman of the platform, said early on. If you implement that for yourself, you can link it to what is important to you in your region, who are the people to call if you want to improve something, and information like that. And you can, of course, add languages that are prevalent. For instance, if we would have something like this in Africa, I would see it wouldn't be only in English, but also in French, and maybe other languages. In India, we're talking about English and Hindi, and in due time, maybe other scripts. So this is the tool that already offers possibilities today and more tomorrow. Now, Gerben is chairman of a platform which is not the software platform itself, but truly the collaboration of those people that together in the Netherlands, government, tech suppliers, use industry, are sitting together to say, so what is important in the Netherlands? Where do we put our emphasis? Which other standards may we need to check in the future with this platform? And things like that. So if you're thinking of how this could mean something for you in your region, think also about how can you guide such an implementation of a local version. So that's the second step. And the third step is awareness raising. I know in particular in Africa, and we've had that in the sessions that we had at the African Internet Summit, the priority in Africa is not safety or security. It is getting online, right? And getting online is a first prerequisite to be able to get in trouble. The problem is nowadays, as soon as you get online, you can get in trouble because people from all over the world will be able to attack you, confuse you, or abuse you. And it's good to be prepared for that. So to be aware from that from day one. It comes with the connectivity, the access to this wonderful world of good and bad. So better be prepared. So this is why it's so interesting and so relevant to take this into account. So the last thing we're trying to do, and in India we're talking about how can we get that done already, is to have a kind of awareness raising campaign that goes to the normal people. And Bart was with us in a recent event also in India, where the Indians are also considering building their own instance. And what you see is that, particularly when you come to a Hall of Fame, or good or bad, or naming and shaming, it doesn't work as well in each culture as it works in the Dutch. You can call us for whatever we are, and we'll say, oh, in other cultures sometimes that's a showstopper. So it's just an example of one of the elements what is important to take into account if you want to help in your region to make this progress. And again, I think you can already start today using internet.nl. If you're really interested and you have the right contacts, you can engage with your technical partners, with your government, with others, to start an initiative like this. Information on this is available from the GFCE website. With the help of the Ministry of Economics as a main driver in the Netherlands, we've gotten to this point, but it's not only the Ministry of Economics anymore, and the few users they expanded. Same in your region, as Bart said, it's not the same group of stakeholders, but small and medium businesses organization is one driving there. Maybe something different in your country. The second good news is we also heard from Bart, and it was confirmed by Brazil. It's not copy and paste. No, that's true. Yet the use of the code is getting easier over time because the Dutch also pay attention to making it usable. An example of that is it will be easier to add an extra language because the software is now structured in a way that you can, in a way, have the key messages translated in any language you want. So they're thinking of how to make it more usable as well, next to make it available on GitHub and etc. So my call to you is, if you care about the internet in your region, if you think it makes sense to improve the justified trust, so not just trust, not blind trust, justified trust, because of good use of state-of-the-art standards, start today. And if you really want to have GFC help you, reach out to GFCE, and there's all kind of material on the previous workshops. There's a handbook on these standards, why they matter. There is even a playbook for setting up events, if you're really interested. And the Dutch platform has always been very helpful in helping you in using the software as well, up and beyond GitHub itself. So with that, I think I see some smiles, so I hope the smile is followed by action. You can start with putting in your own website. I'm at 85%, so can't get 100% either. So I won't get, oh yeah. One thing they told me in India when they made this presentation, if you make 100%, send an email to info@internet.nl and you get a free t-shirt.
Great. Those are kind of some of the opportunities. And you might be wondering, where is Africa involved in this? I'll just give just a brief of the trends of how these platforms have been working. I think around 2017, 2018, we started the campaign to be able to engage different stakeholders to start advocating about these standards. We got the code, we customized it, but somehow, we got a few challenges. But at least right now, I would like to say that every other day the code is getting easier. Through support from the Africa Network Information Center, which is the regional registry, WorkCrane, AfricaSat, and some of the national SATs, they took up this initiative to start doing the campaign. And in coming 2023, we are going to be starting up an initiative called the Trusted Africa Internet Initiative, which is aiming at promoting these standards. One thing that, to make it more clear, is that GFCE is building a multi-stakeholder community from all respective regions around the world. And these comprise of all entities, whether government or civil society, because we all need one trusted internet ecosystem. And it's not only the role of only governments, but it's also the role of you. How can you be able to influence? We have seen from the statistics that have been shared, we have lots of domains running on the website. We have lots of websites on, but how many of them are following these standards? How many web hosts are advocating for these standards? And I think that is something. Let me just give Gaben to say something. Gaben?
Thank you, Daniel. Thanks for hosting this event. And I want to thank Maarten, Bart, and Gilberto for all the nice words mentioned about internet.nl. But we never intended to have internet.nl be more or less the standard for the rest of the world. We just wanted to share our experience, and we are more than willing to continue to do that. Let me share with you a few things that resulted from all of this work in the Netherlands. We have seen over the last 8 years an enormous take-up of the percentage of websites and email servers and even connections that have improved just by the fact that people were shown bad results. And sometimes in comparison with others, the naming and shaming, also that they were not doing as well as their neighbor. And therefore they wanted to improve. That perhaps works only in the Dutch context. We do realize that, but we have seen that it can be a feature if you have a list of, for example, government domains that are showing in order of success, and where the organizations with a lower result really want to make sure that it gets better and better. At least in the Netherlands it worked. And we are really happy to see that around the world others are dealing with the same issue and taking up good initiatives to make all of this work. But it's only limited to a few countries. There is some work going on in the European community as well, where they have measured all EU countries to a certain extent, making use of internet.nl code and of their own code developed by the Joint Research Center. But nonetheless, there is a long road to go. And what we would like to do is call upon United Nations to help accelerate the global uptake of all of these relevant standards. For example, by including their promotion in the Global Digital Compact, and make sure that they support other countries in setting up test websites and initiatives similar to that we have taken up, and Brazil, Australia, Denmark, and many other countries have taken up as well. So I think there is still work to do, and I'm really wondering if there are questions from the audience online or at the meeting of the IGF to learn about your ideas on how we can promote these open standards. Daniel, back to you.
Thank you very much. There are some questions in the audience. I'll start right from my extreme left, then we shall go to my right. Oh, so.
Am I extreme left?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Kindly proceed.
I like the honesty of the presentation, because the presentation itself already demonstrated that there are no standards, because Australia is just ignoring DNSSEC, for example, which is strange because that's part of a standard. So if you allow organizations to create their own standards, what's the standard in the end? And I was checking the Australian Czech website for on the internet NL, and they scored 95%, not even 100%. So I mean, it's not a standard yet. So there has to be work done there. The other thing, but it's a more political thing, is like it doesn't say anything about like this email provider is reading your email for tracking or maybe advertisement purposes. Could that also be included at some point, maybe? Thanks.
Thank you. I suggest that we take the questions at once and then we can answer them. Also, a reminder that please introduce yourself, then you can be able to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Daniel. And my name is Mark Carvel. I'm a special advisor for an IGF dynamic coalition called IS3C, Internet Standards for Security and Safety. So this dynamic coalition is looking very much at this terrain of deployment of security-related standards. And our networking session for the dynamic coalition, IS3C, is taking place in this room straight after this session. So we very much hope that participants in this session that Internet.nl and the III initiative will want to join us and hear about the progress that we are making in the Dynamic Coalition in looking at the take-up of standards, and in particular the drivers for deployment of standards. And indeed, this is an area where we hope to also to contribute to the Global Digital Compact, as Gerben was describing. So we're starting at 10:45 local time here. So please, I hope you will join us and engage with us and hopefully contribute to our work on this important issue of deployment of key standards and help us with our working groups and our research projects on these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please.
Yeah, okay. My name is Peter Kane, for the record. I'm from Liberia. Basically, I would like to commend this particular section for the level of work put by the Internet.nl. And I believe that from an African perspective, we also need to look at this as a benchmark, not to just replicate, but then to look at how we can fit it into the African context. But this is a good standard in terms of what I see with the level of literature in terms of methodology. What I would like to say as well is because of the name of the sake of quality, because quality is key in terms of the quality standards. I believe that we as in Africa, we can look at this as a measure, because the proliferation of more IP addresses and a lot of rollout of more domains and the rest, it becomes an issue of standards. So I think this is just a comment, and I believe that this is in the right direction to help to harmonize the level of standards that can be used in any part of the world.
Thank you. I think the last one.
Hello, good morning. My name is Savio. I'm part of the technical community, and I'm here by the Brazilian Youth program provided by the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. And well, first of all, I would like to congratulate you all by your initiative, and in the case of all these standards, we have a good situation. We have where we have the protocols implemented, but we also have the situation of new protocols being developed that can solve many other problems, and we still don't have implementation of these protocols. And we also can't deploy them if we don't have implementation. So this is something else that we can maybe discuss later, but I think that we should put some light on it in a further moment. And still in this point of the context of these presentations, I would like to know what comes next. I mean, these are good initiatives, capacity building. I can see a really great effort in the Brazilian community that I know well, but it's still not been enough. So I would like to know what comes next. How can we improve the adoption of these standards, mostly in the context of ISPs? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me close that queue for questions. Let me give Martin the floor to give one answer. Martin.
Okay, thank you for all the questions, and it's really to start with the last question. This is why it starts here, and it starts here every moment. It starts with people. Any of such initiatives. What you said about what are the standards? Well, basically the standards that are currently on the list on the Internet.nl website, they're all generally agreed standards by the standard bodies. And where the priorities are, and as Bart said, it's different in Australia than in the Netherlands, for instance, is also where the attention is. And what happened in Australia a couple of years ago is that there was a compromise of the use of email from parliamentarians that led to some parliamentarian debate and public unrest about generated by abuse, which generally could have been prevented by the use of DKIM and DMARC. So DKIM, DMARC is higher on the attention list there. In the Netherlands, DNSSEC is pretty high because a couple of years ago, for about half year, banks had a hard time to get reached because of DDoS attacks and things like that, which led to an emphasis on solutions there, support from Dutch partners to get DNSSEC really accelerated. For instance, .nl was offering their registrars who sell the domains to the people a discount if they would implement DNSSEC. So this is why it's so important to talk together. Now, I must say, it's good that Australia also had DNSSEC on its visor, because I think in the end, we can wait until the Titanic sinks and then start focusing on the standards that would have helped prevent that. But we can also start implementing these standards that help for the integrity of the routing so that you get to the right address, of the integrity of the message, that people cannot tamper with the message. All these kind of things are affected by these standards. And for more technical explanation, please go to the either internet.nl site or the GFCE handbook, and you'll find more information. So I think that is key. Standards are also a living thing, so thank Mark, and we got another person here working on it, Wout, also part of that dynamic coalition. Standards are an evolving thing. It's almost like a weapon run, right? We try to deal with the vulnerabilities because when the internet was built, it wasn't built to be safe. It was built to be used. And now it's used for things that the original builders never foresaw they would be used for. So it's becoming more critical on certain aspects, and that's why we see standards emerging that in a way harden the internet, ensure that you can have more justified trust in it. So that's why I think that's a very good call, and for those who have time and no other sessions, please stay. Last thing I wanted to say is really relating to the statistics. I mean, what Brazil has done with these statistics, similar things have happened in the Netherlands. It wasn't demonstrated that much by Gerben, but the fact that you can use these also API to have a check of all government websites, all websites as sets, or just a sample, a basket of websites in a country to see how the uptake of these standards is improving over time. Measurement 1, measurement 2, measurement 3 is an excellent way to see where the vulnerabilities are and where the attention is. Because in the end, standard implementation isn't a one-place point, but it's along a value chain. So if you as an end user are very interested to have all these protections, you then need to find a provider who can offer that too, an ISP that offers that too. So that's the last thing. So also consider the statistics.
Yeah, and thank you. As we are coming towards the end of this, I'm just requesting that the next three will be able to make remarks within 1 minute. So we have Wout, then we shall be able to hear from Gaben. Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. My name is Wout Natris, and I'm the coordinator of the Dynamic Coalition Internet Standards, Security and Safety. What I would like to point out is that we, as a coalition, look at the drivers for implementation, as Mark Cauvel already mentioned, but we're talking about standards that make the internet work, and they're insecure, and these newer standards deliver the security once deployed. And in our view, that if the big users on the internet, specifically governments and large corporations, would start demanding these standards to be built into the products, whether it's on IoT, whether it's on email, whether it's on security of software, if they demand it, then there's a procurement process, and the ones that can't provide it won't get the assignment. So that would be a tremendous driver for industry to start deploying these standards. And that is what we are sort of promoting from different angles. So if you want to hear more, please join this session, and tomorrow at 16:15 in the large briefing room, we'll be presenting our first report. Thank you.
Thank you. Gaben?
Yes, thank you. Thank you all. First of all, I want to thank the audience for the questions. And I will get back to one specific small topic, and I would like to thank the contributors for showing how important modern internet standards are in keeping our internet open, free and secure, accessible to everyone. And those open standards come from an international community prepared by the Internet Engineering Task Force and well described and designed. But the first question was a little bit about ethics. What are email service providers, for example, doing with our email? That kind of question is typical for the kind of dialogue and discussion we have in our Internet Standards platform. So don't forget, if you have something like internet.nl, that is a great step towards checking the security of your own internet and email. But you also need an audience or a group of people, a group of experts willing to discuss the way forward, what standards to include, what is the ethical aspects of those standards, who are benefiting from it, and can it be used in a perhaps wrong, in a bad way as well. And if we see that kind of thing, we really are not advising to use that kind of standard. So once again, from our side, from internet.nl, thanks you for your attention. And I hope that we can keep the internet open, free and secure. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Gabin. Just as I'm putting forward some closing remarks, the question about if Africa, kindly for those who are from Africa, watch out the space for the Trusted Africa Internet Initiative that will be coming up in 2023. Just watch out for that, and I encourage you to participate because it is going to take up a full multi-stakeholder approach involving all the different regional distributions, regional distribution of all the regions within Africa. And secondly, what comes next after this? Still, we're going to continue the mission of advocacy, capacity building, and calling in for collaboration to be able to make the internet standards applicable globally. With that, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for the technical team, and thank you for all participating. For any questions, kindly send an email to contact@thegfce.org. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
good morning. Please come and sit up front because it's so crowded. I think that welcome to this networking session of the Dynamic Coalition. Dynamic Coalition on Internet Security, Safety and Standards. Some more people are moving in, so that's quite timely. This Dynamic Coalition is just like the previous session here on the deployment of Internet standards. And the reason that that is necessary is that the uptake of cybersecurity related Internet standards and security best practices is not being uptaken in a very well way. From there we try to make the internet more secure and safer. That's the same what the internet.nl people were saying just now. The reason that we have this session is to promote our work for 2023. And tomorrow at 16:15 in the large briefing room we will be presenting our first reports. We are actually going to go through a few presentations, and I'll make my introduction as short as possible so that the people presenting our future work have the ample time to do so. We have in total 5 presentations, although I do not see the chair of Working Group 1. So I'm going to ask Mark, can you send Nicholas an email that he has to be here right now? Well, João, could you send Nicholas an email that he's supposed to present? Who is here? Okay. Then we'll start with Working Group 2 and then come back to Nicholas. Thank you. We have Teuntje Manders here with us from the Netherlands, and she's part of the team that has made the report, and she is going to present on the future of our Working Group 2, which is on education and skills. And the reason that topic is there is because there's a huge gap between the skills that are offered by tertiary cybersecurity education and the demands that in general the society and industry makes. So we are going to present the report formally tomorrow, and we will not really go into that here. We do that tomorrow with official handouts to the MAG chair, Paul Mitchell. But Teuntje is going to present on what we are going to do with the outcomes and the ideas of the report and what our future for 2023 is. Thank you.
Hello. Yes. Yeah, thanks for the introduction, Wout. I'm Teuntje Manders. I'm from the Netherlands, and I joined the IS3C not that long ago. I helped on the research on the gap between the skills of tertiary graduates and what people in the industry expect. And yeah, as Wout said, the official report will be presented tomorrow, so I'm not going to talk about that yet, but I am going to talk about the future. And the goals for 2023 are as follows. First of all, we will refine and pilot the competence model with partners in several different countries and regions of the world to gather input and insight into means of implementation. The second goal is that we plan to work with experts from diverse backgrounds and sectors to begin developing an education kit that can be used in educational institutions and also by individuals in the context of lifelong learning. Third is we will continue collaboration with education and industry sectors to find ways to improve knowledge sharing and collect good practices. We also plan to look into means of scaling up some of the good practices that have been identified in the study. And finally, we are very eager to work with industry and education leaders to look at ways that careers in the cybersecurity sector could be made more appealing and accessible to young people and especially girls. That's our plans for the next year.
Thank you, Teuntje. And that is something where we're going to look for support for and contribution for, because these panels that we want to send up will take a lot of effort from people around the world to work together in. So the next step is that we are able to announce 2 working groups to start in 2022. We have 3 active at this moment. The first one is on the Internet of Things security by design. The second one is the education and skills one. And the third one is on data governance and security. But the third one, the fourth one, is literally a working group three, because we had devised that already over 2 years ago, but finally we found the funding to start it. And Mallory Nodal has been waiting all these years to actually start the work, but she's going to present on what our plans are for the very near future and what sort of outcomes that we are going to present at the next IGF. Mallory.
Yeah, so happy to, as Wout said, just checking my notes here. So the point of the third working group is very much, I would describe it now, if you were in the room for the previous session, trying to actually analyze and understand what are some of the barriers then to procuring products, software, hardware that has implemented the proper standards. And so I think there's a lot more to it than that. So of course, one of the first steps of this work is to research what's already been done, what our groups already focused on, knowing that there may be procurement policies and supply chain management considerations in many different governments already, in industries and so on. So trying to scope and map the current landscape. It's a pretty typical first step. So we'll be asking for interested researchers to help us with that first issue paper. I think what's important about also the methodology we've devised, or the approach we're taking, is that because this is a dynamic coalition, we want to bring folks along with us. So if we are discovering or citing publications, we want those authors to know about our work so they could potentially get involved. If we have researchers coming along, we're doing qualitative interviews, we want the interviewees and the researchers to stay engaged in this dynamic coalition for the long term. So that's one of the other sort of objectives of this work, is to not just produce knowledge, but also create a community around this issue. Another thing to note about the way we've devised the work is that we want to make this as specific to the IGF's mandate as possible. So recognizing the UN and the IGF in particular has a certain sphere of influence, has a certain perspective that could be different than one single government or even regions or industry. We want to make sure that our issues and our guidance are aligned with what the IGF is scoped to do, and not be duplicative, but as synergetic as possible. Once we've scoped and mapped and analyzed, I think then the point will be actually to issue guidance. And I think we should take the time we need on that first step to ensure that the guidance we produce is actually actionable and relevant. So we shouldn't, I think, get too much in a hurry to do that guidance work. But of course, then once we have guidance out, it can always change, and it's not the end of the conversation. In many cases, it might be the beginning for folks who are just going to be getting involved and will find that guidance actually useful. So that's hopefully a pretty straightforward explanation of the approach we're going to take. And so for interested folks in that work, we can obviously take a more activity-based or step-by-step approach to that. But I'm envisioning this to be very much a group research exercise. And so, yeah, hoping for participation from the community.
Thank you, Mallory. And what my personal opinion about the work that we are doing is that this topic is probably the most important one that we will do, without disqualifying all the others, of course, because they all do important work. But the fact is that if governments and large organizations are going to adhere to the principles that we will be identifying around the world, then that will mean that it becomes a driver for industry to actually deploy these modern standards. Because if you go into a procurement process where the standards are not adhered to by the company applying for the procurement, then it will not get the assignment. So that should be the basis of every procurement process in the near future to make sure that you buy secure by design. And whether that is for IoT, whether it's for email, for transport on the internet, or for software, that will be a driver to become more secure. The next working group that we'll be announcing that starts work in 2023 is going to be led by myself, and we call that the list, basically, a bit unofficially. The idea behind that is that if you are a government anywhere around the world and you are confronted with all the standards that are out there all at once, probably you will not even start thinking about them because there are too many of them. So if we can identify, and that is going to be what we're going to try to do, identify a consensus on, let's say, the top 40 most important standards and ICT best practices related to cybersecurity and present that to the world to start working with, that would be a tremendous incentive to actually start working with them, because you can for a while ignore the others. The idea that we have to start that is to find experts around the world that are willing to sit into 3, 4, or 5 sessions over a year to identify not only the standards but also the categories of standards, what we should divide them in, to make sure that it takes up all the different elements of cybersecurity. So not just your ISP, but also your hosting, your website, your software, etc. So that from all angles there will be an advice on cybersecurity. These experts will we try to find within, for example, the Internet Engineering Task Force from the World Wide Web Coalition, but also the IEEE, which stands for Electronic Engineers something, do you know? I don't know everything by heart, but also, for example, ICANN and the RIRs, so that we have a very diverse set of experts that come to some sort of a consensus to make sure that we're going to present this list. There is at least one example in the world that I know of, that is the Dutch list containing, I think at this moment, 46 standards, and is aimed at government voluntarily, but it is called the either apply or explain list. And the explain is on why do you not buy secure by design, for what is the reason that you have to explain that to a government agency. So that is something which is a mild driver for governments to procure along the line of these standards, and it will be one of the best practices that we'll be looking into. The second list that we are going to try to compile is to have the complete overview. So what are we talking about when we talk about cybersecurity related internet standards and best practices? So if we can have a repository like that, which is also a live repository, it would mean that anybody could access that list to see what is it actually, what I have to deploy, why am I deploying it, what is the issue, what does it solve, and where do I get the official information if I need more information on that specific standard. So that's something that we hope to start with the diverse standard making bodies, and to make sure that this list is hosted somewhere where it can be live and also taken care of, basically. So that are the two things that we are going to try to do in 2023, and that we got the funding of to start to work on. And the first reach out has been made here at the IGF with the persons within organizations to actually start participating. So that is the number 5. The next one that we will hope to say something about is Working Group 7 on consumer advocacy. And that is something we are investigating at this point in time with representatives of the Brazilian government. And hopefully we can start that somewhere in 2023. So this is not announced, but it's in the works. And the idea behind that is when government or consumer organizations test products with IoT components, usually what they test is the quality of the refrigerator or the coffee machine or the telephone. Does the light work? How does it open? Does it close right? You know, and the environmental stuff behind it. But the ICT component in it is often not tested. So if that is insecure, everybody buys an insecure fridge IoT device. So if consumer organizations get some sort of a blueprint on how to test the IoT components in in these products they test, that would show whether the producer of the manufacturer of these devices actually comes up with a secure device. And you can make literally a choice, hey, this is a insecure device, I'm not going to buy that one, I'm going to buy that one. And the different industries involved see, hey, I've got a green one and the other one's got red, or the other way around, perhaps I want to get a green one as well. And then you can see the internet.nl thing with the Hall of Fame saying, hey, my competitor has 100% and I score 15, I better get working to get that 100% as well. So that could be a driver for another driver for industry to actually adopt these standards that are available. The next working group that we'll be presenting is on the quantum computing, and we have two proposals for that. But the first proposal, the lady could not join today because of family circumstances. The other can, so I'm giving the word to Elif Kizo. You are online, I hope. So Elif,
yes.
Please take over.
Is it possible to hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Thank you, Elif.
Okay, thank you. I'm Elif Kizo Cortez. Currently, I'm based in the Netherlands. As Wout mentioned in the opening, regarding the plans for 2023, I would like to suggest that our DC creates a new working group focusing on the governance of two emerging fields, AI and quantum technologies. I think these technologies would fit in our mandate given their dual-use nature. We observe that there is increasing attention, both from the tech companies in terms of investments and from the policymakers in terms of regulatory efforts, such as the AI Acts, both in the EU and in the US. I think that research into security risk mapping will become even more crucial in the coming years. Therefore, we believe that having a new working group on the governance of emerging technologies would fit our coalition's mission very well. There is also breakthrough developments in the quantum technology field at the moment. Big tech companies such as Amazon, IBM, Google, and Microsoft already reported that they have launched departments dedicated to quantum technology. And in its March 2022 report, the US National Science and Technology Council stated that in the next 1 to 3 years, agencies should be established for addressing the legal and policy issues associated with quantum technology. As this timeline and current developments demonstrate, this would be a great moment for our coalition to get involved in the governance discussions of these two domains. I envision that the mission of this working group will be to offer a roadmap for anticipatory governance strategies for the field of emerging technologies, initially focusing on AI and quantum technology. The proposed governance roadmap will be addressing the relevant roles of the state, the private sector, and civil society stakeholders, based on the lessons learned from past governance efforts concerning complex technology domains. We observe that there are several funding options in both of these domains, so we expect that we will be also able to attract external funding for this new working group from institutions willing to be in a leading position in the governance efforts of these fields. We envision that the deliverables for this working group will include mapping current risks and opportunities associated with these domains, providing policy recommendation report with input from diverse stakeholders, as well as helping with standardization guidelines based on this policy recommendation report. Thank you very much. I look forward to hearing your feedback.
Thank you, Elif. And I just remembered that I received the mission statement of Narine Katshatrian, I hope I pronounced that right, from Armenia on the same topic. So we will be investigating whether they are to be merged in the near future or that they are truly separate. But it's also on quantum computing and post-quantum computing, and excuse me for reading her document. It says, in recent years, there has been a substantial amount of research on quantum computers, machines that exploit quantum mechanical phenomena, to solve mathematical problems that are difficult or intractable for classical computers. When quantum computers become available in mass use by governments and companies, all public and private keys will be exposed to a massive risk. This could be seriously compromise the confidentiality and integrity of digital communications on the internet and elsewhere. On the other hand, cryptography is evolving too, and the development of quantum-resistant or post-quantum cryptography helps to create cryptographic systems that are secure against both quantum and classical computers, while being interoperable with existing protocols and networks. This creates new public key infrastructure challenges and the need to update cryptographic algorithms recently in use. As quantum computing emerges, security standards will change. To what extent organizations from North America or Europe to Middle East and Africa, and I suppose everywhere else, are ready and prepared for the quantum computer era? Do they have skilled crypto experts for effective management and adaptation of their PKI infrastructures and machine identities to new algorithms, standards, and environments? What skill gaps do they have? The IOC coalition has established, well, we are in the process of establishing this working group 9 called Quantum Computing and Post-Quantum Encryption, with the specific aim of reviewing current quantum computing and quantum encryption initiatives and practices around the world, developing a coherent package of global recommendations, maintaining relationships with related technical community, security leaders, engineers, developers, and other interested organizations. Among the far-reaching goals we propose, the development of best practices on encryption, support the quantum-safe cryptography community in development and deployment of relevant frameworks to protect data in movement or data at rest. At this moment, this working group is based on voluntary contributions of experts, and we would welcome anyone who would like to join in this work. So that is another working group that we hope to start in 2023 because it's not currently active. But this is the mission statement that was developed by Narine, and hopefully she will be able to join on Thursday in our session then. Thank you, Nico, for joining us, because I understand you were leading another session just now. Nicolas Fiomarelli is the chair of our working group 1 on security by design for the Internet of Things. We are going to present as a dynamic coalition our draft report pretty soon, which we will not go into depth here, but we will be talking about the work in 2023 that has been identified. So Nico, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Bart. Hello, everyone. Nicolas Fiomarelli here. I will share the screen rapidly for you, but we are here in the networking session to talk about the future, right? So what we did this year was a report on a research about the Internet of Things security, with more than 30 policy documents from all around the world that are focused on IoT cybersecurity. Well, we were trying to do a top 20 of best practices that could be a good recommendation for policymakers in order to include Internet of Things security in the national plans. We know that the Internet of Things is, the devices connected to the Internet are increasing from year to year. This is a graphic that shows that. For example, you can see that in 2030 is expected to have more than 30,000 million devices connected to the Internet from the IoT devices. So there are a lot of threats in the Internet of Things. You know, the denial of service attacks, and the combination of these devices can be used to attack a server. So and other factors, right, like personal data, sensitive data being shared with thieves, malware, corruption of the firmware inside the devices. So there are a lot of things. This is an average, an overall of the research that take part. We have different kind of documents. We didn't take into account the recommendations from the standardization entities, but we started from the policy documents, the regulatory documents, because we wanted to know what are the current practices being taking place in terms of requirements or recommendations, but from the policy making, right, from current national government policies, regulatory frameworks, and code of practices. So, for the future, we would like to know, we have some questions for you on how to proceed with this research. We know that in 2022 there is a lot of laws on cybersecurity being working, and in a way to include all these best practices in the report. And we would like to know, well, what do you think? Because this is a major topic, right? It's an issue that we are currently facing, and with the expected quantity of devices in the following years, we will be in a situation that we will need to take some actions to be prepared for what the attacks will be, how we can protect our devices. And at the end, that is the idea, right? To protect the personal data and sensitive data that could be bad used. So at the end, it's a whole issue. So we'd like to know for the audience, the last part, what are your ideas for our future work here at the IS3C on regarding the different working groups, and specifically on the working group one, that is the Internet of Things Security by Design. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Nico. And then the final working group that somebody has announced to start in the near future is on 3 specific standards. That would be DNSSEC, RPKI, and IP version 6, sorry, to have them deployed. And the idea behind that is to start a working group on bringing different stakeholders together, so that it's discussed not from the technical angle, but from a deployment angle. Just like Mallory says, what are the obstacles? And if we focus on 3 different standards, that may actually help the exercise in the future as well. And that is the idea somebody brought up, which we will be looking into pretty soon. So that basically ends our presentation, and that leads to the opportunity to have some interactive conversation. So who has any questions on the work that we've been doing and that you are able to ask now? So the floor is basically to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation. My name is Asnaqa. I think it's difficult. My name may be Asnaqa. It's Ethiopian name. So I am working with the Ministry of Science and Technology. Regarding to my question or suggestion, there are few Ethiopians or a lot of Ethiopian new graduate students in different universities. We have more than 40 universities in Ethiopia. They are graduates with engineering, ICT, and other departments. So based on your presentation, a few students maybe need skill training regarding to your presentation, like quantum, digital technology, like that. They don't have skill training. So do you give still skill training for them, or do you have a plan to give a scholarship for training that devices for Ethiopian new graduate students, including me, because I have no PhD program? So if you give me PhD scholarship for training your device, I will come to your country. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I'll take it first, and then maybe Teuntje would like to add on the basis of what we found. We are identifying the identifying the skill gaps in education, and what we have found is that let's explain first that we've interviewed people around the world, and we did a survey, and in total we had responses from 66 different countries and literally from everywhere in the world. And from Africa and the Asian Pacific especially, we heard from people working in the ICT industry that they lack a lot of the skills necessary to work in the industry, but what they also lacked is that they could not find the right sort of training online. There were no training courses online explaining specific topics. And I think that we will not be able to teach or give teaching programs because we're just identifying the skill gap. We have done that. I have the report since about 15 minutes in front of me. We're going to present that tomorrow at 16:15. What we are going to try and do in the future, as Teuntje just explained, is to set up working committees in regions in the world to discuss this skill gap and how to close it in the future. So that means that we have to bring together different sort of stakeholders. It's not just the schools, it's not just the government, it's not just singly the industry. I think the three of them together with academia will have to decide on how do we make our curricula literally up to date, so that a teacher is not teaching the skills of 20 years ago, but is teaching the skills maybe of 2 years ago, but not 20 years ago. And that is a program that we may, if we find the funding, be able to set up a toolkit for, and some sort of a capacity training program, which we can then hand over to the regions and say, okay, we've developed this, now it's up to you to go to your national countries and make sure that it is deployed. Because that's the extent that we, in our little configuration that we are hopefully can get to. But if we achieve that, then everybody has a toolkit to work on these skills together, and perhaps to set up these online trainings for youth around the world to keep their skills up to date. Because if we could get to that level, that people would start providing this sort of knowledge online, that would help the world tremendously. But that is, I think, as far as we can go. We can't give any scholarships or whatever, because we're a very small dynamic coalition with very limited funding. But we do hope to provide the toolkit. Would you like to add, thank you?
I think one thing I would like to add is that we are aiming to get the education and the industry to work together better. Because if we know what the industry expects from the graduates, then it's easier to adapt the education to that. And that is what is missing in the gap right now. So we need the industry and the education to work together better.
Thank you, Tony. And I know that AWO is online now. No, she's not? Oh, she's gone. Okay. So AWO is the vice chair of this working group. She was supposed to be online, but apparently there is some issue there. Luckily, Teuntje was able to step in at the last moment, so thank you for that. Is there another question? So we've been extremely clear, I think. So thank you for that. Is there any comment online, Mark, that you would like to share?
I'm following the chat, and I've invited people and tried to stimulate some discussion online with questions like what can we contribute to the Global Digital Compact, for example, as well as if people look at our priorities, as Wout has described, we're extending into new areas on the basis of proposals we've received from individuals for the future expansion of the scope of the coalition. So, as I say, I'm inviting people online as well as in the room to comment on our priorities, bearing in mind our potential contribution to the Global Digital Compact. So I put that thought out to you, if in the hope that somebody might wish to comment, react. Back to you, Wout.
Thank you. Is anyone who would like to comment in the context of the Global Digital Compact? No? Then I'm going to look at the panel for the famous last words, and then I'll start with you, Mallory.
Yeah, I guess I wanted to reflect after hearing others present and questions from the floor on the real theory of change here. I think one of the things we, in trying to solve this problem, and for those of you that were present in the session just before this, there are just many different gaps all along the path here, from creating secure standards to then end users being surrounded by products and services that actually implement those standards. It's far more complicated than I think any one effort so far has managed to address. And maybe the point here is that we're kind of looking at all the different problem spaces. But one of them that I know I will come up against in the work to research procurement and supply chain issues is that there may simply not be enough products out there. that would meet a high bar for security and safety in procurement policies, and then so you have some tensions with that fact. So if there aren't enough products that meet your high standard, then you have also potentially competition issues. You might have monopoly issues if the standards are not always open. We assume we're talking about open security standards, but sometimes they're not open. There are plenty of standards fora where issuing the standard is part of their business model. So I'm just thinking about in a year from now or so on, we might actually have a lot better idea of like what are the hard problems, because there are inherent tensions between creating products that are like in a competitive market that then we can leverage to make sure they're ubiquitous. I'm just not sure that that's always as easy as it sounds.
Thank you, Mallory. Because yes, obviously there are a lot of obstacles in this field. Otherwise, these standards would have been deployed 20 years ago. Because some of them are around for more than 20 years. I see a question, but I'll first go around the room and then I'll give you the word. I first go down the table. Turkey.
So thank you all for being here and for listening to us. As Wout said, tomorrow we will be presenting the report. And I would say the report is only the first step. We defined the gap, and the next step is to hopefully solve the gap and to work on that. So if you have anything to add, or if you could contribute in any way, feel free to reach out. And we're looking for best practices, but we're also looking for problems that you need best practices for. So if you feel like anything is missing in education, or if you're in the industry and you feel like something is missing in the skills of the graduates, then feel very free to reach out to us. So, thank you.
Thank you, Nico.
Yes, about the Global Digital Compact, well, you know that there is a roadmap of the Global Digital Compact by the Secretary General, and every company, every organization around the world can contribute to the Global Digital Compact until March 2023. And for the IS3C work regarding the Global Digital Compact, I identified 3 of the key points of the roadmap that are, on one way, promoting digital trust and security. This could be made by deploying all the standards that have been proved that solves some of the security issues around the world. There are several standardizing entities that we are looking for, all the report. And another one is ensuring the protection of human rights in the digital era. While deploying these standards, you will be helping in preventing these threats to happen, right? Not only about the IoT security, but for example, new emerging working groups like the RPKI, the NSEC are always in the same page, right? Because man-in-the-middle attacks, hijacking routing. So there are several threats, and ensuring the protection of these human rights will be like linked with the Global Digital Compact. And the last one is strengthening digital capacity building, as we have told, because there is a need for digital skills for the workers on the cybersecurity market or at different organizations to take into account all these things and to know what they need to do to protect their products, to protect their citizens. So that will be my comment. So there is a link with 3 of the key points from the Global Digital Compact.
Sir, your question, please.
Just, I will give you a kind of opinion, not question. As if I tell you before, I was working in the Ministry of Technology in Ethiopia, so maybe this is a good opportunity to announce my own views. So under the Ministry of Technology, we have Innovation and Technology Department. Under that, we have make different countries based on the embassy interest or consular interest. Those who are a researcher or an innovator can have a memorandum understanding with their embassy based on their embassy. So it's open to our door to memorandum understanding signing with different projects, technology. So if you have, you welcome based on your embassy interest and your country researcher. So maybe we have long term, short term, and medium-term training, including knowledge sharing program. So you welcome to any country from this compound. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The other, like to make comments? Yes. Here
Hello, my name is Matheus Lima. I'm from Brazil. I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous. This is my first IGF, and this is my first question. I'm from youth program from CGI. I have I want to know how the young ones like me can engage in the activities or the working groups.
Well, there are two next to you who know exactly how to do that. Savio and Joao. That the first step, and I also respond to you, sir, that also your youth were researching at this moment are very welcome to join this initiative. The first step you have to take is to go to the IGF website, log in, and then register at the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standards, Security and Safety. You sign up to an email list, but that means that you become, between brackets, a member. And that means that you get all the information about working groups that start, information questions, research questions that you can participate in. So at that point in time, you can actually start saying, I want to be a part of working group 3 or working groups 5 or whatever number, and then you become an active contributor to this process. And with that, everybody from around the world is literally welcome to join this process, because the more voices we have and the more knowledge we are able to get into this dynamic coalition, the better and more effective our programs probably are going to be. So for both of you, please join or tell your colleagues to join, because that way we'll have more voices to the table, and with that I'll almost have my concluding remarks. But I look at Mark for any final comments from online and from yourself, Mark, and then I'll conclude the session.
Yes, thank you, Wout. I don't see any new comments online, but I would just like to add one point, and I thank the gentleman from the Ministry of Technology here in Ethiopia for that contribution. And my point is that it's important for dynamic coalitions like this to be aware of potential interest of other initiatives, of other government departments, ministries, looking at this whole area of cybersecurity online, and identifying ways that through collaboration, cooperation and engagement in IGF initiatives like this dynamic coalition, we can make progress in resolving some of those problems. And some of the emerging ones that solutions have yet to be identified for. We're in that business. That's the aim of this coalition. Our strapline is making the internet more secure and safer. So I invite participants here to let us know, if they are aware of initiatives that are happening similar to ours, where there could be useful synergies in all regions. That would be very valuable information for us. And also events, opportunities for this coalition to promote its profile and disseminate its outcomes, like the report on skills that Turntier was describing earlier. We've got a report, and we need to find opportunities to promote awareness of that report, and to get feedback, and to build on that report and undertake further work, as Turntier described. So thank you very much for coming today, and we really appreciate your interest, and please network beyond this networking session to help us advance the work further. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mark, and thank you, panel, also Elif online, for contributing to this networking session, because I think it shows exactly how ambitious we are in trying to get this topic of deployment of internet standards across. With that, let me just point out that we already discussed the need to have people contributing to this, willing to do a little bit of the research to help the project lead who has to write the final report to get the right content from around the world and initiatives, so that we know what initiatives are around in your countries. So that is the thing. I think that's something you can help us with. The other thing is that we're looking for funding, where we funded so far by several different sort of organizations. We're now going to be funded by the RIPE NCC fund of the RIPE fund. We've been funded by the SIDN, the .nl fund, SIDN itself, but also Microsoft, also NASC in Poland. So we have a very diverse set of people who are, of organizations that are sponsoring our work. And that's something that we're looking for in the future as well, and work hard on almost every day to make sure that the work that we devise is also going to be taken care of, basically, so that in the IGF in Japan in 2023 we are able to make new presentations or new reports, but also to have this the recommendations and guidelines coming out of the report recognized as an IGF output. I think that is something which is going to be tremendously important as well, because in the end it has to be recognized as an official outcome of an IGF process. And that is something we'll be discussing this afternoon, how to bring that further forward. But without that, without ado, I think I want to thank you for your contributions here, for being present, also online. And let's hope that we can be even more successful in the future, because if I look where we come from 2 years ago when we started, I think that we have made tremendous progress with presenting a report and 2 draft reports at this IGF, and hopefully next year maybe even 4. So let us take forward, and thank you for being here, and have a very good rest of the IGF and a safe trip home. Bye-bye.
Hi, Scott. Can you hear me okay?
Got a bit of Kenya with Glenn on this. Hi, Nick. How are you? And so we should make sure we only have one mic and one speaker on, right? So both mine are on now, I think. Hi, Nick. Just wondering if oh, let's see. Nick, can you hear me?
I can now. I had some trouble up until now. How are you doing?
Yeah, doing well. And just checking to see if Eugene is also online.
Hi, Scott. Can you hear me?
I do, yeah. I have two of myself, which is a little freaky. Thanks.
Okay, great.
Eugene, now there's only one of me. That's very good. And Katie and I are sharing a space with a third person as well, who looks like he's on the screen. So this would be an interesting exercise in family-friendly United Nations. And so I'm off camera, but now I'm my mic is still on, Katie. Hi, Peggy. How are you? Just doing a few mic video checks before we get.
I'm okay.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. we may have a little bit of background participation noises at our end. Katie and I are in the same office in Geneva with the visitor.
Okay, well, you're very loud in the room here, so don't say anything confidential.
Okay. No, all good.
Welcome, everybody. We're going to start this session. Grateful to be with all of you. Thanks for joining us in the room and online. This is the open forum on technology and human rights due diligence at the UN. Hope you're all in the right place. If you're not, please stay anyway. It's great to have you here, a very important topic. I want to start off by thanking our co-organizers. I'm Peggy Hicks of the UN's Human Rights Office in Geneva. But I see with us Peter Misick from Access Now, grateful for your support, as well as from the European External Action Service, EU, and the Republic of Korea, who all contributed to this session. Just a brief overview of what we're trying to accomplish today. We're talking about a document that's been in the works for a while, a very necessary document, one that looks at how the UN itself brings human rights due diligence into our approach to digital technologies. And this is, of course, crucial not only because as an international organization that's active across the globe in many different spheres, it's an important thing for the UN to get right. But our hope, of course, is that by really focusing in on this issue at the UN, we'll be able to set down some guidance that would be useful to others in this field as well. So this is an interagency process that's been underway for some time, and we're now in, I think that's the third draft that we're going to be talking about today of the guidance, but we're nearing the close and really saw this opportunity at the IGF as a place to make sure that we're getting the types of input on this and to make really sort of a public engagement around this document, which is so important. So what we'll do today is we're going to provide a summary of some of the comments that we've received from shareholders on this latest version 3 of the Human Rights Due Diligence document for the UN. We're going to share the views from our end, the UN Human Rights Office, on those comments, and we want to have an open discussion both on the document and on the comments that are there. And we'll also update everybody on where it's heading. We have with us today online Katie Chauvin, the consultant who's been working with our office on this, and the lead drafter, along with Scott Campbell, who heads our digital tech and human rights work at OHCHR. And we are going to be joined online by Nicholas Oakshott, Senior Policy Officer at UNHCR. We're hoping to have with us in the room Victor Capillo from KICNet, ANET, a Kenyan-based multi-stakeholder think tank on ICT policy formulation. Hope he finds the room and joins us soon. And then finally, the UN's tech envoy, Amandeep Singh Gill, will join us near later in the session and make some comments near the end of the session. So very happy to have you all with us. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Scott.
Great. Thanks so much, Peggy, and hope you're hearing me okay in the room there in Addis. So I'll take that as a green light. But thanks to everybody for attending. It's clear that with the number of parallel sessions going on at the IGF, it is really challenging to prioritize. Very happy that we're having this next public consultation and a multi-stakeholder consultation on the draft guidance. I really want to thank all those that have been involved in giving us very constructive feedback and thoughtful feedback to date throughout the various consultations that we've had. I mean, Peggy, as you noted, it's been an extended process, and in fact, and I did want to say just a couple words about the process. The first thing is just that it's been very useful on a number of fronts, and I think in particular building mutual understanding among really a diverse group of actors within the UN and outside the UN on what human rights due diligence actually means and what applying that to how the UN is using digital tech, what that means in practice as well. So we've really learned enormously, we as the UN Human Rights Office, in going through this process, and we're hopeful it's been a mutual learning process for many involved. Linked with that is our determination just to make this guidance really practical, useful, and used. And so we are indeed going through this rather extended process to make sure people understand it, people have buy-in, people understand what it means, what it doesn't mean in terms of actually implementing within the respective UN mandates, which of course are extremely varied across the UN system. As Peggy noted, so we have taken into account the written comments received in September and October on our third draft. Thanks again to all who've contributed. We'll share thoughts. I'll hand over to Katie in just a minute for her to give a summary of the feedback that we have heard and how we're considering incorporating that in the next version. We will subsequently share with you a fourth version for your consideration as well. We're very happy, as we have been along the way and have done, to enter into further consultations as need be, while we do hope to bring this process to a close in the first part of next year. In terms of the specific timing and endorsement bodies, we will ultimately share a revised version of the draft guidance with the Executive Committee of the Secretary General, which is the senior-most internal-facing committee under the Secretary General, and we'll submit it to that body for endorsement. And then the Secretary General may ultimately decide to share it with the Chief Executives Board of the United Nations for their endorsement. The exact, I think just a final note, is the exact timing of when we share it with the Executive Committee of the Secretary Generals is tied to a parallel internal process that is ongoing and also relates to human rights due diligence. And in short, this is a process whereby the Secretariat is looking at the existing human rights due diligence policy, which applies more narrowly to UN support to non-UN security forces, something that has been in implementation phase for over a decade now. And that process is currently under review to see how that policy might be expanded more broadly across the UN. So our process, of course, which looks at more specific guidance on human rights due diligence in the UN's use of technology, will essentially build on that broader policy that will hopefully be forthcoming after a meeting of the executive committee in the first quarter of next year. But we are just to assure people, and this is a question that has come up, that the development of this guidance and the development of that broader policy are very much aligned, both in substance and in timing. And just maybe a last note, we do envision once the guidance has been endorsed, we do envision an extensive rollout process and guiding UN agencies, programs and funds, UN country teams and entities in the field on how exactly the guidance can be implemented, doing webinars, developing tools and resources to facilitate the implementation. So Peggy, with that, I'll hand it back to you and look forward to the discussion.
Thanks very much, Scott. That's a great overview of where we've been and where we're headed. And now we're going to turn directly to Katie, there with you, for an overview of the feedback received and how we're incorporating those comments so far, and of the document itself in a general sense, one hopes. Over to you, Katie.
Thank you very much, Peggy. It's great to be here today and have an opportunity to share some observations about the feedback we've received on the second draft of the third draft of the due diligence guidance. As Scott mentioned, I'm supporting this project as a consultant to the UN Human Rights Office, and very briefly, to just give you some context regarding my perspective in analysing what we've been hearing from those who've reviewed the guidance. I'm a business and human rights specialist. I've been immersed in this field for nearly 15 years, initially as a lawyer providing pro bono support to John Ruggie and his team as they developed the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. But for the past 10 years, I've worked primarily with business practitioners supporting practical peer learning on how to implement human rights due diligence in complex organisations. Before I dive into the feedback that we received on the third draft, I want to provide just a little bit of information about kind of what the guidance looks like for those who aren't familiar with it. Very briefly, it's a 17-page document that includes an introduction that provides high-level information about the guidance, including why it has been developed, who it's for, and how to use it. It then introduces human rights due diligence for digital technology use, what that is, and why UN entities should do it. The main substance of the guidance is then set out in a more detailed third section that addresses practical approaches to implementing human rights due diligence for digital technology use, including embedding human rights due diligence across an organization, steps to identify and assess impacts, the action that should be taken where potential or actual human rights impacts are identified, and then processes to track progress and effectiveness, as well as to communicate about the organization's approach. The guidance then concludes with a frequently asked questions section that anticipates and addresses some common questions about the guidance, picking up really on some of the questions that we're getting through this review process. And it also provides links to further resources that may be helpful to UN entities as they embark on implementing it. Turning to the feedback that we received comments from 15 stakeholders on this third draft, mainly from within the UN system, but also from other stakeholder groups. I think it's probably fair to say that we received less feedback on this draft than the previous one, and that we saw generally positive reactions to the direction the guidance is currently heading in. I think it's also important to emphasize that the feedback was incredibly constructive, thoughtful, and welcome, and has been hugely helpful as we start work on the fourth draft. There are several substantive areas of feedback that I'd like to share with you today. As you might imagine, we received a wide range of comments, but I want to really highlight and focus in on the key things. Firstly, and to begin on a positive note, a number of stakeholders welcomed the direction that the draft is now taking, and really emphasise that it's helpful that the draft itself emphasises the iterative nature of human rights due diligence and the need for approaches to human rights due diligence to be tailored to the context of each UN entity and the flexibility they have to design a process that works for them, and also the sort of plainness and accessibility of the language in reducing kind of barriers to engaging with the content in the guidance. We heard that this helped take a lot of the anxiety out of discussions internally within different entities, and really helped focus minds on what operationalizing it might look like instead. When developing this third draft, we really thought about how to frame the guidance to do exactly that, building on some of the feedback we heard on the second draft. So it was really positive to hear that for the most part, that approach resonated with those who reviewed it. Secondly, structure. A number of reviewers commented that some of the introductory material felt quite repetitive, and that some key concepts included in the body of the guidance would have been much more helpful earlier on. So, for example, we received a lot of comments in the earlier sections of the guidance that highlighted questions or confusion about the expected scope of entities' human rights due diligence for digital technology use, which was addressed later in the document in a box that sets out ways an entity can be involved in human rights impacts and the action that it should take. That feedback's been very helpful, and we're now looking at some changes to the structure that we can make to ensure that that kind of key information about the human rights implications of digital technology use, the scope of human rights due diligence, come much earlier on. And also that we communicate very, very clearly that the guidance encompasses the full life cycle of digital technology use, starting with conception and design. We're also working on some options to streamline some of that introductory content and help people get into the meat of the guidance faster. Thirdly, we received a lot of feedback on the second draft about the need to better align the guidance on prioritization with the approach taken in the UN's existing human rights due diligence policy, which focuses on grave violations. And the feedback there was directed to ensuring some consistency with existing policies and this guidance. In the third draft, we sought to build on that feedback and include guidance on prioritization that both focuses on severity and aligns with international standards like the UNGPs, but also incorporates a minimum threshold focused on grave violations to align with existing policies. With this third draft, we then received actually very helpful feedback from one entity in particular that on reflection, it might actually be more straightforward to simply focus in this guidance on a risk-based approach to prioritization focused on severity, and then leave entities to ensure that they are doing that in a way that aligns with other relevant policies that they need to comply with, including the existing human rights due diligence policy. I think this is likely to be reflected in the next draft. Fourth, use of leverage. We also received helpful feedback that the guidance would benefit from practical examples of what using leverage to encourage third parties to act would really look like in practice. This is something that we shied away from in the third draft, mainly because I was conscious that it was already becoming significantly longer than the second draft, and I wanted to avoid it getting any longer. But reflecting on the feedback we've received, we agree that it could be really helpful to include some of those examples. And certainly from my experience working with business and other organizations grappling with human rights due diligence, I know that the use of leverage can be one of the more challenging areas of human rights due diligence for organizations to get their heads around, particularly when it comes to going beyond traditional commercial leverage. So we're looking at ways to do this that are useful, practical, and also don't overcomplicate the guidance. Fifth, we asked stakeholders for input on the value of including some illustrative examples throughout the guidance. We also asked them for suggestions or requests in terms of the types of scenarios or types of digital technology use or digital technology related human rights risks it would be particularly helpful to address. All stakeholders who commented on this agreed that examples would be very helpful, and a number of them have also offered some concrete suggestions which will help us to flesh out some examples that really resonate with the types of issues and challenges that we understand entities are grappling with right now. And then finally, carve-outs. In relation to the second draft, we received a number of requests for carve-out, so effectively sort of exemptions from having to do prior human rights due diligence, particularly from entities that engage in very urgent or life-saving work who were concerned about the implications for that very important work of a potentially onerous due diligence process. In the third draft, we took care to really emphasise the flexibility that entities have to tailor how they do human rights due diligence to ensure that it works with their activities and the context in which they operate. That, I think, resonated with at least some of the stakeholders who expressed such concerns, and we received feedback that the approach the guidance now takes has been helpful in alleviating some worry about what the kind of practical implications of it might be for their work. We're continuing to explore these concerns, though, with those stakeholders, and also to look at options to develop a worked example that illustrates how human rights due diligence might be implemented in relation to urgent or life-saving work in a way that navigates those tensions or challenges in a rights-respecting way. So those were the 6 key areas of feedback that I wanted to share with you today. And as I went along, I flagged some of our current thoughts on how those areas of feedback might be addressed in the next draft. As I mentioned, and I really want to emphasize this, the feedback has been invaluable, and we're so grateful to those who took the time to share thoughts with us, some of whom really invested effort in extensive internal consultation and socialization processes within their entities to be able to give us the most helpful steer for the next draft. When we took when we developed the third draft, we took stock of some of the helpful but challenging feedback and really rethought how we approached it. And the third draft looks very different from the second draft. This time, the feedback was generally supportive of the approach that we've taken and really looking at how we can refine that and make sure it's as helpful to entities as possible. Accordingly, I think that the fourth draft will build on the third, but is unlikely to be radically or significantly different. That's probably quite a lot for me to get this conversation started, so I'll hand back to Peggy, but I really welcome any questions or comments when we open up the discussion, as well as further feedback or suggestions, which we will take into consideration as we prepare the next draft.
Great, thanks very much, Katie. And I guess it's a good moment for me to also very much thank Katie, whose services and work on this have been invaluable. And as you can, I'm sure, hear from her comments, has approached it with a wealth of expertise and experience, and most, even potentially more importantly, an attitude of problem solving and trying to really listen and incorporate the valuable feedback that we've gotten. So thanks very much, Katie and Scott, for all your work on this. So as said, we wanted to have a couple of general comments going forward and then open it up for questions and comments from all of you. I'm very grateful that I've been joined by Victor now and really looking forward to his work. As I said earlier, he works at Kick the Net. Is that, I'm saying it correctly? Great. A multi-stakeholder think tank for ICT policy formulation, and really welcome your thoughts on this initiative, Victor. Maybe.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I want to thank the team that has worked on the document and the drafts so far to incorporate the views of stakeholders. I believe it's very important that institutions such as the UN is starting to take action. We have been focusing a lot on companies, but we hadn't started looking inside to see what more could be done from the single largest human rights institution. That is important to start leading by example. Just in terms of quick response to some comments to the draft, I think so far it has made very good progress from what has been said. I think from some issues just for me is, one is how can we implement in terms of engagement with suppliers, because I think procurement is the number one biggest area. That's where we start and that's how we engage. Is it possible to have stronger requirements of suppliers in terms of demonstrating their human rights compliance, in terms of whether they are sending the reports and things like that as part of the process. How can we put in place measures to look at how to assess the unintended consequences and effects of technology? Sometimes in the assessment we might have been thinking this way, but these things change or circumstances change that create impact that were not intended. And also just from the continent, are we also looking at how the technology impacts the groups at risk, who are already at risk? So perhaps the guidance could elaborate a bit more. The special groups, if you're looking at refugees, children, those are specific special categories of groups who are adversely affected, that perhaps it would be useful to have some more consideration. And then we have the aspect of reporting. How can we elaborate more on the communication aspect? Because as civil society, we'd like to engage and see how the UN is implementing the measures, but what measures could be put in place to require the various agencies to collect data, statistics, and provide information on even the types of technology that they're adopting, the suppliers that they're engaging with, and so that we can also track. We can't, monitor the progress at the UN if we don't know what they're using and how they're using it. So perhaps an elaboration more on that would also be useful. And I think the aspect on preparation, I know it had just been mentioned that there's going to be a series of webinars and things like that, perhaps also within the guidance to help the various agencies also to start taking measures to prepare by, as a first process, to educate their teams on why this is important and why it's important to do it over and above the document. And I think lastly is that we know that there are various types of technologies that are already in use. Perhaps an elaboration on which technologies are these, that perhaps the institutions will start thinking about them more clearly, about how we are using artificial intelligence, biometrics, and so on and so forth. Perhaps more elaboration on the the dangers that these technologies pose. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Victor. A wealth of really helpful insights and comments there, and I love the way that you started off by noting that it's one of the things I think we within these discussions always need to look at is the multiple actors in the space and how they all have human rights responsibilities of different kinds. So we do focus a lot, as you said, on the companies. The UN itself has roles, and then of course there's the state role, both within the UN guiding principles and more generally to fulfill human rights obligations in this space. So we ought to also be asking the same questions of states about their human rights due diligence processes for their own use of digital technologies. So again, we hope that this effort and the public consultations and the broad-ranged engagement around it will allow us to set some good practices in place for it. And I appreciated all your comments, but also wanted to just pick up on the note about, you know, this tension between trying to make sure that what happens here is seen as a process in which people want to invest time, because people are very busy and they need to you know, do the jobs that are so crucial. All UN partners have that in mind, and wanting to make sure we're communicating effectively about how this can be done efficiently, but also why it ultimately delivers value, why it's not, you know, an additional hurdle to get over, but something that can help with delivery of effective programming in a variety of ways. So we have one other commentator that we wanted to bring in, and then I'll open it up to comments from the floor as well, and I know we have a couple lined up already. And then obviously ultimately want to go back to Katie and Scott for some reflections too. But I'd like to turn the floor next to Nicholas Oakeshoot from UNHCR. Really looking forward to your thoughts, Nicholas.
Many thanks, Peggy, and also to the other organizers for inviting UNHCR to take part in this session. I'd like to start by saying how greatly appreciated the thought and care that's gone into the consultations in developing the guidance thus far is from our side, and we welcome the careful consideration that's been given to our comments. We think that the third draft is well on the way to providing, you know, what Scott and Katie identified, also Peggy at the top of the important practical and implementable guidance within the UN. Let me start by saying why this guidance is particularly important for UNHCR. It aligns with key elements of our new digital transformation strategy, which runs from this year until 2026. This strategy is different from many other digital transformation strategies because it's focused primarily on transforming the digital lives of the people we serve in a rights respecting and protection enhancing way, as well as how UNHCR's own organizational transformation can support that overall objective. The strategy contains important commitments on ethics, what we're terming digital protection, and strengthening digital mechanisms for our own accountability to affected populations. And for example, the section on digital protection includes an important commitment, namely that UNHCR's own use of digital technology will continue to increase protection and align with international human rights and ethical standards, and that these standards will also be promoted with states and the private sector with a focus on high-risk technologies, uses, and contexts. So we see that the finalization and future implementation of the guidance alongside other developing UN internal standards, such as the ethical principles on the use of artificial intelligence in the UN system, which were adopted by the Chief Executives Board in September of this year, can provide an important framework to help realize those strategic commitments contained within our strategy. And this lines up well, we think, with broader UN organizational commitments on within the roadmap on digital cooperation, the Secretary General's call to action for human rights, and also, of course, the digital components of the common agenda. Turning now, if I may, to some of the challenges that we see in respect of the guidance, its development and implementation, and how to address them. UNHCR is obviously a humanitarian organization with the protection of refugees, other displaced people, and the stateless at the core of its mandate. It works predominantly in challenging contexts of conflict and fragility with increasingly constrained resources. It fulfills an often very difficult role that depends on the widely varying capacity and willingness of host states to protect the forcibly displaced. If UNHCR were a business, these sorts of situations would be considered as meriting enhanced human rights due diligence. Indeed, protection risk assessments are integral to UNHCR's work, and it has extensive risk management policies and procedures in a wide range of areas which are related to digital tech. So, for example, data protection, procurement, digital technology partnerships. However, human rights due diligence itself is comparatively new to the organization. As a result, in our responses to the drafts, we've carefully analyzed how the guidance can strengthen UNHCR's existing approaches, to quote from the Human Rights Council, in the conception, design, use, development, and further deployment of digital technology. At the same time, we're concerned to ensure that the guidance doesn't inadvertently impede the delivery of life-saving humanitarian assistance in accordance with humanitarian principles, this point that Katie has flagged up. But what does that mean in practice? Well, for example, concerns have been raised about whether a human rights impact assessment will be required for the use of digital technology prior to every emergency response, with the risk that it would slow down it's thought the delivery of life-saving humanitarian assistance. Similarly, in some strained contexts, UNHCR may face stark choices between using a particular technology or working with a particular partner or supplier on the one hand, or on the other hand, not delivering that humanitarian life-saving assistance. So how does UNHCR propose to move forward in its engagement in the final stages in the development and adoption of the guidance and address some of these remaining concerns in more detail? Well, the third draft itself provides a helpful clue in suggesting that, and I'm quoting here, if the UN entity is new to human rights due diligence, steps to get started should include desktop research and conversations with internal or external stakeholders, or an internal workshop to learn about key human rights risks and issues relating to the entity's digital technology use. With this in mind, UNHCR has secured some additional funding to undertake an internal simulation of the guidance, and has formed a multifunctional stakeholder group team internally to prepare it and to support our engagement with the future development. To learn from the private sector, we're grateful to have secured the expert support for the simulation from human rights due diligence experts at the Responsible Business team in DLA Piper, a multinational law firm. This is part of a much wider partnership between UNHCR and DLA Piper over the next 3 years that was launched on World Refugee Day this year, which includes extensive pro bono commitment and funding for Refugee Environmental Protection Fund. In addition, we're looking to other UN experts on human rights due diligence to see if they can support this simulation of the implementation of the guidance. We hope that by looking at case studies in the challenging context in which UNHCR often works, to build our own capacity, provide recommendations on some of the difficult questions that I flagged up already, and also to think about how we can best bring the communities we serve into the future implementation of the guidance. That's another key principle that's contained within our digital transformation strategy. One final thought in closing is that I very much echo the thoughts of Katie and Scott, that the process of the development of the guidance has been very helpful to UNHCR because it's allowed us as an entity to think through how human rights due diligence and in relation to digital technology can help us to meet our strategic goals and strengthen our own risk management processes. And I think that although we're at the start of this process, we very much welcome the opportunity that the guidance development has given to build momentum in this area. So thank you very much, and look forward to the further conversations and discussion. Over back to the room in Addis.
Great. Thank you so much, Nicholas. It's just really encouraging to hear from UNHCR on this, both in terms of the foundation you're starting from, in terms of the digital transformation strategy that you have in place, and the provisions within it that already reflect some of these needs, and the work already ongoing with protection, risk assessments, and other tools, but then how this process can deepen and engage across the broader range of human rights issues, and use human rights due diligence as a useful tool. And you know, in particular, the effort that you've gone through to put in place this simulation, I think is really very exciting, and I'm looking forward to hearing how that works and what comes out of it going forward. But I do think, as Katie stressed at the outset, the extent to which this is a process, not an endpoint, and that whatever we do in human rights due diligence is an iterative approach that, you know, we will always need to refine based on what we learn from how it's working, from the involvement of different groups and engagement. And so really looking to all entities to play a role, but recognizing that will vary in different ways over time. So with that, I'd love to turn to all of you listening as part of this conversation, and gather some more comments and thoughts on the conversation that we've had so far. And I have notes that we have two people in the room, I hope, who are happy to come in at the outset. I'd like to turn first to Susan Mwape from Common Cause Zambia. If she's here and will take the floor, please. And the microphone's coming from the back there for you, Susan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peggy. And closer to me? Is this better? Okay. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity, and also thank you to the previous speakers for their presentations, which were quite comprehensive. I just have two comments that I'd like to make, or rather questions actually. The first one is that we noticed that most times the tech is deployed in conflict areas, and also areas that require desperate assistance. So to what extent were marginalized groups in the Global South, particularly women and marginalized groups, consulted in developing the guidance? Because most times these are the people that are affected by this technology that is usually deployed. And then my second question is, to what extent are some of the harmful human rights practices that we note reflected in the guidance? For example, we are seeing more and more countries introducing things like digital IDs, collecting biometric information, data from citizens. So to what extent are such reflected within the guidance? Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Susan. I think that second point goes back to the point that Victor made as well about maybe unpacking some of the specific areas where we know there are ongoing issues, maybe either as case studies or annexes in some way too. And I was also hoping that we might be able to get Peter Misick from Access Now to come in with some thoughts.
Thank you. Yeah, we're really excited about this guidance, and thanks to OHCHR for inviting us to participate throughout this process. I think civil society is really a key stakeholder, and often are going to be suffering the brunt of whether it's reprisals or misuse of technologies. This guidance is really essential to the legitimacy ongoing of the UN itself and the UN's work in the digital age. I think the best time to plant this seed was probably at least 10 years ago. The second best time is today. But honestly, we needed this 20 years ago. Some of these policies, especially around the use of biometrics, have been in place since the early 2000s, and that's coming from the top, from the Security Council. the harms are, have been compounding since then, of where vulnerable and marginalized communities, especially, are forced, without any meaningful legal basis, whether it's consent or otherwise, to submit really sensitive information, often to third parties and vendors, and that gets misused and reprocessed and used against them for literally decades. And so, this guidance is too late, but we're trying to make sure that it's not too little. This will need an ecosystem to thrive, and to use that tree analogy, these roots need to be interlocking. This can't be standing alone, and suffering the winds. And linking to other processes, many of which have been mentioned, BTech studies around business models. Is that going to be played out and expressed, in the guidance or in some of the examples? Looking at data protection compliance regimes, I know ICRC developed a really extensive regime for itself, but also, procurement and screening processes, as Victor said, both at the UN and in member states. What are best practices, existing in screenings? And then, there is mandatory human rights due diligence coming. The EU is about to pass some rules. How is this going to reflect, and really, is this going to raise the standard, or is this a floor for what we expect from UN agencies? And then finally, to wrap the tree analogy, this will need nourishment, and that's where civil society needs to come in. I was a little bit, dismayed not to hear much from HCR about the role of civil society and non-governmental organizations in informing their guidance, and this multi-stakeholder functional team sounds fairly internal, but from what we've seen, including the use of iris scanning technology on refugees seeking assistance in Jordan, by HCR and some of their private vendors, they're not keeping up with the developing norms around the application of human rights to new technologies, and we would say that listening to civil society is essential in order to ensure that, and we agree, these norms are developing. The conversation wasn't the same in 2015 as it is now. And we want to contribute to that. I will say that Access Now just yesterday at IGF launched a new declaration on content governance, principles for social media platforms, engaging in times of crisis. We believe that will apply to a lot of these humanitarian situations that are being discussed, but it is, as you've said, a much broader thing that will involve all UN agencies, and we're really standing by to support the urgent need for implementation here. And thank you.
Great, thanks, Peter. Thanks for a really compelling statement about why this process is overdue and much needed, and really looking forward to finding those avenues to make sure that the civil society perspectives you and Susan both mentioned are really the foundation for the work going forward. But noting, as you said, that will require investment and resources, and to be frank, not 100% sure where those will come from at this stage. So I do think that's something that we all need to think about going forward. I expect we probably will have some comments online and in the room, but I think it makes sense quickly to give, just so we don't compile too many comments before we get a chance to hear back, to see if Katie would like to come back in, Katie or Scott, and maybe Nicholas might want to say a word on the UNHCR point that was raised as well before we turn to other questions. Katie, do you want to make some initial reflections on the comments already received?
Thank you very much, Peggy, and sorry, we've got some microphone issues at our end. Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone who's made comments and asked questions. This has already been very helpful as we start to think about the next draft. To address just a few of them, a number of the questions and comments got to the need to get really clear on, for example, how UN entities can implement this guidance in relation to their engagement with suppliers, which we know from the experience of business and others is complicated and takes time and a lot of learning by doing, as well as to get into a lot of the detail around the risks, the types of human rights risks associated with digital technology use and the ways in which that can affect groups who are already at risk of vulnerability and marginalization. These are things that we've been thinking about quite a lot and we'll continue to think about as we shape the next guidance. One of the things that we're conscious of is, and I think the last speaker put it very nicely when he talked about an ecosystem to thrive for this guidance, is that in order for it to be navigable and manageable, it can't do everything for everyone because it would become incredibly long. And so what we're looking at is what's already in place within the UN system or externally that we can leverage. For example, there are some wonderful resources already available that get into the human rights impacts of various types of digital technology use. So rather than bringing all of that detail into this guidance, we're looking at ways that we can connect users of the guidance to that material that's available elsewhere, whilst providing some illustrative examples that help users to visualize what it might look like. Similarly, we're thinking about the extent to which we can give very concrete guidance and support to entities that are looking at those more challenging areas such as engagement with suppliers and the broader digital technology value chain. And how we can also flag that need to learn by doing, to work in collaboration with other organizations, and to recognize that for a lot of these challenges, there isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. We can provide a high level that will be applicable across different UN entities, but a certain amount of the work and the thinking will also need to be bespoke. So trying to find ways in which we can help people navigate that without overwhelming them, but also really leveraging in smart ways what's already out there, but also the material that the OHCHR then hopes to be able to develop to supplement this guidance and provide further support. I'm just looking at my list of questions to see if there was anything else that it's helpful for me to elaborate on right now. I think perhaps the other piece would be reporting and communication. We heard, apologies for the background noise. I have a small person with me who's increasingly impatient. We received a number of comments actually about the reporting and communication piece and the need to be a little bit more explicit about that, and also to help entities think through what is appropriate in terms of their role as distinct from businesses or other types of organizations in providing that transparency. One of the things I think we're going to be very clear about in the next version of the guidance is that formal reporting isn't necessarily required. There are lots of different ways that you can communicate and engage externally with stakeholders, and we really want to encourage entities to explore what might be the most appropriate form of communication in what types of circumstances. But I think also there's a real need for us to think about the feedback we've gotten about the importance of transparency for entities within the UN system and what the guidance needs to say about that. I might leave my comments there. Thank you, Peggy.
Thanks, Katie. No, I appreciate those, but I do want to give people in the room a chance too. But Nicholas, I promised you a 30-second intervention just because Peter had name-checked you all on one issue. Would you like to come in on that?
Sure. Thanks for the opportunity, Peggy. And Peter, really just, and also Susan, just 2 points in response. I think, yes, well noted the role of civil society in enabling UNHCR to effectively implement the guidance when it's adopted. So I can look to try and put that onto our internal simulation agenda. I think as we've been expressing, this is a process, and we need to ensure that there are appropriate levels of consensus and comfort within the organization, and understanding of how we'll progress. So that's something that we can look to think about, and perhaps we can talk about separately. And then on the data, the processing of personal data, collection of personal data, particularly sensitive personal data, I think that, yes, this is something that is covered by existing policies in respect of the personal data of the people we serve that UNHCR has. I think that human rights due diligence and this guidance is relevant to that. We are taking extensive measures to consult more with the people we serve about these sorts of issues. In the digital transformation strategy, we did an extensive multi-country really quite varied stakeholder consultation about what digital services the people we serve want us to provide them in the future. In short, they want us to provide more. And so we want to see how we can use that sort of user experience research approach to really bring the people we serve into the co-design of the systems that we'll develop moving forward. So perhaps that's an area we can also discuss in the future. Thanks a lot, Peggy, and back to you.
Great. Thanks very much, Nicholas. So we're rapidly running out of time, and we're very fortunate to have been joined by the UN Tech Envoy, Amandeep Singh Gill. We're going to take a couple more comments and then come back to you, Amandeep, if that's all right. We have several people in the room and online. We have about 5 minutes for additional comments. So if everybody can keep them to 1 minute, and we'll try to get at least 5 of you in. I saw a hand in the back there. Please.
Hello, hi, thank you so much for a very interesting presentation about the work that you're doing around the due diligence guidance on tech. I'm Catherine, I'm from the Danish Institute for Human Rights. I work as the Responsible Value Chains Program Manager and also work within the area of human rights and business and technology. I have a few comments. I'll try and keep it as brief as possible. So first of all, to Katie Shavin, and hello Katie, we know each other from the past, but just great to hear that you're stating that you're looking at already existing tools and resources for human rights impact assessment, risk identification, etc. within the area of tech and how they could be applied by UN entities. We have done a lot of work in that area and happy to also discuss afterwards how we might be able to apply some of the work that we've been working on also together with partners. And then just a comment to Peter's intervention that he raises a lot of very pertinent points, and including the changing regulatory landscape, also around the Human Rights Due Diligence Directive, but of course we're also seeing a lot of regulatory developments around tech specifically, and a lot of discussion around how these tech policy developments at the EU level are linking, but also in other countries, but especially at the EU level, how they're linking to broader efforts to support human rights due diligence of private entities, but also the state in which it meets its duty to respect human rights in the context of business-related activities and impacts. And then I just wanted to mention also when it comes to kind of understanding the ecosystem and different roles and responsibilities of various actors within the digital ecosystem, the Danish Institute for Human Rights together with the Global Network Initiative, BSR and BTech have also been working on developing an outline of the digital ecosystem under the Tech for Democracy Initiative Action Coalition on Responsible Technology, and hopefully that could also provide an inspiration and overview of the different actors, roles and responsibilities that could also help inform this guidance.
Great.
And then
Thanks,
finally, yes, just
that's
a small
4
thing.
points now.
Yeah, just finally a small point around stakeholder engagement, and one of the key stakeholders, and I'm here also joined here today by my sister NHRIs from different countries, and we also have a Digital Rights Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions. So national human rights institutions, of course, also centrally placed to create that bridging or being in that bridging function.
Sorry, it's just I see hands and on the line. So thank you, and I'm very glad to have the National Human Rights Commission people with us. So I want to go to Anna from CETA first. We have a question from her.
Yeah, we have a question from Anna from CETA about how data collection and risks associated with data collection is included in the draft guidance. And also we had a question from Guy about whether the document is available publicly.
And I see John there. Please, you want to come in?
Yeah, I just, sorry, have a question also relating to the point that's raised by CETA. Just in terms of the guidance you're developing, how transparent will the decision-making be in terms of, will you be providing publicly information on, for example, how you arrive at decisions around software procurement? I'm thinking, for example, particularly in relation to personal data and privacy. Thanks.
Thanks very much. I'm sorry to be so rushed. I'm sure there are other comments, but I do want to give the tech envoy a chance to make some remarks. So over to you, Amadip.
Thank you, Peggy, and thank you for giving me some moments to catch my breath. So I'm sorry I missed the initial part of the discussion, but I just wanted to underline our support for this very important effort. This is a theme that was mentioned in the high-level panel on digital cooperation 2019 and then in the roadmap, and I'm happy to see the progress in terms of the draft due diligence, but also happy to see that this is fitting in nicely with one of the key themes for the Global Digital Compact, which is protection of human rights online, and also which relates to this aspect of sharpening accountability for all those who may have responsibilities related to human rights, whether they are aware of them or not. These instruments, there are process issues in developing due diligence. Transparency was mentioned. You know, the internal UN usage of these, how we are able to communicate that better, how we are able to keep them updated. Because if it's just a one-shot thing, and then during the deployment of certain technologies, particularly data-driven AI systems, things change. What works in the sandbox may not work the same way when you take it to scale. So we need to keep an eye on the life cycle consequences, and this due diligence cannot therefore be just a static tool. It has to be a dynamic tool. It has to also keep in mind the evolving regulatory and governance landscape. Because at the end of the day, UN entities operate in jurisdictions, legal jurisdictions, where there are certain considerations related to digital governance. Data was mentioned by our colleague from CEDA. So I think that would clearly be important as well. One last thing I want to mention is that it's important to have these discussions in the digital context, but we should never give in to the idea of digital exceptionalism, where we start to kind of go down this path of this is a special place, so special considerations apply. At the end of the day, we have to be a little fundamentalist about human rights, that, you know, no matter what happens, they are paramount. Human rights offline are human rights online. There are no special considerations in terms of the responsibility that is there. We may have certain issues in terms of how we implement human rights online, and who's responsible, and how is that responsibility linked back to the fundamental responsibility of states that have signed up to human rights governance. But let's not give in to exceptionalism, because, you know, there then we are on a kind of slippery slope. So to conclude, really glad to see the progress that's being made, and congratulations to our colleagues from the High Commissioner on Human Rights. Would continue to work with you closely to make sure that this is done.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to have the tech envoy in place, and with such impressive support and expertise that really adds so much to our work in this area. And having that high level engagement and support is really crucial to make sure that this process delivers what we're looking for across the UN system, as you've described. We've largely run out of time. I'll beg your indulgence to be able to go back to Katie one more time, just because we did have some additional questions and want to give a chance to reflect on them. But I know some others may have had comments or concerns or questions. I didn't formally introduce Eugene Kim, who is also here with us and has been a moving force behind pulling this panel together. So thanks, Eugene, for that. But also is working with the team team in Geneva. So happy to stay after and take any additional thoughts and comments. And obviously, Katie and Scott are on standby as well for those who didn't have a chance to come in, and apologies for that. Over to you, Katie, for any final remarks, please.
Thanks, Peggy. I'm just going to jump in for Katie as she handles a childcare issue. But I just wanted to really thank the SG's envoy on technology for those remarks, which I think are really helpful in framing this in the bigger picture. I know we're out of time, but I did want to just clarify that indeed the draft document version 3 is available to all. It's been circulated with all stakeholders through the SG's roundtable, 3A, 3B multi-stakeholder group. We're posting it, we'll post it again in the chat just now. And certainly I don't have time to address all of the questions, but I think I would just note that a cross-cutting theme is that the Secretary General in mandating our office to carry out this piece of work was very clear in asking us to hold consultations with those most affected by the UN's use of digital technology. And so we have been determined, and a shout out to Access Now for facilitating, very determined to consult through a multi-stakeholder process and through the vast network of civil society partners in the Global South that Access Now has cultivated over the years. So just a shout out to them for allowing us to partner, I think, to try to reach indeed those most affected. Peggy, I know we're out of time. I'll leave it at that if that's okay. Thanks.
Great, and I realize we didn't have a chance to go in depth on some of the comments made, but obviously the door is open in terms of the ongoing conversation with the team, and I know you are all waiting with bated breath for that fourth draft, as I am as well. But obviously, as Scott outlined the timetable at the beginning, we're really hoping to see movement on this in the first part of 2023, and then taking in mind Peter's earlier comments about the need for this to be in place decades ago, really hoping that and taking in mind the Tech Envoy's comments about the fact that it will be a continual process of learning as we move forward on this as well. Looking forward to moving the UN forward on human rights due diligence in the coming year. So thank you all for your active listening and engagement on this issue, and looking forward to more of it in the future. Thanks again.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Viktoras Makarovs. I'm the Special Envoy on Digital Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Latvia, and welcome to this discussion on combating disinformation without resorting to online censorship. And I'll start by saying that if you look at the picture behind my back, it says censor. It said censor, but of course what we wanted to say censorship. So combating disinformation without resorting to online censorship. Online disinformation has entered the global agenda as a major threat to public safety, and those of us who have followed the discussion here at the IGF, I think, will recognize that this has been one of the prominent topics. And indeed, disinformation threatens public safety, security, and democratic stability of nations. And this issue has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. But there is also a recognition of the need to address this issue while upholding human rights, especially freedom of expression. There is a tendency for implicit or even explicit online censorship to be used as a way, at least seemingly, to address real or presumed threats posed by disinformation. And a particular challenge here is that technology companies have failed to build in sufficient free speech safeguards into their policies and procedures to combat falsehoods on their platforms. The Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of the right to freedom of opinion and expression, Irene Khan, who again has participated in the IGF remotely this time, said that the responses by states and companies to disinformation, quote, have been problematic, inadequate, and detrimental to human rights, unquote. So the idea at the core of this session is simple. Disinformation can and should be addressed without resorting to censorship, bans, or internet shutdowns. The real question is, how do we do it? To discuss this issue today, we have an excellent panel that is partially present here and partially online with us. At this table with us, I'll quickly present the speakers before I introduce the question. Next to me is Mr. Alan Cheboy, who is Senior Investigative Manager at the NGO Code for Africa. Next to him is Mr. Richard Bambos, who heads the Strategic Communications Coordination Department at the State Chancellery of Latvia, so he's part of the Latvian government. Now, we have two speakers joining us online, and I trust they already are ready. Mr. Lutz Gülner, who is Head of Strategic Communications, Task Forces and Information Analysis Division at the European External Action Service. He will be joining us from Brussels. And Ms. Anna Osterling, who heads one of the research arms of the International Non-Governmental Organization, Article 19. Now, we also have a pre-recorded message from the Under-Secretary General of the United Nations for Global Communication, Ms. Melissa Fleming. She was not able to attend in person, but was kind enough to record a message for us. Now, the way we want to do it is like this. We take the first, I would say, main question, and I would ask each participant to give their views on the issue within the time frame of about 5, max 6 minutes. Then we have the next speaker, and then we take the next question. We will always start with the speakers who are present in the room, and then go over online. And at the end of the first round, we will hear the message from Melissa Fleming. So the first question we asked our participants to address is this: what is the state of arts, the most relevant at the moment way to conceptualize disinformation? How do we understand it in a way that is relevant for practice, for practical policy making, for actually addressing this issue in real life? For example, what are the implications of distinguishing between misinformation, disinformation, and information manipulation? So this is a theoretical question, but still has some very real implications when we have to think of the way to address the challenge so that we also preserve and safeguard freedom of expression online. So how do we do it? How do we conceptualize disinformation so that freedom of expression doesn't suffer? Alan Cheboy, you are the first to speak.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. So just to do a quick introduction, as it was mentioned, my name is Alan Cheboy. I represent a civic tech organization called Code for Africa. Code for Africa is a Pan-African organization currently operating in about 23 African countries. And the primary goal for Code for Africa is actually to provide factual and actionable information for citizens to make their own decisions. And it is for that context that we've been primarily involved in researching disinformation in itself and misinformation on the continent for the last about 3 to 4 years. And I think for these specific questions, I like to illustrate it using an example that I'm just going to showcase on the screen. It's good to just walk back and for any layman in the room to actually understand that disinformation is actually part of a larger ecosystem of terms that is under the umbrella called information disorder. And this basically shows that misinformation in itself can be, as you can see, there is a red circle and a gray circle. So if you want to contextualize it, is misinformation is false information that you see on digital platforms, but the person who's sharing that information has no ill intention to harm the recipient of that specific information. However, this information, which is in the intersection between, you know, the gray and the red bar on the screen, is now information that is false in the first place, but the person sharing that information has an ill intention to actually deceive or to influence the decisions of the recipient of that information. So it's clear to have that in mind, because how you approach actually researching and countering these two elements is very, very different. Malinformation, on the other hand, can be true information. It doesn't have to be false, but the information is shared so that the person who that information is about is actually going to be harmed. So this could, when you're talking about leaks, when you're talking about someone being harassed, hate speech, so all that is categorized as malinformation. But I think there is one thing that people forget when we talk about disinformation, and this is what we refer to as information manipulation, or in other terms, some people refer to it as influence operations. And it's a really huge component of it, because this primarily falls under the disinformation umbrella. And it's on a larger global scale, because I can explain a little bit. Historically, information manipulation was actually used by military organizations and governments to actually influence the decisions in a specific jurisdiction, say a country or a nation, or even, you know, a continent, for example. And it is important to actually highlight that recently, because of the social media, you know, adoption of social media, technological advancement, digital media, even the normal citizen, someone seated in their own home, can actually influence the decisions of millions of people in another jurisdiction or in another country. So, and they can actually use false information to do that, right? And I'll give a quick example of how that specifically happens. And I'll use examples from the African continent. As I mentioned, we've been looking at disinformation on the African continent for a number of years. And we started picking up actually targeted information operations originating from, you know, different jurisdictions, different other continents, trying to influence decisions in different African countries. And these are usually very high budget operations. They're not, when you talk about a local disinformation or influence operation, or a domestic influence operations, these are the ones that you consider to be things such as, you know, targeting at elections, or a political candidate using disinformation against an opponent to actually win the election, or to influence the decisions of a particular, you know, members of community. So it is important to know that that domestic one, there is a lot of investment that is actually, there's a lot of investment in that. But there is also global political situations where different countries actually try to influence decisions in different other countries. And also the investment there and the budgets that are used in this are really massive. So we need to also be curious on what happens. And I'll use this specific example that we see recently. This is in the DRC just recently, where we started seeing a lot of coordinated campaigns, disinformation campaigns targeting MONUSCO, which is the peacekeeping arm of the United Nations in DRC. And they were really tailored to influence the decisions of these individuals to actually act against the MONUSCO, the MONUSCO intervention, peacekeeping operation. And it led to the deaths of so many people, right? Because this is just basically people seeing things online for a very long time that they end up believing it. And when that happens, at the end of the day, they are influenced to take action in a particular way. So it is really, really important. And I'll also just show one more thing. So the one more thing I want to show is a quick video that we identified on the internet. And The reason I'm showing this video is because this is kind of from a global political situation where we saw a video which started trending in the West Africa side of the Western Africa side. Allegedly, it is, as you can see, it's very high budget. It's actually a comic that had been produced showing, as you can see, zombies eating normal individuals in the Central African Republic. But it was kind of a perception that, you know, this is what is happening in the Central African Republic. The president calling some people from foreign governments to actually intervene. And as you can see on this video, these foreign people come in with jets and they kill all these zombies. The president thanks them for the intervention and the citizens are very happy. But at the end of the day, what is presented is that, you know, we have these angelic saviors who can come and help you in your own country. So this is high budget production, and it's an influence operation type of campaign that we need to also be contextualizing. Yeah.
Thank you, Alan. I think it's a very interesting illustration. But very quickly, a follow-up question to this. So there are different types you operate with, misinformation, disinformation, and more information. Will you choose the methods to address these that will be different, or is it the same? A very quick answer, please.
Very different, because misinformation is dealt with using fact-checking, because it's content-based. You're looking at the content that is being shared online. Is it false? Is it true, right? That's why you're looking at it. But disinformation, the approach that we use even at Code for Africa is we have a network of like data analysts and data scientists who actually audit social media platforms and the content on these platforms to identify content that we believe to be concerning or being shared in a coordinated way. Because as I mentioned, disinformation has an intention behind it. So there is a massive investment behind it. And for you to identify it, you actually need to go a little bit in depth, look at the drivers of that disinformation content. What are the narratives? What are the tactics being used by these disinformation operatives?
Thank you. So we are at least looking at identifying and analyzing as the first step to any practical solution. But perhaps we can look at the other steps. So we go from the civil society perspective, we can now go over to the perspective of a national government that will probably deal with all the types of phenomena that were just mentioned here. So Richard, what's your conceptual framework? And also, again, based on that conceptual framework, what are your tools as the governmental team, so to say, to address this?
Thank you, Victoris. Well, I will give you both a short answer and a bit more elaborated answer as well. So the short answer is we have taken disinformation definition from the European Union, especially from the European Democracy Action Plan adopted exactly 2 years ago. And according to the plan, disinformation is a false or misleading content disseminated with a purpose to mislead or to gain political or economic benefit or to harm the state or societal security. That's in a nutshell. So the emphasis, as you can see, and as also explained by the previous speaker, is on the motivation and the intention to do harm and to do it on purpose, to do it intentionally. So the longer answer, however, is I also want to approach this question more broadly and give answer on the meaning of the disinformation from one side, and also why Latvia knows a thing or two about the disinformation and this phenomenon. So yesterday at the opening of IGF, the UN Secretary General in his address outlined 2 key challenges we all have to tackle in the 21st century, namely climate change and digital transformation. I couldn't agree more with Mr. Guterres. However, I would argue that we are also facing a global man-made disinformation disaster. Yes, you heard it right. Disinformation, in our opinion, is a man-made disaster on a global scale. Essentially, every disaster needs 2 elements to qualify as such event, namely to be called a disaster. First, it needs a hazardous event or pressure, and second, it needs a vulnerable people or society is affected by that event or pressure. And disinformation fills both of these criteria. WHO 2 years ago called this phenomenon infodemia, when in context of COVID-19 pandemic, authoritarian regimes, including Russia and China, spread lies, for example, to stop people from believing in a pandemic and the seriousness of the pandemic, or afterwards in vaccination, when the vaccines were available. Similarly, since Russia's full-scale war on Ukraine, disinformation has been used as a weapon of war in many different ways. The Kremlin-backed channels serve as weapons of mass destruction in the hands of Vladimir Putin. And from the other side, we also see the societies that are vulnerable and not armed enough to protect ourselves, to counter these disruptive behaviors and pressures due to lack of safeguards, mainly not introduced fast enough, responsibly enough from social media platforms' side. Our emotions serve as catalysts, and they work against us. And they serve as catalysts to deepen the wounds of disinformation. So we are in this event where we have pressure points from one side and vulnerable societies at the other, and we are facing a global man-made disaster called disinformation. So now a bit more elaborate answer on why should one listen or learn from Latvia. So first and foremost, I think because we are an honest small country from the north of Europe, and we don't have any hidden agenda. We have come here to just share our knowledge accumulated over years to this end. And we are a nation that not only adheres to the principles of the UN Charter, but we actually have chosen to champion a few of them, especially when it comes to the media freedoms and when it comes to the security of information space. And because we have also lived next to Russia for centuries, and especially since restoration of our independence since 90s, last century, we have seen the full spectrum of disinformation being targeted by that by different manipulation methods. We know how to recognize them, and more importantly, we know how to counter them. Also, because we want to share this know-how with other countries that are ready to listen and learn how to protect ourselves against disinformation disaster. And we have used every multilateral forum so far to do this, to champion this and share our knowledge, including at the United Nations. And here I would like to say that it should come as no surprise that last year in 2021, Latvia, together with Australia and Jamaica, were the countries championing and spearheading a UN General Assembly resolution on Media and Information Literacy Week. Similarly, we have used other formats, and we have built centers of excellence on strategic communications in Riga, in our capital, centers of excellence on protecting and media freedoms and supporting media throughout the region and other. Nationally, we have chosen a holistic approach based on a whole of government and whole of society strategy. And we have, of course, my team doing the job at the center of government, at the government office. And what kind of functions do we have? We have several. So we provide a centralized information space monitoring capacity, both traditional and social media, for the government decision makers, just to see the full spectrum of information space, including potentially malicious behavior. We also coordinate government comms. We do a lot of capacity building. We of course do crisis communication, strategic advice during a crisis, and of course a lot of international collaboration and cooperation, including with the tech platforms. However, we understood quite early on that as a single unit, a single team will not be able to stop all the billions of dollars being spent every year by the Kremlin and even more by China on spreading disinformation, and we will never be able to compete in the human power being come from the other side. Therefore, we need to choose a different strategy, not just react and debunk everything being thrown at us, but we have to be proactive. And we have to build our strategy on empowerment and on an opening and giving agency to other government institutions, to municipalities, but also to the society at large. So our national strategy and approach to the information space security is built on 3 pillars. And all 3 pillars are equally important, and the whole system is only as strong as the weakest link. So effective government communications is 1 pillar. Second pillar is quality independent journalism and media. And the third pillar is the societal level, which in my opinion is the most important one. So we are building a lot of capacities. We are investing in media and information literacy. and we have a lot of know-how on how to do it. I will stop here, but I'm also willing to share how we have applied this framework to this year, for example, in the context of Russia's war in Ukraine since 24th of February. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Richard. I think it was a little bit over the allotted time, but I think we got part of the answer to the second question that logically follows. Okay, how do you do it? So we can come back to that. So a whole arsenal of different tools at the disposal of governments. From Alan, we heard monitor and analyze, fact check. That's, I understand, is your contribution as the civil society. So we haven't, any of us yet, used the censorship tool, which is great. Now, we can now go to our online speakers, and I'd like to go to Lutz Güllner, first of all, because the EU indeed has recognized that disinformation is a great challenge. It has been developing tools. There are plans and documents that Rick has already mentioned, but at the same time, the EU has always been very clear that addressing disinformation must be done within the framework of human rights and fundamental rights, including freedom of expression. So, Lutz, what's your framework that you work with every day, and how do you use it in this rights-compliant manner? Maybe you can tell us what your limits are, things that you do not do as the EU because it has to be part of this rights-compliant framework.
Thank you very much, Victor, and very nice to speak to you, and sorry that I cannot be there in person. But I think the key question that we need to answer is exactly the one that Alan put on the table. What exactly is the problem? Because what is happening very often is that we design kind of responses to a problem before we have actually precisely said what is the problem in there. And if you allow me, I would love to share just one slide with you. If you see this, I think can you see it? It's a slide, let me do this here, which shows you basically 5 things that we need to keep in mind when we speak about disinformation. And as Alan already said beforehand, there are so many different forms of malinformation, misinformation, etc. The key thing is really what is it that we want to stop? Do we want to stop information pollution in general? I think this would be a very dangerous path because information pollution exists everywhere. And it's nothing that we can solve with any regulatory or governmental kind of approaches. So first, distinguish the different elements from each other. And I would follow to a large degree exactly the dichotomy, the categorization of Alan, misinformation being unintentional and therefore a different challenge. Disinformation already a very, very clear intention behind, but I would also like to highlight that disinformation in that sense can be very much focused on economic gains, for example. It's not only a political enterprise always. But we have a third category, and that might be very, very important for us to keep in mind when we speak here about internet governance, if we speak about United Nations actions, etc., that also state actors are very active in that field. State actors using this tool, using these instruments for their own strategic aims, for their activities. And important in this is that what they are doing, or what we are seeing every day, is that it's not necessarily the classic perception of having a constructed and false content, but that, as you see here on the slides, we basically need to look at 5 different components. The first one is it needs to be harmful, otherwise we shouldn't care. If there's non-harmful content, it would not be a big problem. Then our next challenge is that it is not illegal. double negation. So we don't have clear laws, and we should not have clear laws for the reason that we're discussing here. Then for me, the key is there needs to be an element of manipulation in there. Manipulation, I will come back to that, at 3 levels. Then exactly what Alan said, the intentional element needs to be there. And last but not least, also the element of coordination, because if it's just a single event, a single moment that this is happening, then it wouldn't be a problem. So my proposal also for our discussion is, let's really distinguish these different things, because the policy flowing from that will need to react to that. Our approach has been to focus on what we call the ABC model. So not only to focus on the content. Why? Because very often the content has been taken out of, let's say, the content in itself, sorry, is not necessarily false, is not even verifiably false, you know? So a lot of the disinformation and information manipulation that is being used is actually operating with true facts, if you want, but the contextualization, the presentation, the way this is presented is the disinformation activity, the information manipulation activity. So that is very important, that we don't only focus on the content, but on the B of the ABC, and that is the behavior of actors, how it is produced, what techniques are they using, how are they disseminating, what manipulative tactics are they using, because that allows us to move actually away from this focus on content and put it in 2 baskets, true and false, black and white, good and bad, which is a dangerous path, in particular because it leads towards censorship tendencies. So ABC model, I should have also mentioned, you need to understand, of course, the actor also behind his or her intentions in this. Otherwise, you cannot complete the picture. And let me close by saying manipulation can not only happen at the level of content, as I said, but also the manipulation of, for example, identities. We often don't take this enough into account, that false accounts, inauthentic networks, etc., is as important as falsified content, because sometimes these techniques try to amplify specific narratives, try to focus on existing, let's say, debates also that exist already in a society, and just by amplifying, they reach their strategic aims. So this manipulation of identities is important, and the manipulation of reach is important. We have tried to put all this together, focus on this behavior, and have developed a 4 kind of area approach that I'm happy to come back in the next question to. But for me, it's very important, again, to underline not to play the, let's say, the role of the police, you know, that can give an indication what can be said and what cannot be said, what is good and what is bad, but to identify these practices, or what we call the TTPs, the techniques, tactics, and procedures that are being used to manipulate. And that will enable us also to move away from this tendency sometimes that some members, even in the United Nations systems, have taken to enact so-called fake news laws or disinformation laws that focus on content, that pre-describe what is good and what is bad, what can be said and what cannot be said, which we believe is actually very often used more as an excuse, as a pretext for censorship. The approach that I just laid out would allow us to do this in an objective manner. It would allow to tackle a lot of the problems in there. And in the next round of questions, I'll show you how we do this with different tools.
Thank you very much, Lutz. We will come back to the tools again in the next question, but I must warn that the next round is going to be very quick, so we are running short of time. But we now go over to Anne Osterling to address the same question, the conceptual thinking behind disinformation, and how do you also conceptualize responses that are based on respect for freedom of expression. And of course, it's obvious that for an organization called Article 19, this must be a topic that you have an opinion on. So Anna, please, the floor is yours. And please keep it to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The pleasure of going last. I have to stick to the time. Thank you very much. Thank you for the floor, and thank you to Latvia for organizing this session. So my name is Anna Osenink, and I speak on behalf of Article 19, which is indeed an international human rights organization promoting freedom of expression and related rights. And we have been working a lot on the right to freedom of expression information vis-a-vis disinformation, and in particular during the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm going to try to answer the question in 5 quick points, and then leave a little bit for the second round. So as we all know, disinformation, misinformation, propaganda, they're not new. Although as an organization, we fully recognize that recently the issue has emerged into an increasingly digital society and has triggered heated debates over politics, journalism, social media, and the exercise of the right to freedom of expression and information. And there's obviously no denying that various forms of disinformation are available abundantly, especially on social media, and can cause some significant harm, clearly evidenced during the COVID-19 pandemic, with wild claims about alleged remedies and conspiracy theories over its origin, and many other things. But the first point I would like to make is that the scale of the problem is, of course, not only digital technologies. Disinformation must be seen in a wider context, including 1, reduced pluralism and reduced diversity of information that we can access online. 2, the challenges connected to the digital transformation of the media. And 3, the underlying social causes, including economic and social inequalities, leading to mistrust and polarization. And all these factors combined ultimately create an environment where disinformation can flourish. Now, the second point I'd like to make is that although we know that these different concepts are being used, disinformation, misinformation, et cetera, we do like to remind everyone, as I'm sure we're all aware, that there is no agreed definition in international regional human rights law. And that's obviously where we would start as an organization called Article 19, is what is an international law? So there is no agreed definition. The third point I'd like to make is that although we have seen calls to address disinformation intensifying in recent months and years, and particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, we would like to point out that the issue has already been addressed to some extent in different legal fields. Think, for example, to laws on defamation, for example, so restrictions on false statement of facts that cause substantial harm to a person's reputation, or laws on election fraud, or laws on misleading advertising or sales of certain products, and so forth. That's just to name a few examples. So there is already some protection out there in terms of the harmful effects of disinformation. The fourth point I would like to make, that then if states do feel they need to make restrictions on freedom of expression, is to remind them, of course, of Article 19 and the way how to do this. And obviously we know there's a 3-part test in Article 19 of the ICCPR in terms of how to restrict freedom of expression. And unfortunately, in what we have found is that restrictive legislation on disinformation typically fail this 3-part test of Article 19 of the ICCPR, meaning they do not meet the principles of legality, legitimacy, proportionality, and necessity. We're very concerned about attempts to enact a legal duty of truth, and we don't agree with using the concept of disinformation or related concepts in legislation. And in the interest of time, I would just want to highlight one of the 3 principles and how our concerns play out. So as we all know, no universally agreed definition. So consider then the principle of legality, which means restrictions on free speech must be formulated with sufficient precision in order to foresee the consequences of your actions. However, given disinformation is a very complex problem, we believe that any attempts to define disinformation or capture all its complexities in one catch-all definition will be inherently broad and vague. And then I can talk more about the other principles, but I just wanted to focus on one. So we don't, as an organization, don't advocate to restrict disinformation through specific legislation or to do it in isolation. So my fifth point is, what we do recommend is holistic positive measures. And I can talk about this more in the next question, but just to say that Special Rapporteur Irene Khan summed up very well our primary position on disinformation. And I quote, "The right to freedom of opinion and expression is not part of the problem. It is the objective and the means for combating disinformation," end quote. And so that would be our answer to the problem, is a range of positive holistic measures by a range of actors. But I can come back to that in the next question. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. There will be a next round where we will ask the speakers to very quickly give these name the tools that you believe have to be used. But before we go to the second round, we have a message recorded by Miss Melissa Fleming for us to share about with us how the United Nations tackle the issue of disinformation, what the most important development and processes are, and what examples of cooperation within the United Nations framework on addressing disinformation we should look at. So we can now go over to the message from Melissa Fleming.
Could you please play the video in the back?
Here at the United Nations, we have been monitoring for years how lies are poisoning our societies, and also how mis and disinformation spread online and are causing real harm to our world. We certainly saw it at the height of COVID-19, when the pandemic hit. All kinds of conspiracy theories emerged, placing public health in grave and imminent danger. And we also saw claims that the pandemic was a hoax, claims that it planned to trigger the rise of a new world order, claims about miracle fake cures, or that vaccines are a plot to depopulate the planet. And we're also seeing this in relation to the climate emergency, where vested interests are, they say, financing the deliberate, or actually vested interests are financing the deliberate undermining of science, doing it to delay climate action and preparedness. These actors are using tactics that range from direct climate change denial, but also to so-called woke washing, namely the framing of climate action as being corrupt or elitist in order to spread doomism or fatalism. We are also seeing the harmful effects of online disinformation in many conflict situations around the world. Back in 2018, the UN found that disinformation and hate speech spread online played a significant role in stoking horrific atrocities against the Rohingya population in Myanmar. They poured oil on the fire of old divisions and pushed ordinary citizens to commit unspeakable acts. And similar stories have emerged in many other conflict settings. For example, recently in Ethiopia, there were Facebook posts that spread hate and incited attacks, killings, and displacement. In Iraq, militant groups are spreading sectarian hate on Telegram, on Facebook, and YouTube. And of course, these patterns are playing out in Ukraine very dramatically, where information is also being used as a weapon of war. And meanwhile, in Ukraine's neighboring countries, we're seeing the spreading of lies about refugees, making the most vulnerable, once again, to suffer. So analyzing these phenomena, we realize that in less than 2 decades since the birth of today's tech giants, their design flaws are clearly turbocharging real harm inflicted to our world. Social media platforms are hardwired to drive engagement,
but this engagement puts profit above civility. They amplify provocative material over facts, and they can generate outrage and division and downplay informed and nuanced debate that we need so desperately for our world. Of course, platforms are also crucial tools for those working to make the world a better place. For example, in autocratic states, they allow people to seek out banned news. In war zones, they allow uprooted people to keep in touch. And also, movements have been born on social media that have improved human rights. This is why in several countries, digital platforms are pressed by the authorities to take steps undermining free speech, either by taking down entirely legitimate content or by using upload filters. The UN has urged the platforms to respond to such demands by standing up to the rights to privacy and free expression, and by reporting on pressures that infringe those rights with full transparency and speed. The Secretary General himself has underlined that a human-centered digital space begins with the protection of free speech, freedom of expression, and the right to online autonomy and privacy. But free speech is not a free pass, he also noted. In the era of mis and disinformation, free speech is about much more than freedom to say whatever you want online. Free speech isn't about being unorthodox for the thrill of it. Freedom of expression stops at hatred that incites discrimination, hostility, or violence. Platforms must face the fact that they are constantly being abused by bad actors and live up to their responsibility to protect human rights and save lives. For this reason, at the United Nations, we are constantly engaging with the platforms and advocating that they do their human rights due diligence, but also review their business models against the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. We want platforms to offer a robust framework to reduce the speed of harmful falsehoods and establish mechanisms to remedy them. Especially in conflict situations, platforms need human moderators reviewing content in real time, moderators fluent in local languages, but also attuned to the local and regional contexts. Moreover, we want to see platforms move decisively against those profiting from hateful content through policies that limit the monetization of harm. I want to also say that my social media team works day in and day out to distill trustworthy UN information into accessible posts for our millions of followers, which we share through the social media platforms. An example of this effort is an initiative called Verified that we launched together with the social impact agency Purpose in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And this was to get accurate life-saving information out to communities and around the world and compete in those very same spaces where disinformation actors were having such an influence on people's decisions. We're also working to strengthen the capacity of social media users to identify on their own and avoid the lies by promoting media and information literacy and by creating our own teaching tools. So among others, my team has launched 2 free online digital literacy courses on mis and disinformation in collaboration with WikiHow in multiple languages that are being taken by students of disinformation all over the world and hopefully improving their ability to spot mis and disinformation and not become part of the spreading problem. Last but not least, we are advocating to states as well to promote various measures to encourage the free flow of information, to enhance media diversity, and to support independent public interest media as a means of countering disinformation.
A very clear and I would say strong message from Melissa Fleming, speaking on behalf of the United Nations. And she also mentioned, I think, some things that the UN does to address the issue. Now, the second round is where we want to hear from our speakers what the most important instruments are. And I think also we can attach the third question to this one. What, in your opinion, could be done to help other countries mobilize the knowledge and resources that are needed to address this issue effectively? So what do you do in your domestic area, so to say, and what do you think can be done to cooperate better on the topic of disinformation? We go in the same order and starting with you, Alan, please. And please, very concisely.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to actually insist on what Anna said, which is, I think, one very important thing when it comes to the research that we do. Someone mentioned that they want to know, like, the tools we use, how we do it. We do use social media monitoring and digital media monitoring tools, but at the end of the day, that is just a means to an end to give you access to the information that is available on the platforms. So it doesn't necessarily mean that tells you this is disinformation, this is misinformation. So I think one clear strategy that everyone needs to know is that the tools are just a means to an end. You need to actually have human intervention in any type of analysis so that we don't end up crossing over to, you know, censoring any specific individual. And I want to insist on one specific thing, is that it doesn't mean, as we've just heard, it doesn't mean that we need to give a free pass to every other person who shares disinformation and hate online. One thing is clear, is that we do have malign actors who have their own intentions. And what we need to be doing is that we need to be safeguarding these specific spaces that we are having the conversations, like social media and through the media, because this is where our young children, this is where our youth get their own information. There's an interesting research that I got just recently saying that 40% of young people, Gen Z, they're referred to as Gen Z, actually go to TikTok for first-hand information. Traditionally, that was Google. Everyone wanted to go to Google. So we need to be thinking about that. And just one final thing that I wanted to insist on is, I don't think we need to, as Anna said, we should not be regulating disinformation itself. We need to be regulating because disinformation actually thrives when rights are being abused, right? We need to be looking at regulatory frameworks that actually address things that are going against the rights of individuals in different countries, right? So we need to be customizing these legal frameworks. We need to be customizing the laws to actually include disinformation, monitoring as an element, but not monitoring disinformation itself, because people have other intentions around it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. And over to you, Richard. So, the most important tools, very quickly.
Very shortly, I think I outlined the tools that we have at our disposal already in my previous intervention. So all three pillars very important for those of you who probably came in late. So we have this approach based on a whole of government, whole of society approach. So every government, ministry, and institution has to get involved, and every member of the society has to have a minimum level of awareness on disinformation, on manipulation techniques, how to recognize, how to counter them, how to report to the social media platforms themselves, abusive content, how to report to the state police and other services. Yes, the main strategy behind this is to limit the space of spread, to create a vacuum conditions for disinformation. If there is no air, if there is no oil for this fire to continue, then the disinformation will not be able to spread and jump from one platform to another, from one interest group to another. So we have to turn off the air to the light of disinformation by working on strengthening all three pillars. So effective government communications. If there was only effective government communication, everyone was working very greatly with their target audiences, there would not be a miscommunication, no confusions. If we would be supporting more independent quality journalism, then we would not have to deal with the influence of as I pointed, weapons of mass destruction. I wouldn't call them necessarily media, the ones that are Kremlin state-sponsored and backed. And the third is media and information literacy, societal resilience level, which is really key. And we have built a lot for this. We have created, for example, a digital manual available not only for civil servants in Latvia, but also to every citizen of the country. Has a manual on how to recognize disinformation techniques, methods, about which Mr. Gulner spoke earlier, on how to effectively counter them, and what are also the content-wide, the most often used disinformation narratives against Latvia, and how to recognize and how to counter them with facts.
Okay, thank you, Richard. There is a manual. You can get one, but I guess it's in Latvian, so it would need to be translated, but we can address that. So, again, tools. Lutz, over to you, and I know you love toolboxes and tools, so what's in your toolbox?
Oh, I love toolboxes, and I will spare you kind of all the details. But in principle, and we did a lot of work and thinking, and I'm very happy also that this seems to be very much in line with the thinking of the civil society community, in particular, what Anna has said, also what Alan has said. We see 4 areas that really need to be done. The first one is what we call situational awareness. Really, we need to have also tools to understand what is going on. We need to make it public. We need to expose. We need to get access to data in this field. It is crucial to have all this and to be able to analyze it, because seeing very often is a good antidote already, if you just know what's going on and how these techniques are being done. The second point is maybe the obvious one that is very often mentioned. It is difficult to do. It has many different elements. It is what we call building societal resilience. It can be fact-checking initiatives, can be support to a more diverse, competitive, and highly professional media system. It can be support for media literacy initiatives, etc. The list is very, very long. And of course, it always depends a bit on the mix of the specific situations. But there, I'm also very eager to underline that we work with a lot of UN countries, a lot of UN members, you know, to help either the governments or civil society sector to develop these skills. That would be the second box. The third box is something that USG Fleming has also mentioned. We need to think about regulation, but regulation not of the content, but regulation of behavior, for example, of internet companies or of social media platforms. The European Union has put in place a law on this one. It's called the Digital Services Act, and it does not regulate the content. It does not say what can be said on these platforms or not, but we turned it around. We looked at the risk actually that emanates from the very dominant kind of position that these platforms have, and that their discussions bear, or discussions that are happening on their platforms bear for society. And we put a risk management and risk mitigation approach in there. So clear rules also for the platforms in this area. But I really have to underline, and that brings me to the fourth box. Regulating the platforms will not solve the issue, and it will be only one of the elements. And that's why we also need to look into broader issues in our UN family, for example. We are clearly thinking also about rules for state actors in this field. We should think about this. What is responsible state behavior in this field? Is a deliberate strategy to manipulate another country with by using disinformation, information manipulation, or technical means? Is this a justified, legitimate kind of way of conducting international relations? And you see in the way I put this rhetorical question out. Last point, for us, very, very important is that we do not regulate what can be said and who says what, etc. That would be the wrong way. We want to protect the freedom of speech from malign interference, from manipulation, from outside kind of manipulation. And I think with this approach, we'll actually safeguard the freedom of speech and not kind of restrict it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lutz. We will eat a little bit into the break time between the sessions. So we can go to Anna for a very brief response to the tools, and then we'll try to take at least one question from the audience, and there is one online. Anna, please.
Okay, I'll try to be as brief as possible, but you can imagine I do have a lot to say on this question, but we believe that it is holistic and positive measures that are firmly grounded in the right to freedom of expression and other human rights, of course, that are the best solution. So I want to give 6 suggestions for states, and this is not an exhaustive list, but in the interest of time, I'll try to keep it as brief as possible, but 6 clear ideas. 1, ensure a diverse, free, and independent media environment, in particular through clear regulatory frameworks that ensure self-governance and independence for the media and broadcasting sector. We also need strong protections online and offline for journalists and media workers. We all know the media can facilitate the free flow of information and expose corruption and falsehoods, etc. Second, implement comprehensive right to information laws, including by complying with the principle of maximum disclosure of information and by proactively releasing information of public interest. And of course, governments should not be spreading disinformation themselves. Third, ensure connectivity to an accessible, free, open, reliable, and secure internet, the topic of this forum. The digital divide remains a huge barrier to accessing information and allows disinformation to remain unchecked, especially for poor, rural, and remote communities. 4, invest in digital, media, and information literacy, as mentioned by others. 5, adopt positive policy measures to combat online hate speech, in line with Human Rights Council Resolution 1618, the Rabat Plan of Action, and all relevant human rights standards. And finally, work with companies to make sure they too respect human rights. Now, in terms of companies, obviously digital companies, in particular, dominant social media platforms, have to be a key part of the solution. And Article 19 believes that addressing disinformation on social media platforms must be considered, as Melissa Fleming said, in the larger context of their business models, and also in terms of the deficiencies in content moderation practices, which at times lack respect for human rights and the principles of accountability and transparency. But, and we are seeing this increasingly happening already, social media platforms can utilize a variety of flexible responses that do comply with the guiding principles on business and human rights. So rather than banning users or deleting inaccurate content, they can modify algorithms to promote trustworthy content. They can affix labels or warnings. They can provide links to authoritative information, among other positive measures. They need to articulate clear and easily understood policies governing disinformation on their platforms, in line with human rights, and available in a range of languages. They also need to ensure minimum due process guarantees and full transparency in their engagements with governments. And then in terms of states, well, states need to promote oversight of social media platforms by independent multi-stakeholder institutions, which in our view offers the best solution to be adaptable to the ever-changing context of online communication, rather than trying to regulate the content that should be restricted.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Thank you. I think we have to stop here to be able to take one question.
Thank you.
I can see one over there, please, sir. There will be a mic coming to you, I hope. And please tell us who you are.
Yep. Hey, my name is Raul Plummer. I'm from Finland. I'm here with the Electronic Frontier Finland. And I wanted to ask, would it be possible for the UN or these other organizations that are concerned about misinformation to help creating a course maybe for like internationally for schools to educate the children on media critique?
Good question. Who would take it? So how do? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Maybe it's a good idea. Please. Yeah. We'll take 3 questions and then we'll ask speakers to respond.
Hello, this is Eliška Pirková from Access Now. Thank you for excellent presentations. I would be more interested if we put the issue of content moderation of disinformation and misinformation online and look maybe a bit deeper into content recommender systems and how the content is being curated. where we see that that's one of the main reasons how the disinformation is actually being amplified. But my question is connected to another tool that is currently being invoked by a number of legislators, including the EU, and that is that so-called media exemption. As we know, number of media are often also bad actors who intentionally spread disinformation.
Please phrase your question as a question.
My question is precisely about the efficiency of media exemption, which in other words is actually must carry obligation for media content, so the online platforms do not moderate the media content at all and deserve certain privileged treatment.
Okay,
I would like to hear
Okay.
the efficiency of that measure. Thank you very
if
much.
there is anyone who wants to reflect on the media exemption, I think it's a very specific issue that will be welcome. Please, your question, sir.
Thank you so much. I'll be quick. We had our own story with disinformation attacks here in Russia, starting from February 24th. We have faced an enormous amount of fakes and disinformation created and funded by Ukrainian and sometimes European actors. So far, these ads were delivered mostly through Facebook and Instagram
excuse
actors.
me. First of all, this is a session for questions. So
yeah, I had a question.
Okay, please phrase the question.
So
right
turns
away.
out Meta, as a global platform, instead of keeping neutrality, had chosen its side in conflict and was helping delivering this kind of fakes and disinformation. So, and it was predictably banned in Russia. So my question is, do you think platforms must be neutral in conflicts, or they have a right to choose a side? Thank you.
That's an interesting question. Shall we again start with you, Alan? Would you like to reflect on any of those questions? But please do it within 1 minute, max.
Okay, so I think I'll actually start with the first question and maybe respond to also the last question. About the courseware that is available out there. Actually, there is a lot of content. I think we just need to have a unifying organization like the UN, and I agree with you, to actually, collect all this information that is available out there on how to counter mis and disinformation in itself, so that we can create a curricula that can be seeded across different countries. So I do agree on that with you, and I'd like also to hear from my counterpart. And on the last question, I think basically that is why the platforms need to counter disinformation. They should not have a preference on any type of disinformation, right? So I do agree with you that platforms need to be strategic enough to look at disinformation as a content that it's not specific to specific actors. It's actually just fighting disinformation in itself. But also state actors need to be held accountable whenever that happens.
So, Richard, media teaching, media literacy, teaching about disinformation, media exemption, if you have a comment on that, and should the platforms be neutral? Very quick answers on this, please.
On media exemption, I will leave it to the EU panelist from the EAS. On the media information literacy, I think the implementation is key. We have so many national and international already initiatives. We don't have to create always invent the bicycle from scratch. It's already there. It's actually on how to ride the bicycle and just ride it actually, and the implementation is the key. On the platforms, Well, it's a challenging question. I mean, we could devote a whole session to this, but platforms are not media themselves, so they don't necessarily have to follow the traditional media rules.
Important comment. We go very quickly to our remote speakers. Lutz, so teaching about disinformation and media literacy. If you have again something to say about the media exemption and should platforms be neutral?
Good. Very, very briefly, media literacy is key, but we should not centralize it kind of at the level of the United Nations, that there's only one size fits all. It needs to be, of course, tailored to specific audiences, etc. So I think that is something we need to push. There should also be support. There should be kind of material, etc. But please not the one kind of and only kind of approach to it, because that would be quite challenging, I think. Second point about media exemption, it would even take some time to explain what it is, but we do not have the media exemption in our Digital Services Act, even if there were wide discussions. There are some arguments in favor, some against, and those that are against, and I'm also in this camp, recognize that a lot of media are actually not really media. They have been used as instruments, for example, also of other states. Look at RT, for example, which has been used as an instrument also to support exactly what is happening in the Russian war against Ukraine, for example. Platforms should be neutral or not. Platforms, first of all, need to comply with law. But of course, that can become very, very complicated for the platforms the moment when they become subject to very, let's say, problematic laws in some of the countries they are operating in. So for me, kind of key principles is really the core element, and that is freedom of speech upholding. But of course, also, as everybody said, freedom of speech is not a free pass for everything, and that is, and there we would be very, very close to what also the colleague of Article 19 has said beforehand.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lutz. And really, the next session is starting now, so you have 30 seconds to respond to what you believe is the most important in this discussion.
Okay, as quickly as I can. One, of course, as I said, we talked about the literacy aspect. Various initiatives exist, more can be done. Second, I'm going to park that, can't do that in 30 seconds. The third, I would just like to refer to the recent report from the Special Rapporteur, Irene Khan, which has a lot of very good recommendations in terms of how to deal with disinformation in the context of war, and I would like to refer to these excellent recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we are really short on time. We have to stop here. I would like to thank very much our speakers for excellent ideas, and thank you indeed the audience for being here, and I hope we can return to the topic again. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming for the launch of the cybersecurity model laws in Africa. As you know, we had the meeting, we validated this report, this guideline during the African Internet Governance Forum held this year in Malawi. Cybersecurity is a very important topic in the continent, and we can't realize this digital transition without securing the cyberspace. We have at the continental level several frameworks, such as this Convention of Cybersecurity, adopted by only 14 countries now. We already adopted also this data governance framework this year. We are working to develop the single digital market with AUC, as well as in African strategy on artificial intelligence. All this framework, for implementing them, we need to secure the cyberspace. And why today we are going to launch this guideline to try to help all African countries on the missing link in the Malabo Convention. Before we go to the presentation of this model law guideline, I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Jean-Paul Adam, the Director of Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resource Management at the UNECA, to say a few words. Jean-Paul, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Maktar, and good afternoon to everyone. And thank you very much for making the effort to join us for this event and for the presentation on the proposals for model law on cybersecurity. As Maktar already mentioned, it's a missing link because in the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy, one of the pillars is to be able to have appropriate and secure methods to be able to ensure that African populations, governments, businesses all have secure access to the internet and can use it as the development tool that we want it to be. We want to make sure that we can really implement the digital transformation. And in the same way that you will not achieve the appropriate levels of trade, for example, if your roads and highways are not up to standard and are not safe. In the same way, we will not achieve the type of digital transformation that we want if our digital highway is not safe and secure. It's about more than just policing. It's about having a safe space. It's about having a space whereby anyone can access this space in safety and security without harassment and without challenges to their own well-being. The goal of this model law is to really allow countries to implement in a very practical sense the type of enabling framework that allows cybersecurity to be implemented in an African context. We are all aware of the Malabo Convention. We are very close to hopefully getting for it coming into force with one more signatory. But what we have realized in the engagement with various countries is that the Malabo Convention being overarching, we need to look at it in the context of each individual country. And the hope is that this individual law makes it easier for countries to then adapt to their own situation and thereby look at those aspects of the Malabo Convention that are the most relevant to them and facilitate the process by which this can be implemented in their own national context. We, of course, are also developing a regional center on cybersecurity in Lomé, and this is another one of the pillars that will help us to deliver on the appropriate format for cybersecurity in countries and provide the appropriate capacity building. The center will assist in the continuation of implementation of these kinds of model laws, and it will also provide a focal point for researchers across the continent looking at cybersecurity, as well as a point of engagement from partners such as civil society and also such as the private sector. And in conclusion, we are on the cusp of the digital age in Africa. We may feel like we are far behind, because yes, we have a lot of catching up to do compared to other regions. But there is also a lot happening. Over $2 billion invested in 2021 in tech startups in Africa. We are seeing increased investment in digital technologies and infrastructure. 11 out of the 69 projects that have been prioritized under the Continental PIDA framework for priority infrastructure, 11 are in ICT-related fields. These are the building blocks that will allow African countries to change their modality of economic growth, moving away from simple extraction and export of resources to true value addition and looking at sustainable value chains that multiply wealth and not extract it. And I think that's where we have to recognize where safety is critical, security is critical, and without the right regulatory framework through a cybersecurity law, we will not actually be able to deliver. So this is how important this model law is. And just before concluding, I would like to therefore thank all those that have helped us, in particularly the consultants, but also the partnerships that we have, notably within the IGF context, the WSIS context, our partnerships with the African Union, and of course, I'd like to thank in particular the ECA team led by Maktar. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing more details on the model law. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Paul. Thank you very much for that. Let me give now the floor to Nena. She's connected from UK to make a presentation on this guideline. After that, we are going to open the discussion before we officially launch this model guideline law. Nena, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Maktar. Good afternoon, everyone. And I want to say thank you to UNECA for this change-making effort and initiative to develop a guideline for an appropriate or model cybersecurity law in Africa, which is much needed. Listening to Jean-Paul talk about it, you would find that on every note, he's absolutely right regarding the benefit and the need for such a guideline at a time like this when Africa is pursuing digital transformation in the entire region. This initiative started last year in 2021, and under the guideline and direction of the UN Economic Commission for Africa, Africa now has an appropriate guideline to assist member states in developing appropriate cybersecurity laws and legislation. It has been agreed that the guideline shall be known as the ECA Guideline for a Model Law on Computer-Enabled and Computer-Related Crimes in the African Union member states. It can also be referred to as the ECA Guideline for a Model Cybersecurity Law. In general, this guideline will provide guidance to African member states for designing cybersecurity legislation. It also explains the key features and the benefits of a standard cybersecurity law. Before I go forward, I just wanted to draw our minds to the cybersecurity legal framework landscape in Africa to understand the necessity of such a guideline. Firstly, Jean-Paul has talked about the Malabo Convention, the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. Since 2014, Africa has been working, the AUC has been working to ensure it receives adequate ratification for it to come into force per Article 36 of the convention. Until date, that convention is still not in force, which means that Africa lacks a regional cybersecurity framework as it is. There is no uniform law across the region to ensure that there is a legislation covering cybersecurity. We are at 14 ratifications as it is, and hopefully can move forward for it to enter into force. Again, research has also shown that out of 54 assessed countries, this was from Africa Portal, just over half of African countries have a cybersecurity legislation or have passed some form of legislation to promote cybersecurity, which means we're still far behind. Again, you find that even where cybersecurity legislation exists, sometimes the legislation are inappropriate or ineffective. Sometimes you see a copy and pasting of cybersecurity legislation taken from elsewhere. Again, there is no regional cybersecurity strategy. The AUC is still working towards having a regional cybersecurity strategy. The ITU undertook an assessment this year, and only about a third of Africa's 54 countries have completed a national cybersecurity strategy. And this is less than half the global average. Again, if you look at those cybersecurity strategy, research has also shown that only about three of the strategy meet the expected demands in terms of what an appropriate cybersecurity strategy is. And so again, I would say that I laud the efforts of UNECA in taking this initiative for the region. So what is the rationale for this cybersecurity guideline? First of all, we have to think about the fact that the introduction and implementation of cybersecurity laws is an essential component of a regional response in how we seek to ensure cybersecurity in Africa. If you look at the ITU Global Cybersecurity Index, it still shows that many African countries are at a very weak cybersecurity maturity level. Again, you cannot curb cybersecurity without the appropriate legal framework. Again, we're at a time when we're looking at the digital transformation strategy. We are 2 years into the digital transformation strategy. We have just 8 years left. And we know that effective and efficient digital transformation in Africa can only be achieved with cybersecurity. Again, as I said earlier, many African countries do not have legislation to support cybersecurity. So showing you the necessity to develop these guidelines. Again, you have rampant inappropriate legislation across the region. For example, in 2020, permit me to say, Nigerian cybersecurity legislation was there was a move by the ECOWAS court to ask Nigeria to repeal or amend the cybersecurity legislation. In other regions, there are concerns that the cybersecurity legislation do not meet appropriate human rights standards. So sometimes you have inappropriate legislation across the region to support cybersecurity. So a set of guiding principles for African governments is very important so that we can establish standards to ensure cybersecurity at global best practices. Now, what was the approach to developing the guideline? We sought to reach a minimum set of baseline, considering different factors. First, UNECA looked at the national legislation across Africa, the existing legislation in parts of Africa. Again, the Malabo Convention, then the Convention on Cybercrime, which is the Budapest Convention of 2001. We also looked at the United Nations norms of responsible state behavior, and this basically formed parts of the human rights component of the guideline, which keeps ensuring and advocating that states must look at human rights as they police and promote cybersecurity. Finally, we know that there are ongoing efforts to develop a global cybercrime convention. And so as part of the efforts to develop this guideline, attention was given to the process elaborating a United Nations Global Convention on countering the use of ICTs for criminal purposes. So for example, on the guideline, you will see topics like ransomware. These are more recent discussions going on at the UN level in terms of what should be in an appropriate cybersecurity or cybercrime legislation. Another important fact to mention, which Maktar has talked about, so I would not take us back to this, is the fact that this is not just issued without consideration to appropriate consultation. During the AIGF in Malawi in July, there was an expert forum which was constituted to deliberate on the draft guideline. And so having taken input from experts across the region of different discipline and field related to cybersecurity, that feedback was then consolidated into this final version. You would see a difference from the first draft in the sense that there are now more provisions and the definition of terms is now more expanded to undertake different definitions in relation to the guideline. So what is the object of the guideline? And this is a very important aspect in terms of understanding the purpose of the guideline. The guideline is not a law. The guideline is not binding on any African state. The guideline is not a legislation. It is just a set of guiding principles for Africa member states. So UNECA, for example, is not the AUC and cannot constitute states to say you must have a binding treaty in that sense on the representation or on behalf of African states. So it's a guiding principle which African states can follow as they establish or set out to establish standards for ensuring cybersecurity or cybercrime laws. So the guideline will not limit, it does not limit, and it cannot limit the operation of any national or regional law which is already in existence or may come into existence in the future that expressly or impliedly regulates cybersecurity or prohibits any activity that is regarded as cybercrime in their own jurisdiction. The guideline as well, if you look at the wordings of the guideline, it does not attempt to provide specific legislative language for stipulating the provisions of cybersecurity or cybercrime laws or how the implementation of that laws would go. So sometimes you see the wording saying may or should. So it leaves the precise language to the discretion of African states in respect of the sovereignty of African states and recognizing that African states may vary in terms of legal systems. We have Francophone countries and we have Anglophone countries in Africa. So the precise language is left to the discretion of African states. Now, what is the purpose of the guideline? Again, just briefly, it is designed to assist member states in drafting, reforming, and modernizing their cybersecurity laws. So where there are laws already, there are so many developments which African states must begin to think about to modernize their laws, to take into account the need for promoting cybersecurity in the region and to change outdated laws. It's also for policymakers, for legislators who wish to understand the valuable component of a model cybersecurity law. I was in Costa Rica for a Council of Europe event just last month, and one representative of one of the African states was saying they needed a law and that they couldn't find anything, and they had to go to the Commonwealth model law at that time just to do something in 1 week. So that sort of gives you a vivid evidence or representation of the need for a model guideline. The guideline also attempts to breach best practices principle, looking at substantive offenses, powers, and mutual legal assistance, as you should have in an appropriate standardized legislation. It also provides guidelines for provisions. So apart from the general and elaborate substantive offenses, powers, you will find that it gives detailed provisions in relation to the principles such as law enforcement, judicial powers, oversight, respect for human rights. It also provides guidance on law enforcement activities for ensuring cybersecurity that underscores the respect for human rights in accordance with international and regional human rights standards, such as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. It also addresses cybersecurity measures and illustrates the acts. It stipulates the acts that can be criminalized. For example, we went as far as including identity theft, which you do not see in many legislation. But ultimately, it identifies recommendations on standards for cybersecurity laws and regulations in the respective African jurisdictions. Just to give a brief outline before I give the floor back to Maktar, it has 7 parts. The first part is the introduction, and I will take you through the components of each part. Part 2 is the general scope. The general scope just advises African member states on what an appropriate cybersecurity legislation should include as a summary. Part 3 looks at the general offenses. And of course, African states are not tied to taking everything. There is also the liberty, because they are sovereign states, to say, we want to look at the general scope and look at what we want to do. We want to look at the cooperation part to give us appropriate understanding. We are not saying we do not have adequate laws, but we also want to understand what cybersecurity management is. So part 4 looks at criminal procedure and determination of liability. Part 5 looks at criminal procedure as it relates to law enforcement, different from determination of liability. Part 6 looks at cybersecurity cooperation, which is very important. And finally, for me, the most important part, cybersecurity management, which is not usually talked about when you talk about cybersecurity. We find that in Africa, there is more of a focus on criminalization, and we don't look at prevention. We also don't look at how we respond at the end of effects. So part 1 gives you a general guideline in terms of introducing the guideline, what the guideline is about. It talks about the object of the guideline, the purpose of the guideline, and of course, a very important component, which is the definition of terms. It defines the terms you will find in the guideline in relation to specific provisions and other aspects of the guideline. Part 2 looks at the general scope. Like I said, what Part 2 does is to tell states how to focus the content of cybersecurity legislation, what to look at, what is cyber dependent, what is cyber enabled, what the law must respond to, how it will manage and prevent, the sort of services that are essential for functional cybersecurity enforcement or cybersecurity policing. It also talks about how to prioritize human rights and a general framework in terms of what would be the content of the legislation. Part 3 looks at general offenses, and this is very important. Like I said, you would see many provisions and such offenses that you do not find in many treaties or even legislation that exist in the continent and outside of the continent. It looks at illegal and unauthorized access, illegal interception, misuse of computer devices and access codes, unauthorized modification of computer program or data, unauthorized interference with computer systems, child pornography, misleading content targeted at children. So beyond just child pornography, how do we deal with content that is targeted to mislead children that may be criminal at the end of the day? Offenses in relation to identity, in terms of personal identity, whether a person is living or is diseased. Denial of service attacks, ransomware and computer extortion, fraudulent inducement. This is something that is also new. Online infringement of copyright and related rights. It also looks at cyber squatting, which is also not generally talked about, and unlawful obtaining of personal data. Now, if you go on to part 4 of the guideline, it looks at criminal procedure and determination of liability. How do you determine liability, which is very important? Before you can determine liability in any criminal legislation, it's important that you stipulate how you want to approach that. So it gives guidance on criminal intent. It gives guidance on criminal negligence. It gives guidance on attempt, aiding and abetting and conspiracy, as well as liability of persons and offenses by corporation. So we are aware that crimes can be committed by corporations as well. And so it gives guidance to how states can ensure liability of persons, whether individuals or corporations, as well as when corporations commit offenses that can be tagged as cyber criminal in national laws or legislation. In part 5, it looks at more procedural issues and law enforcement, and then gives guidance on procedural and substantive powers, the scope of procedural measures, conditions and safeguards that are necessary for law enforcement, the preservation and disclosure of data, production and obtaining, as well as search and seizure of stored computer data. It also talks about authorized warrants and the blocking, filtering, and removal of illegal content online, which sort of promotes public-private partnerships. So law enforcement working with tech providers, online service providers, internet service providers, as well as the jurisdictional scope of states, when states can enter their jurisdiction in terms of law enforcement or curbing cybercrime. In Chapter 6, it talks about cybersecurity cooperation and details guidance and advice on cooperation and mutual legal assistance, the measures to enhance law enforcement cooperation, international cooperation, but most importantly, a multi-stakeholder approach to cybersecurity in any African state. So it gives guidance on public-private partnership, as is very important. Finally, Chapter 6, it talks about critical infrastructure. The essence of that chapter is on cybersecurity management. So in terms of cybersecurity management, it tells states how to protect critical national infrastructure, what can be defined as critical infrastructure, how they can go about defining and understanding critical infrastructure. It also advises states on computer emergency response, the need for a 24/7 cybersecurity point of contact, cybersecurity strategies and framework, the fact that African states need cybersecurity strategies and framework to pursue and promote cybersecurity. The establishment of a central authority for cybersecurity regulation, cybersecurity assistance and support for victims. This has been missing in Africa. We prosecute, we criminalize, we police, but we do not talk about promoting and establishing support for victims and in situations they have fallen prey to cybercrime activities. It also talks about education and training as part of cybersecurity leadership and management, and also advises states on cybersecurity research and development. This is something very important to UNECA. We heard Jean-Paul talk about the fact that UNECA is in partnership to develop an African regional center for cybersecurity research. And so this is very important to include in any legislation. And finally, which is ultimate, the need for African states to regularly amend domestic legislation. Cybercrime is different from any other criminal activity, and we see how, revolution, we see how change, amendments, enhancements, growth in terms of ICT penetration and use causes more increase in criminal activity. So it's important that domestic legislation will always be revised or amended to meet expected and contemporary standards at any time. That is just a brief summary of what is contained in the guideline for the model cybersecurity law. I give the floor back to Makta and look forward to the deliberations that will follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nena, for this wonderful presentation. This report has been prepared since maybe 12 months or 11 months. We have, as I said at the beginning, a validation workshop in Malawi. And what we have to retain, it is not a law, it is a guiding principle to assist the member states to develop their national cybersecurity strategy. We cover a lot of area as Nena present on this guideline. Just I want to give you the floor for your view, comment, before we proceed to the launch of this report. Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let me start by, go ahead, please.
No, thank you very much. I mean, I think this is excellent, an excellent initiative. But just, I was writing quite a few notes, but just for quick clarity. I mean, there are several of the member states who maybe have different cybersecurity laws, different levels, guidelines. They've got data protection acts, which some of these issues address, laws and guidelines. So in a nutshell, I just wanted to really just get a sense of how this guideline marries into this. I think it was inferred, but I just wanted it in simple terms with proper clarity so that we can get out of here knowing this is how it merges into this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Toko Mia, CEO of Startup Toko. I just wanted to find out about the review process. So South Africa does have a cybersecurity bill. At the moment, we previously had a cybersecurity act. And so we are and have some laws in terms of cybersecurity at the moment. However, I think that what we don't have and which we do need is a Startups Act, which is what we're in the process of writing at the moment. And we've just collected a movement and are just starting up to get some legs and to get some action in terms of creating the South Africa Startup Act. So in terms of innovation and new technologies, there's a lot of work going on in Africa at the moment, cross-investment and development programs in entrepreneurship across sector. I just wanted to find out about the review process in light of it being a recommendation. Has there been work done into the review process, and how, or what are the recommendations in terms of review and progress in innovation technologies?
Baratang Mia. My question is, John, you mentioned that there's 2 billion or something that's invested in Africa, and there's been a lot of support for women business. I don't know if you mentioned that, but I'm adding it. I just want to find out, was that for training? how was it used? Because we find that there's so much money spent on entrepreneurship, and all of it goes to facilitators and trainers, not the business itself. So if you can just elaborate on how that portion was used.
Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I come from Zambia. My name is Richard Mulonga. I work for Bloggers of Zambia. So we have the Cyber Security and Cyber Crimes Act in Zambia. Very problematic law, because even just its genesis, how it was born, fast-paced, 3 months before elections, it was enacted in Parliament when all parliamentary standing orders were suspended. But it's also in the content itself of the bill, the way the law is structured, and because it has got very vague and purposely vague provisions on search and seizure, for example, publication of false information, and others, warrants, how warrants should be obtained. The judicial safeguards are very weak. How do you think, and this law is in court, but also some parts have been petitioned by lawyers and ourselves, and the review process has started. How do you think that this review can help our situation in Zambia? And I know it is not only in Zambia where these problems, like when we come here to the AU, we have these good things that you're talking about. But what is it that happens between Lusaka and Harare, or what happens between Harare and Lusaka? We have this good model, but when it comes to our jurisdiction, we have got these problems that we're discussing, and then these laws are facilitating internet shutdowns and all that. How can you help us to just, you know?
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Victor Kapio from the Kenya ICT Action Network, KICTANET. Thank you very much for these guidelines. Just some observations. One on the management of cybersecurity. I know Nena said that it was the most important, but also we found it at the end of the presentation. So I'm just wondering, in terms of prioritization, we have a problem with the focus of cybersec laws, just looking at starting with offenses, you know, and it's a big problem. And if we are saying we want to focus on cybersecurity, would it have made more sense to start with cybersecurity management as the primary thing that the laws or the policies are supporting, as opposed to giving us the criminal aspects? You know, we are not dealing with criminals. We are trying to improve cybersecurity. So something to think about in that respect. The other thing is, I've seen a lot of provisions on, you know, search and seizure and, you know, all these things. How does the guidelines deal with judicial oversight? Because we know in a number of countries, that's the biggest gap, because like my colleague has just said, you know, access, you know, without any formal procedure, without any oversight, without any check and balance, without any reporting framework for transparency. So to what extent does the guideline help clarify and encourage countries to be more transparent, especially when they want to do interception? And I think lastly is on where you mentioned public-private partnerships. And I know the word multi-stakeholder has been mentioned, and sometimes public-private eliminates civil society organizations. So perhaps would it have been useful to just say multi-stakeholder approaches to cybersecurity as opposed to just public-private, so that then part of the stakeholders don't look like they've been eliminated?
Thank you very much. Let me give the floor to Nena to respond to the first round of question, and after I'm going to the second round with Jimson and Nena.
Yes, please. Thank you so much, Maktar, and thanks to everyone for the question. I think the gentleman from Zambia actually sort of answered the first question. The first thing I want to point out, like I've said earlier, is UNECA is a UN agency, and you know it cannot force states to make binding obligations the way a governmental institution will do. And so this is not a law. It is not a law. It is not going to tell states you must do this. But in terms of its good offices, UNECA is giving a guideline, and it is much needed. Like the gentleman from Zambia is saying, many laws in Africa, when you look at the cybersecurity laws, we did an analysis, you find that some of them are very problematic. And so what this is doing, it's not saying that if you have a law in South Africa, remove it, no. But I feel that the problem is when we gather like this, we talk about Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, Morocco, we talk about the big countries doing so much, Tanzania, we forget that there are smaller African countries which still need guidance. You still have countries like Equatorial Guinea, Sao Tome and Principe who are not even at this table, so they still need guidance. So we are not saying it affects what South Africa is doing. We are not saying that it's going to displace what any country is doing. This is just on the basis of the good offices of a UN agency to say we need guidelines because there are so many laws that need to be addressed in terms of international best practices. So it doesn't trivialize, and it is clear on the object that it doesn't trivialize state sovereignty. It doesn't tell states what to do or tell states that what you're doing is not good, but it's in terms of clarity. This is a guideline, and states working with the UN would appreciate that. In terms of the review process, like Mokhtar said, this has been ongoing for a long time, and there was an expert forum. I can still see some of the experts in the room who gave very valuable advice as to how it was reviewed. It was a full room at Malawi, where experts gave recommendations on what to see, particularly taking into recognition the different legal systems that exist in Africa. After that, we also looked at getting experts on the table to review what had been done. And then, like I said, we waited for the third session of the UN ad hoc process to look at more discussions, and that's particularly informed the provision on cybersecurity cooperation. And like Victor was talking about the OEWG process as well, we looked at that, and that importantly led to the provision on public-private partnership. In terms of the billion question, and I will leave that for Jean-Paul and Mokhtar, it's not within my powers to answer that. Now, in terms of the gentleman from Zambia, I absolutely agree with you. That is why this guideline is important. But again, it depends on states. And that is where civil society organizations can then come in with people like Victor saying to states that there is a guideline we wish you can look at. You can look at the Malabo, for example. African states have not given adequate ratification, so you can't force them. So, but it is where the multi-stakeholder discussion, civil society comes in to say, look, you have this sort of guideline. Let this be a guide as to how you develop your laws. The problem you also have in Africa is many African states think cybersecurity is all about security. And that is why I agree with Victor's position that perhaps cybersecurity management should have come before. So this traditional security-centered approach affects the way African countries design their cybersecurity laws. They just think it's a security sector issue. So what this guideline does also is to temper that understanding. You would see that there is a continuous mention of human rights. Even when you go to search and seizure, you go to warrants, it shows you that, law enforcement officers must get warrants from the judiciary. And so we assume that the judiciary is independent, is not biased. So we did not see the necessity, like Victor was raising, to start telling judges what to do. I am a lawyer, for example. We believe in, how will I put it, equity and fairness of the judicial sector, the independence of the judiciary, and the fact that judiciary is not biased. So you may not necessarily need to start telling states what to tell the judiciary to do. If the judiciary is biased, it becomes a national issue, and a guideline cannot necessarily tell the judiciary what exactly they will do. And feedback from Victor taken as well. Thank you, Victor, for your points always. I think what you highlighted is important, but I don't think the position. I think why it's even at the end is that when you read it at the end, it remains in your consciousness for longer because it's the last thing you see and it remains in your subconscious more than what you've seen in the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nena. I think we have the same question like Namibia, Malawi. Let me give the floor to Jean-Paul to answer on his question before we go to the second round.
Thank you. So firstly, I think the question on investment in tech startups. So the figure I gave was 2.15 billion US dollars, which is actually the private sector investment in tech startups. So it's not aid and it's not government led. It's actually showing that a lot is happening in Africa, maybe despite the fact that even if our environments are not optimal. But it means that there are things happening. So in 2021, in the midst of the pandemic, was the record investment in African tech startups. It shows that there's a lot of innovation happening on the continent. We need to then frame that innovation and provide the opportunities to actually take that even further. And cybersecurity is one of those pillars, because those funds, we're talking billions of dollars, those funds will dry up in an instant if the environment for investment is not secure. And here, a lot of that environment is more and more going digitally. So that's why the cybersecurity aspect is so important. And then on the question of and the training, so the figure I talked about was not about training, it was about actual investment in developing companies, developing startups and companies. But you make an extremely valid point about where there are funds that are available for capacity building. We want to make sure that capacity building is not simply going to consultants, that we want to actually build capacity in the country. So if I use the example of the coding camps that ECA has been organizing, actually a lot of the people who are here in IGF, a lot of the trainers that we use now for the coding camps were trained in the first edition of the coding camp. And a lot of them actually here in IGF. So the idea is that we want to build capacity in countries to do so. And I think on cybersecurity, the point will be the same. You have to build local capacity for training and for research, which can then replicate within the country. Then the aspects about how the model law is applied. We can't insist that governments apply it in one way or another, but we've seen that some of the reticence about ratifying the Malabo Convention is that the Malabo Convention is so vast, and some countries have had difficulty, and there are different reasons, some which maybe are more valid than others, but countries have found it hard to just domesticate the Malabo Convention in its entirety. But there are some countries that have taken a very pragmatic approach, and Ghana is an example, where they have taken the aspects that are more relevant, and they've looked at their existing laws, and they've done that domestication already. So we've realized if there is a model law, then that helps the process for countries to also adapt with their own situation. And then linking this with the role of the regional center, which will be established in Lomé, this will help countries as well to do peer learning. So if you take an example of a country that has successfully implemented a cybersecurity law, and it doesn't need to be based on our model law. We heard the example of South Africa. There is already an existing law. Countries may already have an existing law which is good. The model law is not saying that what is existing is not good. It's simply saying that if you want to look at some of the best practices, they are contained in this model law. And then as countries implement, we want to use the regional center to then demonstrate in very practical terms, because I think it's very important to think about this in practical terms and not just theoretical. Because I think a few of you have made the point that a few governments, as soon as they think of cybersecurity, the first thing they think about is counterterrorism, restriction, means of control. And that's the wrong way to look at it. Cybersecurity is a building block for the digital economy and for digital transformation. So if the first reaction is to look at restriction, then that's not the point of implementing cybersecurity. You're trying to make a road safe. You're not trying to close the road. You're trying to make sure that the road is able to get people from A to B as quickly and safely and simply as possible. And that's what a cybersecurity law should be about. And I really agree fully with the point from Nena that the role of civil society, I think, will be to also show this is a model law. And and certainly I think it is valid to say that if and there's no one size fits all, but certainly if in certain countries we see that cybersecurity aspects are being applied too restrictively, then there's a big role for civil society to use the model law as an advocacy tool to try and bring countries towards a more practical and user-friendly experience. And I really appreciate the input and the proposal for looking at multi-stakeholder engagement and not just necessarily focusing on the private sector. So I think those are maybe I hope I've covered the points. If I've missed something, tell me. Thank you.
Go to the second round. Now after I will come to you later. Let me.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Alan Kusuma from Indonesia. I think we have several issues that looks quite the same about criminalization, issues on, several issues that Nena has mentioned also. I just want to know about the standpoint of this cybersecurity model law on how to have the digital forensics measure in handling the cybersecurity incidents or cybersecurity crime. If you can elaborate on that part, thank you.
Jimson, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Jimson Lulufui. I was one of the expert group members. I really want to commend UNECA, JP and Maktar, and Nena for the excellent vision and the job done. Let me first say that, this is just a comment, let me say that the whole essence of cybersecurity is basically to guarantee the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of internet resources that will enhance development. And then when there are infringements, then there has to be penalties. So that's the whole idea, to secure our infrastructure, internet economy, basically. So as Nena mentioned, the management of cyber infrastructure is actually a big priority. That is, as you said, it's very correct. So how to manage it to ensure vulnerability are identified and are properly mitigated. And if there are issue of infringements, then there should be penalties. Well, I really wish this has come much earlier, but it's still okay, as you said, because immediately Nigeria came out with this cyber crime law in 2015. As the chair of the Africa City Alliance then, we took a review and we saw glitches there, and we raised it. And that's what they took to court of law, and that was why the ECOWAS Court of Justice said it has to be reviewed. So if this has been there at that time, yes, it will have helped. So this is very, very useful, and really appreciate UNECA for doing it. And as the parliament in Nigeria, we're going ahead, seeing this now from UNECA, it corroborates what we have said before, that it has to follow some particular frameworks. No conflict, there should be no conflict. So just to say thank you for the job done.
Thank you for this comment and for commending the work done. Osam.
I will not say once again what Jimson said, but the fact is it's again great work that you have been doing at ECA with the report yesterday that you launched about the cybersecurity over the 40 countries, providing identifying, giving information, such important information is very important. The cybersecurity model law is extremely important for many countries we have met, where people do not have the proper knowledge and experience to put together a proper law. The only thing I would suggest, just for you to take into consideration, is to make at least 2 workshops about the model law, one for the French-speaking countries and one for the English-speaking countries, and for this to invite multi-stakeholders to know, to understand better the whole principle about the model law, and to help them really start building their own capacity with that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 1 minute, because we are running out of time.
Because it was misunderstood. Yeah, so it's not really anything more. And maybe I should have also introduced myself. My name is Catherine Adair. I'm the outgoing Director of Research at the Web Foundation. but I've been working in cybersecurity governance for the last 6 years. I won't go into further details. So the question I was asking, and maybe it was misunderstood, was just to get the clarity. And the clarity has come. So it's more of a comment that I see this as an opportunity to actually help even reviewing the existing laws and existing documents. So that was the clarity I was requiring, because then I can even go back to Kenya, Rwanda, and say, hey, you can use this law for this. So I needed that clarity. That's where I was coming from.
All right, thank you very much. And then please answer this question before we conclude.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the comments that have come. And I just wanted to say to you, to Maktar and Jean-Paul, that I agree that there should be a workshop for African countries. I think that's a very valid point to elaborate on this. In terms of the question on digital forensic, if you look at the guideline, it talks about two important sections, the part on law enforcement, criminal procedure and law enforcement, and also the other part in terms of mutual legal assistance. So you cannot necessarily spell out in terms of such a rule how to go about digital forensic. These are more procedural issues that would happen in the court of law as well as doing law enforcement. So that gives a broad guideline as to what states, for example, there is search and seizure and all of that. Law enforcement officers in terms of jurisdictions would understand what procedures for law enforcement and forensic. But like I said, the model guideline has already elaborated as well on mutual legal assistance. And I think for enforcement issues and procedural issues, law enforcement officers can then underscore that on the general framework and whole framework of what is appropriate for cyber security and proceedings in relation to cyber criminal activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What we have to return for this session, it is this document. It is not a law. It's a guiding principle. As you know, you have 17 countries having a cybersecurity framework in the continent, but this framework have a lot of missing link. When we go to the infrastructure management, child pornography. Also in the regional cooperation. Even the regional cooperation, when you look at the Malabo Convention, we have a missing link on that. And this document will provide opportunity for the country who already have their model laws, their policy framework on cybersecurity, to update their policy. And it's more important also for countries who do not have now, because they are going to start by zero, and we provide all information necessary for them to draft an adequate framework on cybersecurity, because the guideline is based, as Nena say, on the best practice, not in Africa, in the world. And also we look at the national level, the country where make a lot of progress, the country in reference in cybersecurity, we take on the lesson learned from this country to develop this guideline. The name is very clear, it is a guideline. And now it's more important also for the civil society. Yeah. Because cybersecurity, it is an issue for everybody. We need to build the capacity for everybody for cybersecurity. And why this document is important? For the civil society, for the parents, because I think the parents are not many times at home. And you have kids, you don't know how they're going to this online service. And this will help them to educate the kids, also to know how we can navigate it in this digital era, as well as how we can put in place adequate policy regulatory framework on cybersecurity to protect the citizen. It is important, I think, for all African countries. And also this guideline, also it is a general guideline we can apply in Indonesia. Yesterday we present our study with 40 countries in Africa and 30 countries in Asia, and we are faced on the similar challenge. And I would like to thank you very much all for your involvement, because it's too late, and for your contribution also to this guideline model law. To thank Nena for the good work. Of course, we are going to translate this in French and publish in the website. And the idea for the workshop also we are going to organize next year based on our budget, and we'll see how to organize this. And thank you very much for Well, we can do hybrid, yeah, hybrid. And we ask also all people here to popularize this guideline, yeah, in your several network because it's a public document for Africa, even for other continent. Thank you very much. I would like now to ask everybody to come here to launch officially this guideline model. We come here. No, we come here. We come. It's better. Yeah.
Sorry, you are giving the support.
And I get it.
Recording in progress.
Hi, this is Maureen Hilliard. I'm just checking my audio. Is that okay? I'm just a little bit early. I just thought I'd check in early for the SIDS session. Thank you.
Hi, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, but it's very faint. And I've got my my speaker on high.
Is this better? Can
A
you hear me
little
now?
bit better? Yes, a little bit.
How about this? Is it better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it's a little bit better.
Okay, okay.
Testing. Maureen, you there? Maureen?
Yes, I am.
All right. Maureen, did you tell them you have a slide deck you wanted to show? The tech team?
I don't have a slide deck.
Yes, someone in that group had a slide deck. Who was it? Or was it? I'll be happy if there was none.
Might have been Salu, but I did ask her to sort of like send
All
it
right.
to you because I didn't know what to do.
Is she there? Is she online?
Not yet.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
Letitia's here.
I'm gonna log on.
Letitia's here, but Salu isn't.
Okay, I'm gonna log on to the online. I'm gonna log on now anyhow and see what's going on.
And the audio from the other side is very low for me. I'm not quite sure why.
Are you hearing me? Testing 1, 2, 3.
I can hear you. I can hear you, but it's rather faint.
Okay, tech team, they're saying this audio which we're hearing quite loud here is faint on the Zoom. Is there a reason for that, you think? Okay.
It was extremely faint before when we did a little bit of a test.
All
But
All right, they're saying you have to raise your volume.
yeah.
So
I'm having to get
I'm
close
at the
to
mercy
my
of the tech
laptop.
team here, so I so I will
I see Salu has arrived.
I'll be guided by them.
We can check with her as to whether she's got a slide deck.
All right, I'm going into Zoom now. Hang on a sec. If to notice something in Zoom you have to do on this. You have to allow unmute. All right, so tech guys, the problem here we have, this is not a panelist session. So everybody is going to be speaking, but we only have two mics. So on Zoom, on Zoom, can you just unmute all the participants by default? But not unmute them now, but I mean allow them to speak by default, so they can, without having me to ask.
Yep,
you
it's
see
fine.
That? Yeah, that'll be good. All right, let me not join it. I'm not going to join the audio. Okay, that's all right. Seeing 10 people online, that should be fine. Okay, let me join it. All right, so I'm seeing 10 folks online. I don't think they're all tech people. So we have Maureen, Tina Captioner, I know who, Gabrielle Johnson, Letitia. So you can probably look at mine as you don't log in. Mahabula, Ochieng, hello Ochieng, and he's our remote moderator, remote rapporteur. Yes. Patrick Hussein, Selu, and Shernan. All right. Selu, before we're going to start shortly, formally. Selu, you had slides. Is that what Maureen was saying? I can't recall if it was you or Maureen. You can talk. Sorry? You can see us now?
I said I can see you.
Hey, here we go.
Yes, I sent it through.
Selu, did you have slides?
Yes, I've sent it through.
All right. You sent it through to whom?
Tracy and Cherie.
Tracy and Cherie. So I have to run the slides. Oh dear. Okay. Tech team, can she share her screen on remote? Is that possible? Yes. Okay. So Silo, they said you can share your screen because it'll be difficult for me to run slides. I can't multitask that well at this age.
Okay.
I can't share and run slides too. Sorry about that. Great. I'm seeing some nice camera work being done. Fantastic. Good. All right. So, Nia, how did it go? All right. I think this looks like it. All right. So we're gonna start now. So just for the recording. 1, 2, 3, we're starting. Okay, so welcome everyone to our IGF 2022 Dynamic Coalition on Small and Developing States annual roundtable. This year we are in beautiful Addis Ababa. We've been doing virtual meetings for some time, and of course, as you know, what the DC says, we are lucky to have small islands in on site. So we have quite a not quite a few, but some, and some are still coming. But our majority of our participants we know will likely be online. So we welcome our participants from the Pacific region, from the Caribbean region, from the Indian Ocean region, and from other parts of the ocean where there are islands that we all bring them in. Welcome, Judy. For those who don't know Judy, Judy has joined us today. Judy, my colleague, Judy from Kenya. Not an island, but Judy is a friend of us. And we're seeing coming in the room, June Paris. You're not going to see everybody, but I'm just calling one who I can see. And
we also have the Pacific participants here for the IGF with Jobans from Samoa and also Vili from Fiji. I think Nigel is also on his way. And I'm Shuri Langakali from Fiji, representing the Pacific. We did the first SIDS IGF together virtually, and I think we've been doing a couple of virtual sessions. It's nice to finally be here in person and actually see in person, like how you introduced us earlier, in the flesh. And yeah, thank you for having us, Tracy.
And what I could probably do is probably on my right, I'll ask my colleague, Secretary General Rodney Taylor, to just say he's here.
I'm here.
And I also have, I just want to give my colleague who's just joined the DC SIDS, yeah, maybe you can just introduce yourself. Here's the mic is coming here. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Tracy. So I am Mahen Basgopal, and I am the coordinator of the Mauritius IGF. And we have started the IGF event in Mauritius since 2017, and we extended it to Comoro Islands, Madagascar, and Seychelles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues who are decided to go to the back, as you can see, we are deliberately trying to come closer. So I invite you to come closer. I invite you. This is a round table, and we try to do as best as we can, so let's make it as round as we can. Judy, I think it's a better room for you, right, Judy? Excellent. All right, so let's go online. So we have my co-chair of the DC SIDS, Maureen. Maybe you could just introduce yourself. And I guess what we could do in the chat, colleagues who are in the chat, I don't want to go around the room and introduce everyone, but in chat just say where you're from so you can know who's here from wherever you're from in the world, because it wouldn't be only SIDS. But Maureen, I think Maureen's going to be on screen, so I'm seeing her.
Yeah, right. Thanks, Tracy, and thanks, everyone. Yeah, I'm Maureen Hilliard. I'm Tracy's sort of like co-chair, basically, of DC SIDS, and I'm currently in the Cook Islands. So that's me.
Thanks, Maureen.
Hello?
Yeah, that's Maureen. Thank you very much. And I said, please use the chat to introduce yourself. And for those who know the DC SIDS sessions, we are very organic. So what we're going to do is, Maureen had made a special request to me to have the Pacific. It's up very early this morning. It's literally in the wee hours of the morning. So they're going to go first, and Maureen, you're going to lead this wave of Pacific interventions. The way we do things, for those who don't know how it works, we have discussants, there are no panelists, and we're going to do some reporting as what's been happening in our region. So Maureen, Pacific region, and Sherry will intervene as necessary, I would imagine. Maureen, go ahead.
Okay, so do you want me to introduce the other?
Yep.
The other.
So you take the Pacific baton and run with it.
Right. Okay. This is the Pacific section. Okay. Well, first of all, let me introduce Letitia, because she's was very much a part of the SIDS IGF session, and she's the chair of PICISOC. I think we're just waiting on one more to come from the Pacific, but we definitely have Salu, and I'm so pleased to have Salu here this time. We had to she insisted that we gave her a wake-up call because it's really an awful time for us in the Pacific. But you know, like I'm really thrilled that they're here anyway. But if I can perhaps start on you know on my sort of like presentation, and hopefully it's not more than 10 minutes because we did say we wanted it reasonably short. But really, I just want to welcome everyone here. It's really great to see. I know that you've had an upset about the room, so I'm hoping that people sort of like do locate the changed room. But you know, whether you're in person or remote, it's really great to see you here. But with regards to the SIDS IGF, I was so proud that we were actually able to pull it off, and so grateful for the involvement of CTU, Caribbean Telecommunication Union, but also the Pacific-based participants who were there in the very early hours of the morning, just as it is today, but as moderators and panelists. And it isn't easy to put together a virtual conference, but I have to mention Cherie, Letitia, and Dulcie, who spent months with me beforehand helping Nigel and his amazing CTU team to organise the event. And really thanks to their leadership and their commitment to DC SIDS, you know, to give credit to where credit is due. So thank you so much, guys. But if I was to single out a couple of takeaways from me from the SIDS IGF event, the first thing that comes to mind, and would have to be my own session, which I moderated at 1 o'clock in the morning on the second day. And to be honest, I was really apprehensive about how I was going to converse with my assigned group of technical experts from partner organisations from our regions. But I kid you not, they're the most amazing group of guys, and from an internet user perspective, I found the whole session not only enlightening for me, but also a lot of fun. And I know it's supposed to be the other way around, but they really put me at ease. But many thanks to my team of Kevin Swift from LACNIC, Bevel Wooding from Aaron, Albert Daniels from ICANN's GSE, Pablo Hinojosa from APNIC, who was our Pacific representative, and Nigel Casimir from CTU, who did so much for the event. But big thanks to them, not only for the contribution that they make in the technical areas that they serve, but also the important work that they're doing to support community initiatives and to raise awareness and educate internet end users in their communities about a wide range of IG issues. An interesting recommendation for next steps for SIDS that came out of the session was the development of a framework and protocols to research SIDS IG issues that could be used to inform presentations at DC SIDS, such as these at the Global IGF. And of course, another reminder that rotating the SIDS IGF would ensure that all SIDS get an opportunity to be involved in the discussions that we have about our involvement with the internet. My second takeaway was from the presentation given by the Honourable Simon Coffey, the Minister of Justice, Communications and Foreign Affairs from the island of Tuvalu in the Pacific. Tuvalu is a small island nation with very low-lying atolls and reef islands of about 11,000 people, but whose land areas are slowly being encroached upon by a very noticeably increasing rise in sea level. Simon spoke of how the pandemic had pushed Tuvalu's government towards prioritising and driving internet connectivity so that they could maintain connection with their isolated outer island communities through virtual meetings during the lockdowns. But he applauded the SIDS IGF, not only for bringing island communities together to share our initiatives, our challenges and achievements, but also because it was an amazing opportunity for fruitful and constructive dialogue. And that is definitely one of our goals. My notes organised here. He also explained his country's Future Now project, which is aimed at securing the future of their country against the violent impacts of climate change that they're already starting to experience. They're currently pursuing initiatives that involve creating a digital nation by preserving a digital copy of Tuvalu, its government infrastructure, geography, people and culture, something that they believe is really important to do in the event that their land is eventually lost due to climate change and sea level rise. At the same time as they're going through this transformational phase, however, he also stressed that in order to maintain the integrity of what they aim to achieve, they're taking a values-based approach by fusing the positive commonalities that arise out of ICT development with the unique cultural values of their community-based society. So that ICT strengthens rather than undermines their values and can contribute to climate resilient development and innovation adoption to combat climate change impacts. His views on climate change were also reflected by the Minister of ICT and Innovation from Mauritius, the Honourable Deepak Balgobin. He also mentioned the Samoa Pathway, which was developed in 2014. When the Global SIDS meeting was held in Samoa in the Pacific, the Samoa title of their resultant document actually stands for SIDS Accelerated Modalities of Action, which was to provide a comprehensive framework of action to support sustainable development for small island developers. And I must mention, before I go, the recent Pacific participation in the Asia-Pacific Regional IGF, which was held in October in Singapore just before the ICANN meeting. We usually get about 1 or 2 people coming along to an APR IGF meeting, but this year we had Pacific newcomers from Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, Samoa, Fiji, Tonga, and even another Cook Islander from New Zealand speaking on a range of important end-user issues. And what's more, their views and contributions would also have been included into the synthesis document that is produced after each APR IGF and presented at the Global IGF. So there is one in this year's Global IGF. But a particular note at the APR IGF this year was the active involvement in both plenaries and workshops of the Minister of ICT from Papua New Guinea, who gave high-level perspectives on a lot of the IG issues that of the sessions that he attended during the week. It's really heartening to see so much more participation from our government leaders from the Caribbean, Pacific and AIMS regions in our regional IGFs. And we look forward to their continued involvement in future events. Thank you. And now I'll pass the floor over to Letitia to give a Pekai Salk overview as well as a... Thank you, Letitia.
Can you hear me?
Letitia hear that?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can now.
Thank you, Maureen. Thank you, and it's good to see some familiar faces here today. Hi, everyone. My name is Letitia Messiah, and I'm from the Solomon Islands. As Maureen has said, the current board chair of the Pacific Islands chapter, which is a non-profit, non-government organization with members who have an interest in the internet in the Pacific. Today, I'll share with you some takeaways from the SIDS IGF, the recent SIDS IGF, as well as some of Pekai Salk's activities in collaboration this year. As Maureen has also already stated, I moderated one of the sessions, which was held in collaboration with the Caribbean IGF and CTU. We had a panel of 4 speakers, Dr. Teresa from the GFCE, Winifred Kula, President and co-founder of the PNG Digital ICT Cluster, Georgina Naigulevo, a former Pekai Salk board member from Fiji, and Sarai Tevita from the National University of Samoa, who all shared with us their insights on the topic of access, connectivity, and inclusion. I would like to thank these wonderful women for their time in sharing their experience during the SEEDS IGF. SEEDS IGF provided a space to learn from each other as well as share our experiences. This includes sharing the opportunities that came about during and post-pandemic that impacted education, policies, and services. According to stats that were shared during the event, there is now an increase in internet connectivity, although it varies from rural and urban areas. And it was highlighted that internet connectivity is crucial for economic development, access of information, opportunities, and service delivery. There is also an opportunity of ongoing digital transformation and digital readiness happening in our small island developing states. There is also ongoing work on e-health and digital and health information roadmap. We also see the development of cybersecurity and online child protection policies coming into place. Accessibility of services online and being inclusive, access to devices, and ongoing online safety, digital literacy, and awareness for women entrepreneurs, students, parents, teachers, and the workplace that are being conducted by various ICT societies such as the Tonga Women in ICT, WITSI, Samoa Information Technology Association, and ICT clusters at the national level. The discussion in my session highlighted the need to increase skill sets, create workforce space in the Pacific for digital health, the need for cybersecurity building within SEEDS. It was also highlighted that there is no representative of a SEEDS in IGF leadership panel, and it was encouraged that our voices need to be heard in this space. It was also highlighted to look into the internet costs that would be affordable to lower middle income poverty line. And it was also highlighted the need for both students, teachers, parents to take responsibility and put your children's education a priority, especially with the new norm of e-learning. At the end of the day, universal and meaningful connectivity is defined as the possibility for everyone to enjoy a safe, satisfying, enriching, productive, and affordable online experience. These were some of the takeaways for the session that I had with these 4 women on access, connectivity, and inclusion. I would also like to share some of the activities that PICASOC has been involved in this year. One of them is the Pacific Hackathon. This is an EU-funded event under the UNDP Public Finance Management Project. We hosted this event in association with the University of the South Pacific, NZ, Samoa Information Technology Association, Pacific Island Association of NGOs, and Tonga Women in ICT, with 4 sponsored hubs located in Vanuatu, Samoa, Tonga, and Fiji. This was a hybrid event held in April 12 and 13. The aim of hosting this event is to find an ICT-based solution to a problem statement that was provided us by the Pacific Islands of NGO that will allow them to amplify Pacific voices with all the requests that they were receiving from different member countries. The hackathon allowed PICASOC to connect with young, innovative technologists in the Pacific. It provided an opportunity to learn from each other in designing a solution to a Pacific problem. The event also allowed PICASOC to build mutual partnership with techies community in the Pacific who can influence the drive with digital transformation in the region. It also allowed us to have meaningful partnership whilst building a network in the wider community. It is also our vision to have a sustainable techies community to build sustainable tech solutions to resolve issues faced by our Pacific people. PICASOC also hosted a Girls in ICT Day virtually on the 28th of April with the theme Access and Safety. We had a panel of 4 speakers, all Pacific women working in STEM fields, sharing their stories and experiences in their line of work. We had a total of 135 people registered, ranging from women entrepreneurs, male champions, professional ICT women, women and girl groups such as Smart Sisters, and young students from the region and internationally. The aim of hosting this event was also to create an environment that empowers and encourages our girls and women to pursue careers in STEM fields, enabling both girls and technology companies to realize the benefits of greater female participation in the ICT sector and other STEM sectors through collaboration and partnership. It is our aim to host this event annually where Pacific girls and women can continue to share their inspiring stories with the aim to inspire the next generation into our ICT STEM career path. It is also our aim to build this network and increase female participation in developing ICT-based solutions in the region, as well as have more female participation in future hackathon events. PICISOC also receives chapter admin funds from the Internet Society, and we were privileged to support the IT Society of Solomon Islands this year in their collective review of the draft Solomon Islands cybersecurity policy. This is a first of its kind and is spearheaded by the Ministry of Communications and Aviation. We can't wait to see the outcome from this one. I was also a fellow to the Asia Pacific Regional IGF this year, and it was interesting to hear during the event the different opportunities and challenges faced by civil society organizations. With all the digital transformation and the new way of doing things, it was highlighted that there is a need for more training and awareness to bridge the digital divide in this time and age. Cybersecurity, online safety awareness, digital literacy, the use of e-learning platforms. Tonga women in ICT are doing a great job in rolling out cybersecurity awareness programs to schools, and Stella will talk more on this later. It was also interesting to hear the need to increase skill sets, create workforce space at the national level for ICT-driven developments, the need for meaningful partnerships and working in a multi-stakeholder approach, and the need to secure funding to conduct activities, roll out projects at the national level. The APR IGF gave PICISOC the opportunity to be part of the synthesis document drafting committee. This document is now published, as Maureen has just mentioned. The PICISOC board members and former board members like Andrew and Save had the opportunity to meet directly with the PNG Minister for ICT, who was present at the event. He was keen to learn more from us and was keen to support PICISOC activities, especially hosting the next Pacific IGF. PICISOC is working towards a multi-stakeholder approach to host the next Pacific IGF in 2023, including providing an avenue where our youth voices can be heard. We have started reaching out to potential sponsors for this initiative, so don't be alarmed if we come knocking at your door. If you have forgotten everything that I've previously mentioned, please take heed of this. Civil societies are your voices in the local communities. To those looking to invest in national or regional activities, projects in seeds, please come make meaningful partnerships, come collaborate with us so we can cooperate and work together in a multi-stakeholder approach to advance internet governance in the globe, the seeds, and especially in the Pacific Island countries. Thank you for having us share our experience and journey.
Thank you so much,
Maureen.
Natisha. Thank you. Okay, and as you can see, Tracy, it's a very exciting time within the Pacific, and Natisha's done a great job leading that plan. So now we're going to move on to Selu. Selu's just going to elaborate on some of the things that are actually happening in Tonga. Selu.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Greetings from Tonga, Malolele. My name is Sil Galvaka. I am also a board member for PICSOC, and I'm currently the president of Tonga Women ICT. And I'll quickly run you through a short presentation on some interesting things that we are currently doing here in Tonga. It won't take a lot of your time. I hope you can see my screen. Okay, it's very colorful because it's early morning here. It'll keep me up and about this morning. Again, I'm part of Tonga Women ICT group. If you're wondering where Tonga is, Tonga was hit by the Hunga Tonga Hunga Hapai volcanic eruption early in January this year, followed by a tsunami where we got disconnected from the world, no internet for a couple of weeks, and that was very frustrating. And it was an eye-opener for our government, the importance of having policies and having backups with regards to the internet. Here are a few, I'll take you through a few updates of what we have been up to, like PICSOC. We have been pretty busy this year, maybe because the borders are finally open. I'll quickly talk about Tonga Women ICT, also some ICT happenings here in Tonga, challenges and way forward. Tonga Women in ICT is a group of girls, young girls and women who are very passionate about ICT, the internet, and everything around it. It was established in 2018, but due to funds not efficient enough, we were only registered in 2021 as a nonprofit organization. Currently, we have over 30 members who all have permanent jobs, full-time jobs, but we contribute to Tonga Women ICT voluntarily. Our vision and mission is to allow women and girls to enter the industry without fear of discrimination, and also giving them the opportunity to enter the industry transformation better. We also the empowerment and everything exciting with regards to transformation in ICT. You will hear TWICT being a part of this journey here in Tonga. A few of the things that we currently are involved in, we join multi-stakeholders from around the region and internationally, corresponding and conducting and providing technical training for not just the TWICT members, but also for the community and whoever is interested. As mentioned by Letitia, we have, for the first time, done a awareness training, a community outreach to schools, to all the schools here on the main island in Tongatapu. We have so many islands, so maybe next time we will reach out to the outer islands. But this year we were fortunate enough to go to every school here in Tonga, high school, young students, and talk about cyber safety and being safe online. And we also signed an MOU with CERT Tonga, and we worked hand in hand with CERT Tonga in reaching out to the community with regards to digital literacy and cyber safety. A part of our members of our groups have taken leadership training, Get Safe online training, and a lot more other trainings. A few projects that we were also a part of was funded and sponsored by Oak Tree Foundation in Australia. And this was with contributing to us reaching out to the community. I think one of the main roles that we do is reaching out to grass level, getting them to understand more of how the internet works, how to be safe online. And since our policies, our bills and acts are updated to be updated with technology, we are also trying to get them to understand that at that level. Tonga Women in ICT also produced the Gender Scorecard Report for Tonga that was funded by World Wide Web Foundation. We were very fortunate this year to get a US grant to push STEM and awareness here in Tonga, and that is currently running this year and next year. We play a big role, partnership with PICSOC with regards to Women in ICT Day and community outreach in the region. ITU with also Women in ICT, and many more. Here are a few snippets of our journey so far, reaching out to schools, having panel sessions with AGO office, police, education, cybersecurity, and many more. We're very much supported by the government, by our Prime Minister, Honorable Huaka Meliku, who is also an ICT and PICSOP champion, Honorable Siao Sovaleni. More updates from us signing the MOU, regional representations in a lot of regional meetings, technical trainings conducted by EPNIC, also GFCE, Sherry and Saya. That's also a lot that has happened this year. A few of our members with very different backgrounds that contribute to the hard work here in Tonga. These are updates in the ICT field in Tonga here for just last month and this month, where we have e-commerce coming up with platforms available to the community here in Tonga, Pacific availing satellite bandwidth, GFC Pacific Hub visiting Prime Minister. Also very happy to announce we had a few of our young students go to a regional, no, that was an international event of global innovation. A few of our USB students had attended, and that was an eye-opener for Tongans that these events happen, and then young people here in Tonga can also contribute into innovations in technology, even if we're a small island nation. That was very exciting, and everyone was happy about that. A few challenges that we have, of course, the funding and the pace of change. Technology is changing very, very, very fast here in Tonga. It's updating very fast, but the people's mindset is very hard to change and to get them to understand and to be on the same pace as those that are in this space. Capacity building, time constraints, more knowledge in this field, and yes, the state of mind and acceptance to technology's change. Way forward, search for more funds, provide and be available for more awareness trainings for members and the community. We need office space. Currently, TWIC operates on the go. There is no office space. Everyone is operating from home or from their office, and we regroup in a coffee shop every time we need to meet. So that's how we've been operating. As mentioned, everyone has a full-time job, so everyone is very busy. And when we have time, we come together to meet, to catch up, and to plan for new programs. And I'm very proud of the team with what we've done so far, even though everyone is so busy. And the very important thing also of multi-stakeholder approaches, regional, local, and internationals to build network. I'm very happy to be a part of this session. I was the one that asked for a wake-up call. I really wanted to share things that have been happening here and letting the network grow from there. So I'm very happy to be a part of this morning's session. And thank you very much. If anything, I can answer later on. Malo apito.
I hope you don't leave now. I hope you're
Thank you
awake.
so much, Selu. And I think it's very important that, you know, especially for Tonga, which underwent such a tragic disaster in there with the earthquake, and so it's really, you know, it really is great to see that things are happening and people like Selu are working their butts off on their islands to make sure that you know that ICT development continues. And so thank you, Selu, for that. Now I don't see. Oh, hang on, I do. She's just arrived. I see Dulcie has actually just arrived, and so she was the last. She's the last person in our list of Pacific sort of remote participants. And we, you know, we normally just have a round table, and I guess we're having a round table of remote participants first. And the last one for us is Dulcie, and I noticed too that Deirdre Williams has arrived, which is really, really good to see. So Dulcie, are you sort of available? I know she's on the list.
Hello everyone.
Yes.
Can you? Okay.
Yep, we can.
Okay, good. Okay, so first of all, thank you so much to the committee for giving me this opportunity to present to you what is happening in Vanuatu, and especially on a project known as, is that my video? Okay, sorry. Yes, especially on a project known as Smart Islands. Smart Islands is a project that is basically it's owned by the government of Vanuatu and is implemented by the ITU and is based in South Maluku Central Islands of Vanuatu in an island called Malikula. So it is a global project piloted to trial what can Smart Island be used as one of the options of approach to connect the most remotest areas. It started back in 2020, and I think it's growing because I can see that there are a number of countries that are already requesting the ITU to assist them with the same approach that is being delivered. So what happened basically is to get it's a multi-stakeholder approach that we are delivering here in Vanuatu. So it's getting all the partners together, including the government institutions who are ready to deliver their service federally to these remote islands. But basically, there is as a start, there is a analysis and assessment of what really the needs are for these communities. So there are 7 communities and an island, and which is why it's called a smart island, that were remote, but they're very close to Port Vila town. That's like 35 minutes away from flight, and then 6 hours by cargo boat, but still it's remote. And it's a reason why the government has chosen the site to be the smart island. And because of the quality of service, that is very, I'll have to take it back, it's quite low. And so we had to do the assessment first to find out the priority needs. What is it? Is it because of the education, or is it the health, or business investments, or finance? So during the assessment, we found out that there are 3 areas that need priorities to focus on, which is the education, health, agriculture, and finance to supplement. That is having access to e-payments. So we started off with those sectors, work with the government institutions who are responsible, and at the same time, through the ITU, seek the collaboration for the other UN agencies who are willing to support. And I have to thank, being an Vanuatu, I have to thank all of those development partners who were prepared to support the project, the rollout of the project. As we speak today, on the 4th of November, it was a very first, delivery of the virtual training, the virtual meetings that happened. And it was an eye-opener for all these people in the area. And basically, it's great for all of us who were there to be part of this great event, because they've never experienced this before. And having to listen, for example, to the police, giving them training about how to get a electronic police certificate clearance is overwhelming for the people in that area. So I have a lot to share, but I'm going very short with the key activities that happened in the last 3 years, and I hope that there'll be more coming. And basically, it's now what's coming up is the digital training, which is one of the priority things for us to do. And it's not just for the ITU, but it's for all the stakeholders who are involved in this project to be part of the digital training, to run digital training, either virtually or face-to-face, but face-to-face for a start is important. And that's, I think, basically that is what I'm prepared to share with us all this morning. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Dulcie. And I think that what it highlights too is that ITU is very involved in the Pacific region, just as the Caribbean Telecommunications Union is very involved in the Caribbean area. And as I mentioned before, we really did appreciate that the contribution that CTU made, and especially I have to mention Nigel. Because he was there just every meeting that we attended as we were preparing for the Pacific IGF. He was there, and it was really good to see. And Dulcie, Tisha, and Cherie were there too. But so I think we finished our remote participants presentations, and I'd now like to move it over to Cherie, who can join Tracy in managing the real roundtable for the rest of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. I know you'd asked me to give a cyber update from the Pacific, but I think that Selu gave an outstanding update with her photos. And so thank you, Selu. I wanted to take this time, first of all, this has been, if you'd noticed, our women in the Pacific are awake at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning on their time to give this presentation. this has been a community effort for us. Maureen dragged me along to this, and I dragged our girls, and this has been a 3-year journey. And along with our male colleagues, you can see that there's a lot of things that are happening in the Pacific. And Tracy, you know, I am sorry that we have taken over this session. We have invaded this session all over again, but when you ask us to do something, we bring our A game. And again, thank you, Letty and Selu and Maureen and Delcy. Really amazing updates as a way forward for us, thinking about the community effort and just our ministers that are champions. We're just looking to carry on with the coordination and the collaboration across the different groups, whether it's with the Law Operators Network, with the cyber incidents response people, the internet governance, or the chapters. You'll see women in ICT, as well as the smart cities. We're just bringing everybody together to work together for the good of the region. So regional cooperation is something that we're aiming for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sherry. And we're about 45 minutes through our session, but I think we're having a SIDS IGF, mini SIDS IGF going on here, just right in this room, so it's fantastic. So thank you very much for those reports and all the updates. Really, I was talking to my colleague, SG Rodney, on the right here and saying, my goodness, how is the Caribbean going to compete with this? So to do that, I'm going to ask the Secretary General of this CTU to try his best to compete with that and to give us an update on the Caribbean. It's only, all of you guys online really have done very well. All of the women online, let's say again, the women, well done. So now we're going to have some men talk.
Thank you very much, Tracy. So good day, everyone. No, I can't compete with those very excellent presentations. But just to give a little perspective from the CTU, and there's a lot to cover. Just give you a high-level view that we, yes, held in partnership with the Pacific Islands and other stakeholders, the first Small Island Developing States Internet Governance Forum. We owe a lot of that to Tracy as well. He's been a driving force in the Caribbean as well as in this dynamic coalition here. And we tabled the idea and we were able to pull it off in very short order. Using the virtual platforms, there's still a lot of planning, as you all know, that goes into these. Even if it's a virtual meeting, there's still a lot of cost involved. But we were able to successfully pull it off and have some very high-level speakers, including some ministers from both regions, and also the UN envoy for technology, Amindeep Singh Gill, who's here. And I found the discussions to be quite engaging. So the entire IGF was a 3-in-1 type of event. So it included the 18th Caribbean IGF, because the CIGF has been running for 18 years. So it actually has been running longer than the UN IGF. So that's something that we are proud of and something we want to celebrate and continue this engagement. The CIGF itself allows us to, out of that process, which I wouldn't get too much into today, and there will be another presentation on that Nigel, who is not here unfortunately, had a conflict with a meeting in Trinidad. And he'll be speaking on I think it's the NRI forum about that. But we've developed an internet governance policy framework that guides our regional governments on internet issues in about 4 core areas, including infrastructure, security, exchange points, and so on. That was followed by the Youth IGF. Again, for the first time, we had a Caribbean Youth IGF. It wasn't planned by us for the young people. It was planned by the young people for the young people in the region. Again, I wouldn't get too much into that, but the way that they promoted it, using TikTok videos and so on, was very creative. And in fact, as a part of our plan to reach a wider audience, because what we found is that really for these discussions to be effective in the spirit of the IGF, you really want a wider audience. You don't want to be talking to yourself all the time. And we engaged, at the recommendation again of Tracy, a local DJ, quite popular, DJ Anna. And we got our social media engagements went through the roof, way beyond, I don't remember the percentage, but in the order of over 1,000 in terms of engagement. And I wish we had engaged her earlier, because she brought, you know, her following and brought the issues down to, you know, a level of discussion. Because very often too we talk about IPv6 and these kinds of things, and people, you know, why should we care about that? So we want to always make the language accessible. And the big one, of course, the SIDS, which took place on 2 days, 25th, 26th. The challenge will always be, when we're trying to collaborate with the other side of the world, is the time frame. As you saw, you know, the challenge is here, what time it is there. And even in planning it, in promoting it, I think it was, somebody joined me to promote it on, yeah. Yes. Sherry, it was you? Okay, right, sorry, yeah, it was a while ago. But yes, so early morning show, I don't remember what time it was for you, but you know, we were so pleased to have you there on local TV in Barbados talking about internet governance. So the time frame is a challenge, the timing is a challenge when we're talking about doing this kind of live event. We wanted to make it convenient for you and convenient for us, but we didn't want to have two separate events. We wanted it to be one event, working collaboratively together. I mentioned, one sec. Right. The session was opened by Minister Davidson Ishmael from Barbados. He's the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology. And he gave some context, because Barbados also has a, where I'm from, Barbados, another little dot on the other side of the Atlantic. Barbados hosted, I think it was, I shouldn't, because I tried to remember the year, but a Small Island Developing States Conference, a United Nations SIDS conference, and therefore it has been also championing the cause of small island developing states, in particular now around issues of climate change, because that, you heard the initiative of Vanuatu in terms of creating a digital twin, and the significance of that, the implications of that. We hope, of course, that, you know, the worst doesn't come to the worst in terms of climate change, and that the world responds appropriately and addresses the issues of climate change, which represents an existential threat to small states. We then had presentations from the first discussion focused around cybersecurity, data protection, cybercrime and digital justice. We had some fairly high-level presentations on where people were, and was quite impressed with what was happening in Fiji and in Papua New Guinea as well, because cybersecurity remains a very big issue for small island states with limited resources, limited capacity in terms of strategy development, the infrastructure like certs to protect the networks and so on. We also then had a presentation moderated by Bevel Wooding of ARIN, and I should say we had strong support from ARIN, from LACNIC, from ICANN, from Internet Society, and the ITU. This session focused on regional digital strategies and the digital economy. So we had an update from the Pacific, the Indian Ocean Commission, and also I gave an update from the regional perspective, what we were doing to drive the CARICOM single ICT space. There is a roadmap that was developed and approved by CARICOM heads of government, I think in 2017, to promote a single space. And one of the things I reported on was the fact that we were able to negotiate with the providers in the region to eliminate roaming charges, significantly reduce. Our objective is to eliminate completely, but there were reductions on the order of 90-something% within the region, and that we thought was critical in terms of, well, creating a climate that is conducive for investment and also making it truly a common space for our Caribbean nationals. Then we had a very high-level opening ceremony. I mentioned the UN envoy for technology who spoke, and he was very pleased to be participating in the session, and in fact challenged us to provide, as part of the output of this SIDS IGF, input into the Global Digital Compact. And I think we all really ought to take up that challenge. So far, from what I've seen, there is no input from the Caribbean. I don't know if there is from the Pacific Islands, but I think we have until about March next year to really make a submission, and I think we should do that. We can collaborate, we can have a consultation virtually, and perhaps discuss some of the issues, even if it's a separate submission, but I think we ought to make our voices heard with respect to the Global Digital Compact. We also spoke, following that, on the internet and the environment, the issues around the energy consumption of these large data centers and cloud services and things like cryptocurrencies and mining of Bitcoin, driving up the energy use, and the need to look for sustainable sources of energy, renewable sources of energy. How do you deal with e-waste, and so on, in a sustainable way? And this is all, of course, part of the climate change discussion. Day 2 was kicked off by Maureen, and she moderated that first session, a roundtable on SIDS, IGF, the way forward. And we had presentations there from APNIC, LACNIC, ARIN, and ICANN. So we talked about, what we want to achieve with respect to holding the SIDS IGF, what is next after this, and I don't think we've quite made that determination, but maybe with some feedback here and further discussion we can agree on how we move forward, because we want to make it meaningful, we want to make it impactful, and ultimately I think one of my own things I'd like to see is that it amplifies our voice within international ICT policy development processes such as the ITU, such as ICANN, where I've raised the issue with ICANN as well with respect to our participation. And I think SIDS IGF gives us that opportunity. It strengthens our numbers and raises our voices within these organizations. We spoke about telecoms regulatory issues in the afternoon session. We had Mr. David Cox, chairman of CANTO, the Caribbean Telecoms Operators Organization, Nigel Casimir, who's the deputy SG, and John Jack, the deputy CIO of the government of Vanuatu. Right, and that focused on whether the regulatory issues. By the way, we do have reports of the rapporteur. I don't know if it was shared. Was it shared? Okay, shared online. We welcome your input. We do have to finalize it and really come up with some recommendations as well. So the rapporteur's report represents just a record of what was discussed, but we now need to pull out some policy recommendations or some agree on the way forward. The afternoon session was, again, very high level. We had the director of the UNDP Global Center on Technology, Riyad Medeb, Stephen Burrow, who's the deputy director, BDT, Mr. Vintsurf, as you all know, Vintsurf, and Jovan Kurbalaja from Diplo Foundation, looking at issues of access, connectivity, and inclusion. The last session of the day was IGF panel, access, connectivity, and inclusion, continued, and for that we had presentations from Fiji, Samoa, Papua New Guinea, and Geneva. Yes, again, we spoke about connectivity, meaningful connectivity, the challenges to connectivity for small island states, the high cost of connectivity, the remoteness, which makes it difficult for things like subsea fiber cables, and the cost of maintaining those cables, and so on. As I said, that is really just an overview of what was discussed. The rapporteur's report goes into greater detail, and I hope that you are able to review it and provide some input so that we can refine it, conclude it, and then pull out some recommendations on that. So I was very pleased. I will just conclude by saying I was very pleased with the collaboration that we were able to have, and I hope that we can build on that and maintain that spirit of cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SG Rodney, for giving us a very concise, thank you very much, update on 3 IGFs, the Caribbean IGF, the Caribbean Youth IGF, and the SIDS IGF, the big one, as he says. We're going to come back to this topic rapidly, because as you see, the topic of our roundtable is basically what's happening next with the SIDS IGF. But we do have one or two things to accomplish before that. Let's keep an eye on the time. We have approximately about 30 minutes, yes, yeah. And I'm going to indulge at the fact that the last session of the day, see if we can squeeze any more time out of the tech team, maybe. Let's see. So I'm going to encourage colleagues, as this is a roundtable, to open up, speak about the next steps for the SIDS IGF. So get your thoughts together. What can we do next? How can we collaborate? We have the Indian Ocean team here from Mauritius. We have the Pacific team, we have the Caribbean folks. Let's put our thinking caps on what do we do next and how do we operate together. Before we do that, though, we have one of our premier partners in the Caribbean, and I believe in many regions, Internet Society, who is going to give us an update on what ISOC is doing in the area of a topic that is very, very important to all of us in the environment and climate change. So I'm going to now ask Shunan Osepa, who is the head of the Caribbean Affairs or Caribbean region. Shunan, you'll give us I know the title in ISOC changes regularly, so the precise title when you jump on, and you can let us know your role and give us your update on this issue regarding climate change and what ISOC might be doing to assist. Shunan, over to you. Shunan is online tech team. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Tracy. Hello to all. My name is Shunan Osepa. I'm the Director for Caribbean Affairs and Development at Internet Society. So with respect to climate change and what we are doing at Internet Society, or what we are trying to do, I think we should look at the key objectives. If you look, what we're trying to do is we are focusing how can we get more people connected to the internet, but not only being connected to the internet, but being connected to the internet in a secure way. So one big challenge that we are facing is while we are trying to get more people connected to the internet, there is a thing called climate change that doesn't respect that. And while we are building new infrastructure with climate change, we will lose all these infrastructures that we are focusing on. So that is why it is very important if we can focus on what we call disaster mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. So look at some strategies, how we can make our infrastructures much more resilient. Most of the times, especially in this, we talk about internet governance, we are talking about the internet, but we need to realize we cannot have internet if we don't have telecommunications infrastructures. So be it wired, wireless, doesn't matter, you need to have a telecommunication infrastructure in place if you would like to have internet connectivity. I'm just highlighting a few points where I think we can focus on. It's very important if we can develop a kind of a disaster risk analysis, do a kind of disaster risk analysis per country, because each country is different. You may have in the Caribbean some countries that are vulnerable for natural disasters, some others are not. So you're not going to spend a lot of financial resources developing very robust infrastructure if things might not happen in that particular country. So that is why disaster risk analysis per country is very important. And then based on that, you should develop your strategies to mitigate the consequences of natural disasters. So first of all, we can start, as I did mention, with the telecommunication infrastructure. We can, for example, construct hurricane compliant buildings in which all the equipment and exchanges can be housed. When we look at the mobile networks, it's also very important that we install towers that can withstand, let's say, given hurricane strengths. I've seen, for example, in the Caribbean, I'm not going to mention particular countries right now, but where they were using towers that could withstand hurricane, let's say, power or strength of category number 2, while you can expect in that particular country categories number 5 wind strength. So it's just like asking for trouble, you know? So something else, you can also remove antennas when you know a storm is coming in that particular area, and then install them back after the hurricane. So that's with respect to the telecommunication infrastructure. If we look at the internet itself, there are some other areas, but I don't have the time now to go to make the deep dive on it. If you look at the internet infrastructure itself, we have a thing called the domain name system, which is very important. So we can have, let's say, more root servers in our region. So you make the internet infrastructure much more robust. You can develop, for example, internet exchange points. We have seen in Haiti, for example, a couple of years back, when the hurricane struck Haiti, they were still able to continue to communicate through an IXP. So IXPs is not only they reduce latencies and other things that we have been looking at, but they can also contribute to have much more resilient infrastructure during natural disasters. We can also, for example, promote more autonomous system numbers. So you don't have to have your network hosted elsewhere. You can have all these networks to have their own, what we call ASNs. We can also focus on alternative emergency systems, and there are a few ways. Shortwave radio communications, that's when something happens. Satellite communications is becoming more and more very relevant and important, especially given Starlink and others that are promoting these kind of services. So back then we were focusing a lot on what you call the geostationary systems, GEOs, but nowadays LEOs, especially given these new developments, they too can give a contribution to natural disasters. We should not forget, for example, the electric grid and water supply. If we don't have electric power, then we have a big problem as well. Most of our countries, we have a lot of sun, so we can make use of solar panels to start being much more independent from the electric grid, and that's the same that's applicable also for water supply. We need to focus on national and regional disaster coordination. In the Caribbean, we have a so-called CDEMA, that stands for Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Authority. It's a CARICOM entity which deals and coordinates with national bodies. We do have also CTU, Caribbean Telecommunication Union, represented by Rodney there in the room, but also others like CARICOM, Canto, which is focusing more on the telecoms operators to see that they may have much more resilient infrastructure. But all by all, what I just wanted to raise, I do have a formal presentation on this, but what I just want to raise is we need to start focusing, how can we build resilient infrastructure? We cannot continue doing things as we have been doing them. And we do expect with climate change that things will become worse in the future. So let's focus on that. Let's see how we can make more robust infrastructure in order for all of us to remain connected to the internet. What is our ultimate goal? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shailen, for that. I think that's a very good segue into the realities of what we face as SIDS. So while we do all of these initiatives and projects and a lot of talking in some cases, in the case of colleagues in the Pacific love doing, we also have to be aware, as, for example, what we spoke about in Tonga just recently, and as we all know, in many of our islands, we do have significant challenges with natural disasters of all types: earthquakes, hurricanes, sea level rise, flooding within your own country, as is happening in my own country now, just massive amounts of flooding going on without seeming to be abating. We do have to understand how technology can help, but also how technology can perhaps even contribute to those challenges and ways to do things more sustainably and work together to make that happen. And that was a topic within the SIDS IGF as well. So having said that, having had the reports from the Caribbean and Pacific, which was planned, I'm going to open up the floor for others. So we've gotten over those who are scheduled and would like to speak. So now we have the floor to be open for colleagues who may want to do some interventions. But I don't know if given that we have Mauritius in a room, if you want them to start. But can I ask you to do this though? If you'd like to talk about your IGF a bit, what's going on there, but also, given that you're new, hearing this all for the first time, I'm sure, how do you think what you are doing in the Indian Ocean and Mauritius can link up with what is happening in the Caribbean and Pacific? And what do you think a SIDS IGF or SIDS IGF process, how that can work and drive a platform for us to work, collaborate better on, together on? So I will hand over to hand it out from the Mauritius IGF to give some feedback on that. And again, I ask everybody to think about this. So I'm sure you're all raring to go now, and there'll be no dead air once he completes his intervention. People are going to be jumping at the bit to contribute. So one more time to think again, and then we're going to have a nice, robust discussion as we get to the end of the session. Mahendranath.
Thank you, Tracy. It's really a very good experience to be together with all of you and in this Island Ocean Forum. It is really good. And I just want to take some time to tell what is the Mauritius Internet Governance Forum, how we started, and what have we been doing in the Indian Ocean Islands. Indian Ocean Islands is just around the African region. So the Mauritius Internet Governance Forum is a collaborative leadership event that encourages policy dialogue between state and non-state actors and amongst stakeholders on the issue of internet governance. We started it in 2017, and we've gone forward. Now we have also gone forward with the Mauritius Youth IGF, and I am pleased that my colleague, who is a facilitator of Mauritius Youth IGF, Mr. Taran Boudou, is together with us. So what have we been doing? We have been working with all stakeholders. Because the Mauritius IGF is hosted by Hali Movement Coalition, which is a registered NGO in Mauritius and works since 1989. We have been working on child and family welfare. So when we saw what the IGF is going to do forward, we said, let's work for children. So every year since 2017, we have been working and hosting the Mauritius IGF in the region as well and in Mauritius. And our theme have always concentrated on child welfare, children, and what the communities can do. And let me just, Hali Movement Coalition. Thank you, brother. Yeah, and as I told you, we started with this because we had the experience of working with the communities in Mauritius and with the government and all stakeholders. So when we took forward the IGF issue, it was really well appreciated. Even the government, the private sector, the corporate people, the communities, they were really very addictive to it and said, we are doing a very good job. Then we realized that why don't we extend this notion to the Indian Ocean Islands as well? So as we were working with colleagues from Madagascar, colleagues from Seychelles, Comoro,
We included Mauritius and all these islands as well. And we started it. So with the success of the IGF in Mauritius since 2017, our encounters with colleagues in the Indian Ocean Islands region motivated us to look for opportunities to take forward this sub-regional agenda in the region. And I would like to say today that we are really proud that it has gone forward. We were also prompted by the leaders of the African IGF during our attendances in the regions at the African regional meetings to see how this can be extended to our sub-regional level. So Mauritius IGF has succeeded in having a multi-stakeholder approach. It has taken some time for consideration, and given our 5 years of experience in the field now, it is fully recognized at all levels. By the way, Mauritius IGF had an official meeting with the Ministry of ICT in Mauritius, where the government assured us that it wants to be more involved with Mauritius IGF. And I am happy to repeat again what Tracy just said, that our Minister of ICT was in attendance in one of your forums. The advantage of this IGF, I'm now talking about the Indian Ocean Islands IGF, which is being hosted by Hali Movement Coalition, is that the latter has the benefit of having the consultative status with the United Nations, the ECOSOC and African Committee of Experts on the Rights of Child Welfare. So this has given us more point to go forward. Hali Movement is also the elected member of the General Assembly of the African Union Commission, which is the ECOSOC. So as was the case at the beginning with Mauritius IGF, Hali Movement guarantees to provide some missing resources to see to it that new initiative gets started and that the event is hosted. And with our meeting today in this forum, we find that there are so many things that is happening in the Pacific and in the Caribbean region. We are not isolated. As islands, the Indian Ocean Islands will get together with you and will take forward what is happening. I still believe that people who are in marginalized region don't even know what is internet governance. And our next year's purpose, the Mauritius IGF, together in the Indian Ocean region, we are going to target the communities who are marginalized. We need to tell them, you have the internet access, but do you know what is internet governance? How do you go when your children are getting into the internet? You as parents, you need to know what's happening. And the community needs to know, and we need to do advocacy sessions as well. Tracy, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Do you want your colleague to say anything as you ready on the topic?
Thank you, Tracy.
Voice of the first young person, I think, speaking today. Well, first person who is ostensibly young. Go ahead.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I am Terembru, the youth facilitator of Mauritius Youth IGF. So, I completely agree with what Mr. Mahen just said, and as he did, I'm going to give you a brief overview of what is the Mauritius Youth IGF. So, this year, it was the first edition of the Mauritius Youth IGF. It is a platform for local youth to learn about IG and voice out their opinions. It also serves as a bridge to the sub-regional Indian Ocean Islands youth community. So nowadays, the internet has become a part of our lives, since we can practically find anything and do anything on the internet. For young people, internet is more like a friend. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the internet has become the primary means to maintain our daily lives. While technology and the internet have encouraged more digital activities, concerns over fraud, cybersecurity, and privacy in cyberspace are definitely rising. So, for the Mauritius Youth IGF 2022, The main theme was reimagining the future of our internet. The three sub-themes were cybersecurity and personal data protection, digital skills and human capacity development, and digital infrastructure. I also want to add that in IG, the need to include SIDS in the process has been highlighted by IGF since long. Today, this group of states, which is home to over 60 million citizens, has a stronger voice on an international level, but it still needs support mechanisms to enable it to participate more actively in the IG. With the involvement of SIDS in IGF, Mauritius IGF see that SIDS are also an important stakeholder. The involvement of other countries and of other stakeholders, such as international organizations, would help promote the views of SIDS and facilitate our participation in the process. Mauritius IGF and Mauritius Youth IGF would like to give SIDS a stronger voice across all sectors, including the internet governance process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Voice of the Youth, Voice of Indian Ocean, Voice of Mauritius. Thank you very much. Very glad to hear you. So, we've had some reports. You actually had some suggestions coming already from Mauritius, how we can work together. So this is not, as you know, decision-making body, but let's see if we can get some action items going from today's session online and in the room. So again, the floor is open, and I predicted there'll be no dead air, so let's see if you're going to prove me right. So yes, already, yes, in the physical space, the on-site part, I should say, I don't say physical space, we have one person willing to speak. Introduce yourself and say who you are. Someone's going to speak there, camera guy, so they'll show who it is shortly. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to speak. I'm June Paris. I was a former MAG member. Now I was always, for the last few years, a member of the Internet Society Barbados chapter. I'm also involved with dynamic coalitions, especially SIDS, and at the IRPC, and the best practice forums, and the NRIs. Yeah, we had a very successful CTU, SIDS, Youth IGF. And while we're still in the glow of that success, I think it's time that we started planning the next one, while everybody's still excited. I'm happy that we realize that we have a relationship with people in the Asia Pacific, because we have similar problems, similar landscapes, and I'm happy that we've joined together, and that we will continue that friendship and that partnership. What I want to say, though, is that we need to, as my colleague said just now, lots of people don't even know what internet governance is. People think internet governance is being able to use a computer. So we need to push that. We need to educate people, and we need to let people understand what internet governance is all about. There are various platforms like School of Internet Governance, and there's also mentorships, and there's the actual possibility that we can join all the activity that is going on with the United Nations. Even though we're pretty strong in the Caribbean and the Pacific, we still need to link up and form partnerships with our northern, what should I say, people. Yeah, so what I'm going to suggest is that we, as I said, while we're basking in the glow of success, we need to start planning for next year. We also need to get more involved with the UN process. The UN has a process. You go through a process. And I've been saying for a while that we need to submit proposals so that we can become active and we can have our voice out there, so that we can talk about the Caribbean, talk about the Pacific, by submitting these proposals for next year. The proposals will be out early in the year. The call for proposals, as Tracy knows, you would have sent in a proposal, comes out early in the year, and then we need to get that in so that next year we are stronger and we can actually be seen, we're more visible. We're visible this year. This year is a good year, but I want us to be more visible, and I want us to include youth and bring more people to the IGF. Thank you.
Thank you, June. So, June, summarizing what June has said, she would like us to get more active, get more visible, and not just talk about it, but actually do something about it. Submit proposals through the UN IGF system, get some SIDS proposals going, whether it comes from countries or individuals. Let's get it moving and get our SIDS ideas and topics on the agenda. So thank you, June, for that. Online, we have Deirdre, and then I'm seeing Rodney. All right, so Deirdre, just hold 1 second. Rodney would like to respond to June's comment.
Yeah, thanks. And just to re-emphasize that, I think the Global Digital Compact, the fact that it is still open for input, is the real next opportunity that we have.
All right, that's a good. Think about that. Segue into that. Let's get Deirdre, and then we'll go back into the back around. No dead air. Fantastic, Deirdre. You're online.
Good morning, everybody. It's so nice to see you all again. I remember Dulcie from Sharm el Sheikh, and that's a long time ago. I've been at many IGFs, and my concerns are for the end users, the people who often get left out. And I have several points. One of them, I'm concerned about the fracture of voices that comes about as people begin to focus on individual local problems, sometimes at the expense of the global problems. So I'm hoping that the SIDS IGF will manage to find a balance between what are local concerns for small island developing states and presumably also landlocked little countries that are islands, even if they're not in the sea, and the global concerns that all of us have about the internet. Number two, one of the earlier speakers from the Pacific mentioned the difficulty caused by the fact that many people are not in this space. That's something that's very often forgotten. And we need to remember it because it's not a universal problem unless it's involving everybody. Resilience. Shernan spoke about resilience. One thing I noticed that before COVID, there'd been a lot of work here to provide community access through schools and health centers and places like that, which was grand, except it hadn't conceived the problem of being stuck in your house when you cannot go out, but you need the internet even more than you did before for all sorts of reasons. So if we can factor that into how we think about resilience, because COVID hasn't quite gone yet, and maybe it's got a big brother lurking in the background. Language, I mentioned in the chat, we're often separated by language or forced all to speak English, but between the Caribbean and the Indian Ocean Islands, we have a link of language. I wondered if the Pacific also links language across the Pacific, if you have a common, apart from English, I mean. And my last point was electricity, and Shernan brought that up already. I always have to mention it. This service requires a great deal of electricity, and if you're talking climate change, then electricity is one of the bad news things unless you have converted to other forms of generation. Thank you very much. Oh, and I think this is an excellent, excellent initiative. Congratulations.
Thank you, Deirdre, and your die-hard supporter of our efforts. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for your interventions, and we are taking note of them. We have rapporteurs here, and we're actually taking note of everything you're saying to get this in our report, and hopefully have it pushed out beyond just this IGF meeting, but we're going to do something more than that this year. In the room, I'm seeing someone here who is in front of me. She can introduce herself and give some observations.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm actually just building on what S.G. Taylor would have touched on before. My name is Nia Nanan. I am the Senior Research Analyst at the CTU Secretariat, as well as the Youth Envoy for the CTU Secretariat. And in participation of a lot of the youth activities at this IGF, the youth themselves have been having a lot of discussions about what happens after their participation at these sessions. What are the next steps? How do they go forward with meaningful, engaging inclusivity as the tangible action items coming out of forums such as these? So, as a youth envoy for the CTU Secretariat, I would like to say that we are very committed to actively engaging the Caribbean youth on their feedback and recommendations to feed into the Global Compact. As S.G. Taylor would have mentioned, feedback is open until March next year, and I would really like to put a proposal on the table to partner with the Mauritius Youth IGF as well as the Pacific Youth IGF initiatives to have not just a Caribbean youth voice incorporated into the Global Compact, but a collective CIDS youth voice into the initiative.
Did he drop the mic? Okay. So, okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Tracy. It will be just 1 minute. I'm just recalling what Deidre said about the language. I still believe that in the Indian Ocean region islands, we speak Creole as well. And I have had friends in the Caribbean and in the Pacific, some of the islands, who also speak Creole. So I still think that Creole language can be taken forward in the IGF agenda. Thank you.
You made a raise a very important point about linguistics as well. So languages in the various island regions. In the Caribbean, you may be aware we have Spanish, English, French, Dutch, Papiamento, and is it Creole? Exactly. So, but it's a cost to do that. So looking for somebody, some kind individual to help us bridge that gap. It's a very expensive gap to bridge. I'm not seeing any other hands going up. And I'm going to take the chair's advantage and ask my colleague, Ashit Rodney, who was instrumental in driving, we use the catalyst to ensure this happened. We had the idea, we wanted it to happen. He said, well, let's just do it. And it made it happen. So now that we are moving on from the let's just do it and make it happen, what's next? We had some ideas come forward. So Ashit Rodney, you've heard some ideas. Let me give you the catalyst hat. What's next?
Thanks, Tracy, and thanks for the very good suggestion. A practical next step really is, since we have the rapporteur's report, is to really share it, which has been shared already, and then appreciate any comments, any feedback. And really, as I said, that captured what we spoke about, but really what we want to be able to pull out based on the issues that were raised, some policy recommendations coming out of it. What do we do? And really, I think it can feed into the same Global Digital Compact that we spoke about. But what's needed for that is, one, the inputs, but I think we should meet at some point early in the Q1 of 2023. In fact, we'll have to meet before March, really. Like I said, it doesn't have to be a joint submission, and I believe the parameters are, it could be an organization, it could be a group, it could be an individual country, and so on. So we can make that determination then. In fact, it could be multiple, and it should be multiple submissions, so that we leverage our collective numbers. So a review of the report, a meeting in very early next year, I would suggest February at least, at a time that is convenient for all the stakeholders concerned, and agree on some policy recommendations that we can take forward as inputs to the Global Digital Compact. I believe in terms of hosting it, and that's, yes, we have to decide if we do want to have a second CIDS IGF, but I believe also in terms of the CIDS IGF that since we hosted it, although it was a hybrid meeting, we kind of hosted it on the Caribbean time. It would be good to have it in partnership with another event, right, another region, right, and we can have it, of course, with the support of the CTO again, but again, driven and led, or giving consideration for that time zone in terms of how it is conducted, executed, any of these stakeholders we go after. In terms of financial support, most of them are global in any case, like ITU and ICANN, and I'm sure ISOC. I'm sure they would, wherever it's held, have an interest in supporting it. The funding, yes, funding is an issue across the board. It was costly to execute even in a virtual environment, and the translation was always a big cost, a big part of that cost. We had yes, we had. And the graphic work, you know, promotion of it, all of that, the host. So we have to, I think also as part of our discussions, agree on a sustainable source of funding. So we don't go after commercial type sponsorship packages, because that's not really in the spirit of the IGFs. But I think there are enough organizations out there, like ICANN, like I said, there is what is it you tended to call Nia, for the proceeds from the auction for ICANN, for example, grant program. I think if we can craft something, because and I've raised this with ICANN before in terms of the level of participation of small states within the ICANN development process, at the governmental level within GAC. It is our problem, yes, but it is ICANN's problem as well, because if we don't show up, then it's not truly fully inclusive. So we understand that we don't have enough resources to follow everything, but that is very much as much an ICANN problem as it is our problem. So I think part of our discussion has to be finding sustainable funding, and multi-year funding as well, so that we can plan much further ahead. There was one other point I had. It is evident that we are, and there's a global push to be more inclusive. So I was quite keen on the Tonga women in ICT, and I was actually going to ask if there was any synergy, or if they were connected to the network of women, the ITU initiative network of women, and in what way? Because we are at the CTU have designated a focal point for network of women to be engaged in that process, and we supported a lunch for the network of women in Trinidad when CTL hosted its meeting. I've said that to say that we have to have almost a track specifically focusing on inclusiveness and gender and women in particular, in whichever one we do next, and we can see how we craft that, but also equally youth within that track as well, and I believe that they should help to plan and execute. So the suggestion that Nia's put forward in terms of the youth, definitely we should have that collaboration. And I'm not sure if you were involved. What's your name again? Terrell. Okay. The ITU young people, Generation Connect. Were you involved? Generation Connect. Okay. But there is a sort of a network that is forming around this Generation Connect. They met in Kigali prior to the WTDC, and most of the young people who are engaging were part of that. So basically, we can leverage that group to help, again, plan, because we don't believe we should plan it and invite the young people. We believe the young people should plan it, promote it in their own creative ways, and put the topics that are important to them. So I agree with that collaboration for the young people. So I can write this down. I was making up great, wonderful, save me some work. But yeah, I believe practical next steps would be to get the input and maybe agree on a timeline for that if we can get it by at least mid-January, have a meeting in early February, agree on some policy recommendations to go forward and how we're going to put them forward to the Global Digital Compact, and then make a final determination as to where and when we can possibly host the second CIS IGF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SG Rodney. And I think on that note, we put our thinking caps on, both colleagues who are in the room, colleagues who are online, colleagues who will hear this afterwards in the recording, and press this forward as opposed to leaving it on the, in Addis, leaving it today's date and come back to this next day, which is a challenge we have in these environments. I would like to add to that, and to make that happen, we want to get a collaborative platform going. We say it every year. Unfortunately, no one who either puts up their hand to do it, does it, or no one puts up their hand. So I'm going to ask, again, can someone put up their hand and drive a collaborative platform so that all the things we just said, talk about, we're going to put in a report, it's going to exist, it's going to be somewhere, but don't come back and look at it next year and say, oh, we didn't do that. So I'm hoping that we can get something moving that we can all work together on. And I don't mean a website or anything that dramatic. Something that we can work together on, as simple as a chat group, maybe something a little more robust that we can collaborate on, planning, June, proposals, actions. So when we have these meetings, they're not like, oh, well, let's start again and talk about what did you discuss in December. No, we already have discussed it, and we're pressing it forward. And now we're doing it not in the Caribbean, on the time zone of the Caribbean or the Pacific time zone, or we're doing it in our own time zones, at our own time, but it's happening in real time. In fact, I think if we look at what we're doing across the oceans, we've pretty much covered the entire time zone so that people can work on stuff at different times of the day, and it will happen. So before we end, a hand up.
One quick thing, actually, I wanted to put on the record in terms of, so this, for me, it goes beyond, we call it the IGF, and this is the Dynamic Coalition, but I think we have to specifically also agree on a strategy for engaging with ITU, with ICANN, and with it. Specifically those two, ITU and ICANN, because of the resource constraints. We had the situation, which I didn't talk about, where we had a candidate. In fact, there were two candidates from small island developing states with some very senior positions in the ITU, including Deputy SG and Director BDT. Collectively, if we work together, we are able to advance our interests, advance our people within these organizations to draw more attention to it. So I think this can be the vehicle through which we push that collaboration outside of IGF, in ICANN, in ITU as well. And I think that should be one of our very specific objectives as well. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Rania. 100% agree with you. I also thought you putting up your hand to be the collaborative tool guy. I'm not sure, but is there anyone who puts up their hand and says, look, I'm going to champion this and drive this collaborative platform so we could end the session with a definitive move forward to get all the stuff that we've just talked about going? Looking for a hand, online or in the room. No hands as yet. A hand to do it, not to say what should be done, a hand to do it. This is the problem, right? Get it done.
If I do it, everybody has to support me.
I voted. I'm sure. No, there's not. This is not happen. This is not. We leave this room, we forget about it. Trust me. I'm hearing Sherry. I'm not pushing back on you, but Sherry already has said, if we support her, she's going to do it. I propose a nomination cease, and we assign Sherry to do it. In the chat, who's that? No, I don't see a hand go up. I think you're imagining
there's a hand on the chat.
The Secretariat, CTU Secretariat.
Yes.
CTU Secretariat. It looks like that's Francola. Francola, let's hear what you have to say. Are you supporting Sherry, or you have another suggestion?
Definitely, I am supporting Sherry. I am supporting the CTU as well, as I indicated in the chat. SG mentioned the focal point, the CTU's focal point for the ITU's network of women, and that person is me. So I would reach out to those who I can reach out to ensure that we have an inclusive engagement and we plan accordingly going forward. So yes, full support from the CTU and the Network of Women.
All right, so I'm gathering, and just so I could summarize, Francolas has put up a hand to talk about the network of women and linking up. That suggestion SG Rodney had made. Also supporting, I think, the unanimous consensus, we're going to call it, in the room, that Sherry will be the catalyst to drive this collaborative platform forward. She's now going to respond to that proposal. Let's see what she has to say. Sherry?
And I have to put on my MAG hat on because I've been a big supporter of the Global Digital Compact, and I think that what SG is saying is very important, and that's why I'm putting my hand up, because when we had the SEEDS IGF, Albert Daniels from ICANN tried to push something for SEEDS through ICANN and through the survey, and I don't know if anybody filled out that form, but there would have been potential there for us. And so we've got another opportunity here through this Global Digital Compact. And yes, it's nice to wait until February, but we could just go from here and start up a Google Doc and just start putting things into it and see where that gets us.
Thank you, Sherry. And you know the principle KISS? I'm not going to say it online, but let's KISS this, right? So, Sherry, thank you very much, and we look forward to you. We have I know the DC SEDS list, there are about 80 people on the list, maybe 10 people do say anything, but maybe this might drive more people to get involved. So just pump it out on that list. And for those who haven't joined that list, you can do it by going to the IGF website, etc., and see how to do it. If not, just email me, and I'll add you directly, right? So it's all linked. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm everywhere. You can talk to me afterwards. I know you've kept the tech team much long. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I wanted to shout out to Tina Captioner, who has been getting some credit, some kudos online for being an excellent captioner. Thank you so much, Tina. We appreciate that. Thank you, tech team. And with that, I think we're going to end our 2022 DC SIDS roundtable. And by the time we get to next year, we're going to have a lot of stuff to report, I would imagine. This year we have the SIDS IGF. Can we top that? I think we can. Thank you very much, everyone. Bye-bye.